Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. Day 3 of the league stage is upon us, and the final chance for teams from groups A and C to put points up on the board and avoid the red zone at the bottom of the tables. 4 teams will leave us. Who will they be? Only these 6 matches will tell, so make sure you stay tuned. My name's John, with me is Blank, and we are once more going to jump straight back into the action.
A classic case of only time will tell, but time is running out. Time is running short here for all of our teams at the PMSL EU. We have 6 more matches, as John stated, and we're going to be starting off over on Sanhok, 3 Erangels into 2 Miramars. Today we'll be watching Group A up against Group C, so Group B's games are done, and we'll see just how many points Group A is able to bash out here, because S2G going against some difficult teams, or not in this case, with Group C being a little bit easier to go up against. Obviously, their own group is quite strong, but we're still waiting to see the likes of Fenerbahçe start to really strike out towards the top side of things. But this is the chance right now for S2G to break that century and really put their stamp here on the league stage, get themselves $4,000.
Yeah, we're not just going to be looking at teams like S2G. I think the question in my mind is going to be, right, Carya Esports. Are they going to be able to keep up pace when you introduce the teams from Group A back into the mix, like S2G, right? I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic that I'm going to be keeping an eye on over the course of today. There's plenty of other teams that are starting to make a name for themselves here in Europe. And they're going to have a big opportunity to do so with the reintroduction, as we said, of these big name teams. We had a really solid performance from several of our higher performing teams over the last day. I think BWNRX obviously up on that 98th point. It's where you sort of expect them to be. So we'll see if the chase can be mounted for our teams below them.
Absolutely. I think we had some good games yesterday in terms of being able to show what those teams in Group B were capable of. It was also very nice to see that TTQ continued their performance from day one. I saw a word that was sort of a flash in the pan for that team, but that's not the case at all. They performed marvelously well, and I was really pleased to see that. Same could be said for K1, although their playstyle is way more aggressive than they initially expected, and it looks great because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been good to see how everyone has adapted to the dynamics of this lobby, to the shorter form of the tournament as well, with only 12 matches to play in each, in this league stage and in the knockout stage to come at the end of the week. It is really sort of shaking things up for these teams. So I'm interested again to see what this final day of matches will bring. Looking lower down on those tables, you've got quite a lot of teams who are potentially going to struggle to jump on up. But I think that certainly from Group B, the floor of that was Galatasaray on 48 points, and that's actually a little bit higher than I was kind of expecting it to be. I thought it was going to be somewhere in the maybe low to mid 40s, but pushing all the way up to 48 is pretty crazy right at the bottom end of things.
Yeah, I mean, with Regnum, Carya, Falcons, Fenerbahçe, as well as Flux, all looking to send upwards. This is a bit frightening for some of our Group C teams who are now looking to get those few more points that they'll need to stay up in that top 20. Here is our rundown of the entirety of the tournament. League stage is going to be 6 matches with Group A, Group B, Group C playing, which you've already watched quite a bit of so far if you're just joining us. That's what we're going with. Also heading into towards knockout stage, we're removing 4 teams per time. Here's our smash ruling, which will take effect over towards the finals, which will be the first 2-day scoreline plus 10. And if that team hits that target, they'll be getting themselves the win of the whole tournament of just 1 chicken dinner. We don't see it too often, but it'd be nice to see it here in Pmsl EU.
Yeah, it could be done in match number 2 of the finals on the final day. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to occur. But today we have got our 3rd day of league stage. You can see there, of course, it's 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. What else would it be? It's groups A and C taking on one another in the gladiatorial arena of PUBG Mobile here. Once again, we have seen so many solid chicken dinners over the last few days, and we are promised 6 more.
Oh, we are. We can look over on this side, and I believe it is only Thunder Talks to get 2 chicken dinners, other than BWNRX. There we go. Over those Erangels. So we do have some consistent winners coming through Thunder Talks as well as BWNRX, which is nice to see, but has been several different teams picking up the others, but very consistent coming through from BWNRX as well as Thunder Talks. But they're done now. I won't be looking over towards the likes of Flux, who weren't really able to repeat that performance we saw on that initial Sanhok, where they really controlled the lobby. There are participating teams from all their different regions. You'll know where they're coming from at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of teams from the Turkey region coming on and playing in. We've got a couple of representatives from Eastern Europe as well. And it is great to see who's going to be taking things down. I think the team that people are going to be interested in as well today is Falcons. Well, 2 teams really. Falcons, Regnum, Carya. Are they going to be able to jump up and push back towards the top side of the tables? Or are they going to satisfy and settle themselves in towards just qualifying to the next stage? I'm hoping for a little bit more from Falcons. I would hope that Regnum Carya as well will be able to push on up there. These are teams that have played at the global level repeatedly, and I think should be doing better than they are. You talked about Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe are ahead of both of these 2 rosters, right? They are a little bit behind the curve when it comes to what their reputation would indicate.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying one for Fenerbahçe at least. I mean, I do think they can do better. I mean, 36 points is respectable. Day 1, you're projected up towards 72, so this is not terrible at all, and that 100% gets you in. And I think maybe it just comes off of a little bit of a bad day. Similar could be said for Regnum, Carya, and Falcons. Falcons had to switch things up quite a lot because they're going into a Turkish lobby right now, which is much faster paced, it seems. Teams rotating very, very quickly towards that circle, much more central play as well. So I do think for a lot of teams, there are adjustments on side. For Guild, they get thrown into a very, very difficult scenario, I'd say, in the group that they're playing, and it's not easy. The fact they're able to get 26 points their first day, I would categorize that as good for that team. So now they just need to get a little bit more on board. If they do that twice, then yeah, they're looking safe. For Besiktas, wanting to see more out of them. But it does feel like with the movement we saw from them overall on day 2, it didn't look great. It didn't look great.
No, it wasn't super buoying if you're a Besiktas fan. But let's take a look at the overall rankings where everybody sits. At the top, of course, is BWNRX, with the caveat, with a little asterisk, that, of course, they have played 12 matches, whereas the teams from Group A and C that we'll be seeing today have only played 6, which makes it all the more impressive that both S2G and IDA and Carya are up on this page.
Yeah, Carya is the team that we hadn't really talked about there initially, but they were extremely impressive yesterday with great high ground control and good approaches to their end games. I mean, 59 points, 22 points, those replacements, and they weren't slacking in the elimination category either with 37 total. So tied up there with S2G, which is great to see. Considering we came off day one saying that S2G had a enormously fantastic run. There's our second page. Most of these teams, I would say Galatasaray is safe. It's realistically 12th down towards 24th where we start to worry about squads. Papara Supermassive are very close to the finish line for themselves in terms of maintaining their position in the league stage. For Boars, they've really stepped things up towards the end of the day and we're just getting consistent points. Not through placements, but mostly through those eliminations, which we expected from an aggressive team like them.
Yeah, they have got a lot of firepower under their belt. It's a question of pointing that in the right direction and putting themselves in those situations to utilize that skill that we were worried about for Boars. So we'll see if they can continue to do so today. I mean, Galatasaray, you say they are safe, but they are currently our lowest ranking team with no more matches left to play on 48 points. So teams will be chasing for that boundary. As we take a look at our last page on the tables, you can see Falcons currently in 17th, BX Brothers also down on that 18th place. There is a little bit of a drop off there, but it's those bottom four that you really have to worry about.
Yeah, I think for MVP, Team Ego, and Rafa, we do not have a lot of optimism for. Unfortunately, it's hard to say that. I think for Rafa, it was a nice little last hurrah for themselves on day two, getting a few points in. And here you can see, we talked about a little bit earlier, S2G and Carya both tied up right now with 59 points. Again, there is that slight caveat that on day one, it was Group A versus Group B, which I would say is a much more formidable money. And I think for going into today, Group A versus Group C, this could be a bit more of a test coming through for the boys over on Carya.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. You're kind of on the money there, I would say, with that analysis. They are neck and neck right now. If they're able to double their points from day one, as you maybe it's sort of the naive approach to extrapolating their potential performances into the future, right? Just to double it, they would be up towards that 10-point average that you were talking about yesterday. What would that put them on? 118 each. So we'll see if anyone is able to do so, because that would sit them ahead of BWNRX in that first place spot.
Yeah, I think going into this, there is a lot. There's a lot on the line here for Carya in terms of reputation for themselves, or at least by showing other teams that they can be a formidable squad. And I think that right now this is the big test going up against Group A. For S2G though, I think that they can continue on the performance, because I think let's put it this way, John, even those 59 points they were able to gain over on day one, they weren't easy games, right? They didn't have any game where I'd be like, S2G is 100% in the lead here. They have a fantastic position in the circle. Every single game felt like a little bit of a test, and still getting 59 points off that is wild. Here are our matches coming through. We'll be starting off on Sanhok very shortly, if the timer is to be correct. But 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars to finish things off. So those big open maps, and it's teams that are able to perform quite well there. We're going to do who are able to get a little bit of an advantage on that side of things. For Carya, being able to perform very well on Erangel and Miramar is hugely promising, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big potential to add up a lot of points in a map where people are going to be fairly familiar with the terrain. We'll be waiting to see who's going to be able to break out there. I think for Carya to be even in the same conversation as S2G is a phenomenal achievement, right? This is a team that, as you said, wasn't really looked at super in terms of podium teams. It wasn't being looked at just yet. So the fact that they are in that conversation is an absolute credit to them, and I hope that we see that name popping up all the more, maybe at the PMWC with the Esports World Cup. You can see the dates just below blank there over on that side of the screen. You can see there 25th of July to the 3rd of August. 4 of our teams will be competing there. That's right, there are 4 qualification spots for us in Europe, as of course Regnum Carya were able to win that extra slot back in PMGO.
Which is a really big boom for a lot of these teams, but they have to make it to the finals first. And today we will be knocking out 4 But we head over towards that knockout stage. We'll do the same again. We're relentless here at PMSL EU. You know, if you're not making the cut, you're off the team. And for a lot of these games, it's going to start to get more and more stressful for our squads as the bar is raised higher and higher. But it should be a pretty fantastic way to clean out day one here. We'll see if anyone's able to hit the century, get over that 100-point mark. Carya's looking for it. S2G is also looking for it. And there are a few of our teams who are very, very close, like I said, to that finish line, breaking through and snapping that ribbon in half and making sure they get through into that knockout stage. I think that there's teams like Boars, who I'm very curious to see how we'll play today. I think they had a really nice, almost a really nice finish over towards Carya, in fact, on one of the angles. They almost won. It was a 3v4. Some slight unfortunate shots that came through, which kind of led to one knock after another. But there was certainly a chance. If it wasn't for that loot crate in the middle of the map, I think we would have written a whole different tale to be told afterwards.
Yeah, potentially could have been completely different, but the points were earned on both sides, as is the way. You know, these things happen, and that's what you got to do. You got to set yourself up for success in any event, even if there is random crates dropping across the map, and it gives them a little bit of advantage. You got to play into that, and even picking up second places, right? It's not disastrous. You're still earning quite a few points in those scenarios, and there's a lot of criticism leveled, I think, for very micro plays in the very late games, but anybody who actually gets there in the first place has already played a very strong game. So I'm happy to sometimes give them the benefit of the doubt, with the odd exception of sort of just throwing things away, not using your smokes, that sort of stuff. Can't really be excused, but for the most part, I'm kind of okay with having those split-second decisions not go your way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in the heat of the battle, it does become a little bit difficult to really nail everything down and get it all perfect. But for some of our teams, they have had much cleaner matches. I think BWNRX is a good example of this to bring up, where, you know, unlike Thunder Talks, unlike K1, where they're taking advantage of the lobby a lot of times in terms of those third parties, when they see a knock come through, they instantly send over the top. BWNRX, a lot of their success came off just the back of good macro, in my opinion, setting themselves up towards those end games. And I think the same can be said of Carya as well. So you have those two different playstyles coming into effect there. I think personally, the playstyle of BWNRX is going to assist you far more in the long run, going in towards the finals and not relying on other teams to make mistakes so that you can ladder up. And I think that's something that if K1 come away with this and they're watching today, this is something they do need to take note of going into knockout stage, especially.
Yeah, it's definitely something that will need to be taken care of. We'll have to see if they're able to do so as we wait for our first match to get locked and loaded, ready to go. Over on Sanhok, previously, we have seen quite a bit of chaos. We've seen some hot drops. I think yesterday, the most notable event was that hot drop over towards Ruins, which seemed to be not necessarily particularly well advised, but panned out for, I think, actually no one. No one did very well off that hot drop because everybody lost players. RUKH didn't even manage to get too much value over the surround. I don't think we're going to see as much hot dropping today. I don't think that that's going to be quite as prevalent. I think that it was sort of exacerbated by the lack of teams with really strong presence in certain hot drops from Group A, right? So you have like Falcons, you have Regnum, Carya. They've got their drop spots and teams are like, oh, we're not going to go there, but they're not playing today. So let's go. Let's compete for it. And we had a couple of those instances where their locations were being dropped on, right? And contested for. I think that's not going to happen as much today with the reintroduction of the group.
Yeah, with Group A coming in, I mean, we take a look at day one. Your Fireflux taking first place there after a really, really nice lineup. They didn't necessarily have the circle either on Sanhok. S2G came second place. And I think most of that just came off the back of them having Paradise Resort in the first place, which is where we ended up on the circle. We look at day two, and it's Thunder Talks taking first place, Bra as well, and BWNRX. That's first, second, and third place. So there wasn't really anyone from Group C that stood up massively from those games. I mean, IDA was able to get a little bit of a run in, but they got 9 points. Then you go down towards fifth with RUKH Esports, 3 points. So the only real winners on day two were mostly teams from Group B. And I think that when you look at that, it's scary because for the day that Group C played, the day that Group A played, they did well on their Sanhok. The day that Group B played, they did well on their Sanhok. The day that Group C played, we've not seen anything yet. So potentially today is that chance for Group C to have the first, second, third place all in tow. But it doesn't bode well, right? It does not bode well for them. But I am expecting maybe something a little bit different. We've seen mostly main island circles here on Sanhok, but potentially we get something down towards the south side or towards the northwest, which definitely kicks some of our teams into gear in terms of how they're going to move. Fenerbahçe, I don't think they started in an extremely strong spot over on Sanhok yet on their first day of play, but they were able to really successfully make their way through that map. I don't think they had an easy time of it at all.
That's a very hard fought win. Maybe if the circle goes down to that southwest side, then then it's going to be a spanner in the works for the Falcons, who I'm thinking of right now. They love dropping in Sami and just playing it so slow from that area. But as soon as you put a circle actually down their way, then they're forced to change it up a little bit. And I think that might do them some good. Certainly to kick things off nice and strong, nice and quickly, get some points under their belt would be a very nice breath for them to be able to take in Sanhok, where they sometimes fall short of the mark.
Yeah, and again, Sanhok can be a very diverse map in terms of placings. Sometimes it goes horribly wrong, sometimes it goes okay. But for a lot of our squads, we just want to see more consistency of Sanhok, and I think it's just so hard to do. It is so hard to do, especially from rotating lobbies as well. This is where Sanhok is at its hardest. I'd argue that Sanhok's actually way easier to play in the finals when you've got 16 teams represented, where you can play through every single day. You can get a much better read on those rotations. And again, Sanhok is messy. 24 teams, it gets messier. So it's a weird one where Erangel, it is that fair map going through, as is Miramar. But Sanhok does get worse the more teams you have introduced the earlier in the tournament. So the later we go in the tournament, the easier it's going to get. Knockout stage, again, I would argue that Sanhok's going to be a much nicer map for a lot of our teams, where they won't have to worry about these hot drops coming through from Group C and a little bit of teams from Group B who haven't quite found a hot drop, a spot on the map to call their own. We saw plenty of hot drops over on Pachinki yesterday, but that's going to be claimed today by Falcons. So will we see MVP and Papara Supermassive in Pachinki? Only time will tell.
I'm not expecting it, right? I think that they are going to relent on that position. As I said before, I think that may have been that Falcons, weren't in this lobby and they were sort of all trying to take a chance on it. We'll have to wait and see, though. It could be a three-party engagement with actually the non-zero chance that Falcons actually just go somewhere else and leave Pachinki if they don't see anyone taking it, or if they see too many people trying to take it in that first match, right? I don't think that's outside of Ralph's playbook to be able to just say, like, you know what, we don't need this. We can go somewhere else. We've got a lot of deep knowledge of rotates that we've played in the past. We can fall back on that rather than get embroiled in these early game fights when you don't need to, right? And that could be quite a crucial decision to take, or they could just stand tall, stand strong in the center of the map, say, no, this is where we go, guys. You guys have to figure something else out.
It is 3 games, though. And I don't think I'd want to even risk the 3-way matchup over towards Pachinki, because it's, let alone, fighting off one team, because you can stamp your name on Pachinki and have a case of, don't come back here because we will just wipe your team. But as soon as you add 3 teams to the mix, you suddenly have this awkward scenario of, like, who leaves first? And even if one team decides to evacuate, you're still going to have one other team that potentially might go there. So it gets very messy. And I think Falcons, who do need to get some more points today, and a lot of those points are gained on Erangel, it is our most played map, you are likely thinking about going elsewhere, picking up a spot on the map that's maybe not already maintained by another team, just to get more consistent points. Well, they're on 36 points total, so to get up towards 50, which we would say is a winning count, that's 14 points on the day. It's not a lot they need to gain. And I think on our angle, you give up some of your strong rotations for like 6 or 7 points average. That's going to see you just off the Erangel maps alone.
Yeah, it very much could do. And we've seen things like that happen, right? Where it's only 2 maps, basically, you need to have big games on. And it sits you fairly safe towards those tables, towards those points where it's unlikely that you're going to be heading down towards the bottom 4. With Sanhok just around the corner, is one of those big games on the cards, and it is, of course, the teams towards the bottom of the tables that I'm going to be thinking about here. It is MVP, right? Even if we're not talking about Erangel, are they going to be going for that hot drop? Is it Team Ego? Is it Rafa who are going to be able to find anything today? Because it really is their last chance to try and push a little bit higher up. I know there's a lot of support for a lot of these teams, but hasn't quite been the performance to match it. We'll see if that changes, though, as we head into our first match.
Directly into the game as well, which is great to see. Having teams immediately jumping out. We'll see exactly where those drops do land, because we have seen Ruins been quite the spot on the map that a lot of teams head over towards. Falcons will be heading down towards Sarmi. Start things off. We know that we need a much faster approach to this game. It's Fenerbahçe who will be swinging out over towards that eastern side on their own lineup. Carya here alongside with Balls, it seems, in the Ruins.
And again, going for this hot drop. Didn't go well for Carya last time. Balls, I think, managed to get out of here with 2 players alive. But with yesterday's performance, Carya may have a little bit more momentum, a little bit more confidence in themselves to take these fights. It was surrounded by RUKH yesterday. They are not here today, but Falcons could definitely move up and try and surround this. Not to mention Barsay as well could flex out depending on where the circle goes. If it's a southwest side circle, it would maybe be the right decision to make, to try and get an outpost towards that Ruins Hill on the south side, take some pot shots at this fight, grab a couple of points where you can.
You're right, it's dependent on the circle. I think for Falcons, they'd much rather just loot up and get moving. But you're right, if this did head down towards the southwest side, I would not be unhappy with Falcons moving over here. If you can clean out 2 teams, it's a massive amount of space you'll have created for yourself. But with the circle heading over towards the north side of the map, heavily on the north side of the map, you're thinking about leaving.
Thinking about getting out of there as fast as you can, although that option not available to Carya or to Boars, unfortunately. Pusher, nade in. Not quite going to be able to tag the stone, keeping him safe for the time being. You've got to imagine that time is running low. I think Ralph is actually taking an outpost over here. Even if you're not going to get involved, it's valuable to know when this fight concludes, when things stop popping off. And you can see he's already got quite a decent chunk of loot for an early drop, right? That is 2 weapons on board. He's got some armor. He's got a first aid kit. He's okay to chill out here for a moment and maybe use the supplies that his teammates will pick up to be able to divvy that one over to him.
For Falcons, like we said before, it's an easy task ahead of them. They were on 35, not 36, so it's 15 points they'd need. But they can get 1 or 2 eliminations from here. Like, that's already a small chunk, you know, chiseled away at their point total that they need. So I think it's completely reasonable, Ralph's here, especially with teams that do flex out onto the outside. I think for Boars, they'll be a little bit less cautious, maybe, because like you say, there is no RUKH here, and that was the big factor that stopped them dead yesterday. So do they expect Ralph to be holding this position? Does look like he's heading back now, though. Just had a peek in. That's the BX brothers. Ramio going down as Barsay made a quick maneuver over towards the north side of the map.
Yeah, Ramio was just a little bit south of Hartin, extricated outside of his team's ground, and they go down for it as War's going to be able to find the corner there. Really nice pick up with the poser, but Havlik is traded off onto Wars and actually is flushed very, very quickly. Lewis wants to find more, but 2 of them are down now. It's a 2 versus 3 with 2 players to get back up. Carya want to keep this one under control, not around the corner just yet, and they are safe enough to bide their time, caught with a nade in hand, but it is now just CEO later. No HP on Tulika, though, makes things difficult for them, and all 3 players are resable here, Blank. That is a huge pickup for Carya.
Carya makes it happen. What a play from there. I mean, it looked diabolical as soon as Lewis went down when he just stepped out. A little bit not aware of his surroundings, but CEO later makes a massive decision. Here's the pin pulled on the grenade and doesn't give him any time to think about putting it away in the back pocket. Swings around and there's no response time. Good that they got a bit of damage over towards the player in the open so the CEO later could finish him up very succinctly. Ralph now puts himself ahead of the guys from Carya, waiting for the rest of his team to move up. over the top, over towards IDA as they're making their way off side of the Northwest Mountain. This is very quick from Barsay. We know they started down towards the Confluence compounds, just the west of boot camp. Good nade over towards Nihat though, and that'll start things off strong for IDA.
A nice nade up on high, finds a second as well, and immediately gets that flush. Barsay, they found one of the players from the BRX brothers, but looks like IDA moving across this Northwest Island. Maybe a little bit too much for them to bear. Nobody. Just drop back and we'll be able to do so. Barsay playing on as 3. Looks like they found that regroup, and IDA not wanting to press the issue. Actually, might have to take that back as Emre rolls forwards. Maybe wanting to find a little bit more, but it looks like they're a little bit low on nades and utility here to be going for a fight like this.
BRX Brothers spotting over towards Guild. Guild also did have the angle to start with, right? You know, they were on the eastern side. It's the BRX Brothers who have moved off from Hattin after losing 1 players. So Guild going down to 3 there is not fun for them, considering they held the majority of the paddy fields and weren't aware of this rotate. They absolutely should have been aware of this rotate, though, John. It's the most simple one you go for from Hattin, swim across to the northern edge.
Yes, it's fairly by the book. I'm looking currently still at that ruins on the map because Carya are now almost fully surrounded by Falcons, but it looks like Carya have managed to get an outpost outside of that central area on the map. Meanwhile, over up towards Lumberyard here, you can see the S2G are going to find themselves a loot crate there. Regnum Carya a little bit further north of this, up in Cow. They did take a knock, but it's not going to get flushed. In fact, that res just came through.
Yeah, Tapmock, I think, is a good spot to play for S2G. Does require a little bit more awareness in this location. The teams don't surround you. But for S2G, this works out well for them. Getting a loot crate as well will keep them nice and healthy. The level 3 helmet and vest. Really good boon to have early into the match, especially when you have to push out from Paris Resort. And they have players down towards that south side as well. Icy usually takes those positions for the team where he anchors, provides information back, as most of our squads will be pushing in from that north side.
Okay. Spots them. Doesn't realize they've left. Nothing to spray at, but wants to empty another mag that way. Not a huge amount of ammo in the back pocket, but there's plenty more crates to loot through as soon as you find those fights that you're looking for, I'm sure. BRX Brothers, with their 3 players still on that northern side, fairly safe. Next circle in just about 10 seconds, Blank. That is really going to dictate a lot of the pace of things. Back over towards that position around ruins, the Falcons actually disengaged from that, just to keep people updated. So the Falcons are now on that northwestern island. Carya are still around Tambang and around ruins.
Circle pushes further towards the north, so we don't recenter this up, and Tapmock becomes a clear foundational point for this game. S2G holding that one. We said the first day S2G was able to get 2nd place over on Sanhok, so we'll see if that was not just a coin toss from them, is in fact them just being quite good at this map, especially on the northern side at least. Playing around Paris Resort to start. His Fire Flux though, attempting to get into the circle, but it's Fenerbahçe who's currently holding them out, and Matcap is down.
Not ideal. Playing as 3. Out in the blue zone. Catches super low here. Gets tagged by a nade. Doesn't manage to get the heal off in time, and it's the play zone to find that knock. There's the cook from Savian. Instead, just hops around the corner with that auto shotty. Not going to be traded off. Soulless backing off the angle. They're giving up the ghost on that, which means Fireflux now playing only as 2 as Fenerbahçe get away with both of those points.
That's an easy pickup for Fenerbahçe. They've been attempting to move up on this match as well. On that south side. Soulless heals with the first aid kit. I think Fenerbahçe would like to get around Fireflux now. They're not making it easy. There's a lot of these scenarios where you take a team down to just 2. There's always that possibility of losing 1 or more members. And there's Papara Supermassive actually getting involved. That's from the northern side.
Okay. Drops over the top, it gets taken down. A little bit of a misstep there. There is backup, but it's not in time. Will find a second frag around the corner as well. And Soulless with a 1 versus 3. Fireflux not getting snuffed out just yet.
What just happened? Scarface is alive too. Carya is moving over, weren't curtailed by Falcons earlier on, but what a play from Solus. Fenerbahçe, 2 elims, that's all they'll write home about.
Goodness me. What a time for Solus to pull that out as well. 3 elims, up to 40 points. S2G, all the while, entrenching themselves in Tapmock. Making this ground theirs, making this territory putting it under control. I feel like they are in the safest position right now. As you highlighted before, a really strong spot for them. I think Cow is a little bit more under threat with Besiktas and Ego outside of it. That is the first crash point, right? You don't go straight into Tapmock. You know there's sightlines from the south and the north that can sideswipe you. You're caught in the crossfire. It's a bad time. Whereas Cow, you're going in for an urban engagement. It's a little bit more likely going to have a good time. We'll have to wait and see what they opt to do. A lot of teams still out in the blue zone, though, here on the bodies that remain of Fenerbahçe.
Solus is going to try and hang tight. Carya thinks this fight's concluded as well. They need to move. Papara Supermassive doing a good job to hold these teams out as well. I mean, there are plenty of eliminations that would be available going forward for Papara Supermassive, and they already found Marcel. Again, they are not too far away from that bubble, right? 42 points. 6 away from leapfrogging over Galatasaray, 48. That's a crazy for S2G.
It's really quite interesting as well. I feel like the hills to the west of it gained a little bit of power with the circle as well. Guild currently have full control, but Falcons, you can see them just coming in over the bridge on the northwest side, trying to get on in there as well. Looks like Guild aren't going to be able to spray them down, which means that they're now going to challenge against MVP's outposts, who are keeping that split just a little bit longer. The crash going well so far, and Pole is very, very low. Does manage to tag on a little bit of damage over towards Falcons, but will not put up much resistance, and a nice entry there against 3 teams should have been able to stop them. Falcons not really having too much resistance.
Oh, penned in now. Oh, an easy position to be in. At least that they can reset undercover. Go again. They are being held out on all sides, though. You've got Rafa, Guild, as well as MVP looking towards their position. Technically, it's not a bad spot for Falcons going forward.
S2G spiking out towards Rafa, making their presence a little more known now. Guild still with their wide split as 3 players. Playing quite bold with the ground now. The high ground ridgeline has worked out quite well for them because they've got so much control of it. For my money, I think it's BX Brothers who could really change that, right? If they push up towards that north point of Guild, they could have a massive oversight onto a large swathe of the circle. And that could change the tide of things, something awful. Open up that western edge. And teams could maybe find their way through there. Carya managing to get everyone back up and into the fight. Playing as 4. They've got 5 elims already, Blank, which does sit them on 64.
Which is good stuff. I mean, Carya already ahead of S2G now. Kamikaze looking to put a stop to their run here in this game. Boran goes down for Besiktas. They're able to get 1 elim off this match. Now, slight struggle. That's if IDA doesn't show them their back too easily. Rita will go down, and that completely ruins the angles coming through from Aaron as he now has to leave. Reassess the scenario. Storm's going to fly in. Good shots from Narvalo over towards Carya, taking down the majority of the squad there.
There's Fireflux going down as well, and a lot of elims being earned by Carya, but they're eating lead in response as well. Besiktas clearing out Northern Cow as they try and take control of the compound. IDA will fall because of it. And that was Regnum Carya earlier, transitioning actually to the hillside that you see them on now, and that is going to play really well into this next circle. They've got that coastal ridge line to play with. BX Brothers going to line the western edge on those building compounds. Guilds still have the ridge lines, but I think that's going to be contested now.
We move away. Regnum Carya in a good spot. The X brothers would have loved to have not lost that player. Gil similarly. Open down towards Falcons. You do need to leave this very well guarded compound. The walls close them in, opposed to keeping teams out. Papara Supermassive up to 3 eliminations on this match. So far, already putting a nice dent in over towards the work that they'll need to do to see themselves safe.
S2G spotted. That's Regnum Carya from their terrain position out towards the coastline, finding a player from S2G and really isolated here for Sada. It is a bad time in that scouting tower. Really difficult to get up and get that res as well. It's so isolated. It's so open. Shooting through the legs of it. Ego, they want a piece of this pie, but I don't think they were banking on that. A nice spray down, picks one up, and immediately chowed down on those points. Ever valuable, but S2G haven't been able to claim any of them.
I think S2G right now, they're just looking to secure over towards the eastern side of the map, but losing a player already in Sarah, and I think that Sarah should go down default though with P90, doing good work over towards Falcons, who are struggling to stay alive here. Having their wings clipped, Falcons. You got Ralph trying to heal up in the backgrounds. There's now Ballo attempts to crawl back. How has Tron made that run?
Beggars belief how he's made that work. Wipe not quite connecting, the smoke obscuring enough. MVP across the way, maybe a third party onto his push, and Tron keeps the window under control, but it is MVP, that third party that does have the impact on the crossing. He may have won that trade with Tron through the window, but it's not going to work out any further. In the meantime, after the knock that S2G suffered, it's Barsay and Besiktas both trying to move in on this lumberyard in Tapmark.
S2G just need to clean out more teams here. Guild are holding out boys from Falcons quite well, though. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for them to move up and deal with Default, who's had a very good defense on the towards their side. That's an easy pick coming through for S2G.
More than happy to add that to the tally. Placement points starting to kick in now, but only 2 elims for S2G, and they're right on the edge of this circle. It's getting a little bit harder for them to try and make this one work. Regnum Carya, at the moment, I think in one of the 2 strongest positions in this map. I think the second strongest position would be that hillside to the south of this next white circle, but no one really with a firm entrenchment there. Everywhere else, a little bit less mobile, so for S2G, difficult to leave from the wall with the high ground that Regnum Carya have over them, and BX Brothers, the same story is true because of that Regnum Carya position on the north edge.
BRX Brothers still quite happy, though, that they've got a compound to work with. Team Ego are hunkered down. And it is surprising that Falcons has been able to live as long as they have here versus Default, but the blue will shove them in. Koa going down, Ralph quick to fall afterwards. That's how with the help of S2G on this off angle. Regnum Carya, though, looking for some big plays. Team that is well renowned and well known.
Oh dear. Self Molotov on the team there is on Falcons on the south side with the blue zone pushing. They're going to need to find this res as fast as possible or move forward and get rid of Default. Finally, Narvalo connects, and that's what they were looking for to try and take control of this one. You've also got Spike trying to descend through these ridge lines, but Kelsey knows he's going for it. It will be a suppressive force on that angle. Default flushed, and that is Guild eliminated. It actually all goes over to Falcons. Maybe they find the res, but goodness me, that is not a good time for it. Narvalo will stick the res, but they lose another player. So playing as 2 on the south side.
Surprising. Very surprising. But 7 eliminations. I think if you're Falcons, you're somewhat happy with how this game has gone, despite the trials and tribulations that come off the back of it. Gentlemen from Rafa will just be laying down on the grass. Circle moves off towards the east here, John. Really favoring S2G, honestly. They've got so much ground to work with. Even just the lumberyard itself, that is very, very good in terms of direction. In Regnum Car, you can see them starting to move across over towards that north side. They need to crunch down on S2G before they can take advantage of these many bits of cover they can use. And that's what makes it difficult for Regnum Carya, where you're in a situation where S2G could realistically be anywhere on those bits of hard cover.
I mean, that's not the only thing that makes it hard for Regnum Carya as well, because of the potential for the backfill from BX Brothers. Because you've got to think, where are they going to be looking for? And for my money, their best rotate is to try and sweep around the north and backfill onto Regnum Carya, right? So you're worried about that, as well as worried about where are S2G going to be playing from? What angles are we going to have to be worried about? So Regnum Carya have got a bit of a decision to make here, and this is where they can really prove themselves on the flip side if they're able to make it work.
Yeah, they're worried about you, worrying about where they're worried about to go. BX Brothers, though, a bit of a tough scenario, getting shot from both sides, and the Falcons still having a significant contribution to this lobby. Prospect will go down to the play zone as they do get delayed quite a bit. Koa still sending shots across, got knocked by his teammate earlier, was drawn back up though.
Stays alive for the time being. Koa moving along the ridgeline here to regroup a little bit closer to Narvalo. This high ground now will start to be devilish for teams to try and move around. Regnum Carya, they've taken another knock on their transition over towards a bit closer.
Team Eagle has to move. Like, this is so late from them, John.
Where do they go, though? I mean, there's so little cover available to them ahead of the way. I mean, there's that little dip just in front of them, but as soon as they get in there, Falcons will have shots down towards them. It's not nice. It's a really nasty bit of terrain to try and cross.
Yeah, they have the rocks, but in that moment where you're seeing Koa taking shots over towards Regnum Carya, there's at least 3 separate angles there that could have stepped up to take shots towards him. Koa's going to wander down the hill, but just to be found by Gentleman from Rafa, who has played the long game, and it will pay off. But Falcons getting 8 points. We talked about them only needing 15 on the day. That is a really, really good result for them. Getting so much done of the tally that was required at the beginning of the day here on Sanhok does feel very good.
Certainly does, and the same could be said for S2G as they do start to leverage the hard cover that they've been afforded. That southeast shift on the circle from earlier really doing well for them. It kept them in the running, something pretty nasty for everybody else in the lobby. They have been able to extract a lot of value here. Gentleman goes down, and now it's a team versus team, 3 versus 3, S2G versus Regnum Carya. S2G going to have to leave, though. They will have to be pushed out of this lumberyard.
Oh, it's so funny the way it works, right? It moves away from Regnum Carya a lot of times, makes their game very difficult. It looks like it's favoring S2G, only for it to force S2G out into open ground. Good smokes, though, will deny a lot of that pressure. A lot of those reticles been placed on the players from S2G. And they hunker down. Not the most defensible spots, but some really sneaky spots as well, though, John.
We were worried about Silas's performance over their first day of games, but he's managed to marshal them into a solid position for the time being. The question is, can they go all the way? Loxy crawling forwards with a nade. As soon as he spots someone, that's going to lob straight onto their location. You know that a lot of the S2G players are going to be playing on their belly, which means they're not very mobile. And that is what they were looking for, but it's immediately traded onto Silas. Stepping up, though, S2G are getting torn apart, and Regnum Carya play the outside beautifully. S2G second place, Regnum Carya in first.
S2G once again getting pipped to the post here on Sanhok. That's the second place they've been able to get here over on Sanhok through the league stage. Regnum Carya picking up first place. Very fortuitous shift on the circle, let's say, going up towards the north side. If that wasn't the case, I think it becomes very, very easy scenario for the boys over on S2G to take that game just from Lumberyard. Hair's doing something crazy here. That's wild.
It's going off, you know. It's hanging out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It was a really interesting dynamic in those final moments. That big nade pick up there with Silas drawing a lot of attention, moving around, drawing the attention of S2G. That allowed them to locate some of the players. The nade from Loxy, the stand-up spray, really just solid stuff in those final circles. Despite that smoke cover on the ridgeline that S2G were able to leverage to get out, they didn't really have any mobility when it came to moving further than that. But they held down quite nicely. A middling amount of eliminations for them, but still happy to get those points on board.
Yeah, I think for S2G, that puts them in a good position to try and get up towards the top side of the tables, right? And earn some of that big prize pool from the league stage, try and grab their hands over towards that 4 grand, which is currently held by BWNRX at 96 points. But that will add to their tally straight away coming off the back of Sanhok. Falcons, though, I'll say they showed some really good grit in that game, being able to get through some very tough scenarios on the south side of the map, being surrounded by 3 teams in a building, not even being able to come out from prone, to stand up, to even have a look around what was going on. So they had to do a lot of it based off of vibes, let's say, towards that mid game, but they made it work regardless. And I think Koa was taking some good shots, and it's no surprise that they're looking to get Koa in more often over Snowix. I think he is having a lot of impact. That's not to say Snowix is not a good player. He's just more of an anchor role, which is useful to have, especially in more difficult games.
Let's take a look at the final blow here with, of course, Regnum Carya having this little high ground, those smokes starting to fade out as well. And as soon as they did, that's when Regnum Carya moved Silas out wide, looking for some slightly more riskier scouting. Loxy had already located one, and sure, Silas goes down here, but Icy had already stood up and they'd given that position away. Didn't win out that trade either. So really, I think, yeah, by the book in those final moments, and it is Loxy, in fact, to get the MVP of the match with 5 elims, 683 damage.
It's a cool way to finish the game as well, in my opinion, because I think a lot of times S2G would have won that against a slightly worse team than Regnum Carya. As soon as they go for the stand-up, Regnum Carya is not happy to sit back. Both of their players also stand up at the exact same time and take a massive salvo over the other players, trying to make that play, trying to set the pace of the game. But Regnum Carya is quick with them, which is great to see. So for Regnum Carya, I think they'll be very impressed with that game. And also it bodes well for them because we know this is a very strong squad. Yeah, on the first day, we saw Silas going down very, very often, which wasn't nice to see. And it's good to see him get all the way to the end of the game. Now, Valor, though, with the most damage done, I mean, he was lighting players up towards the early game.
Yeah, and also having that high ground position in the late game, you imagine a lot of poke damage coming through as well from Narvalo on top of that ridge line that Guild hurled earlier. They were able to wrest control of from them at the cost of a self-Molotov or two, it has to be said. I wonder how much of that damage is to his own team. That's the question I have.
I don't think it'd be too much. So here's our final stats with Silas having 0 limbs, 0 knockouts, 0 limbs, 0 knockouts for Toshbik, but a lot of the lion's share of the work being done here by Loxy and Wild in those final moments with 600 damage apiece. Wild just missing out on the top damage on the team by about 30. Silas doing his work to stay alive. I'm okay with it, right? You know, even if he gets 87 damage done, I'm okay that he remained alive throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice little pickup, as well as the fact that they were able to take down Sarah from S2G, right, who played with them famously at PMGO, and previously before that, he was able to step in back at PMGC, right, at the end of last year. So being able to pick that one up, that's got to feel better than just the point it gives you.
Yeah, it does. It does. And especially stamping your mark over towards Pmsl EU coming off the back of PMGO, really showing teams you are best. So I'd like to see a big day here from Regnum Carya going forward. It's one of our highlights throughout. Rita really doing his best on the zigzags, not meant to be as he jumps back behind. Papara Supermassive, I said that they did very well as well earlier on, you know, to hold out a lot of teams coming in from that south side. They set themselves up decently. And I think a lot of times that is an okay play. Right, I think that's for Papara Supermassive in terms of the league and in terms of the tournament format. You know, it's not setting yourself up for a win, but instead just setting yourself up for some consistent points throughout the day. When you don't really need to get too many on board. For them, it's around about 9 points at the moment. I'd say to get towards that 50 barrier and see themselves safe. So I think that these more consistent plays are what you want to be going for.
Absolutely. Just getting those small incremental chunks of points is great news no matter what. And I mean, even down to 8th place on this match, you can see Besiktas with 5 on that match. it's going to be a good result. And for Besiktas, it's going to be very important to find those, getting up to 25 points at the end of that one. But Falcons with 11, S2G with 10, Regnum Carya with 20.
Yeah, it's a big game for Regnum Carya. 10 eliminations. Falcons coming out in second place is kind of the wild thing out of all this with the 8 eliminations they were able to procure in that game. S2G didn't have as much impact in the elimination category, playing more for placement points here from Talq. Rafa, though, 4th place, 7 points total. Well done, able to keep some of that momentum going in from day one. But Carya, 7 points. S2G will now be ahead by 3.
Yeah, it's still very closely fought, though, in terms of who's going to top those tables. And now, Regnum Carya, with that advantage, going to be jumping up into that conversation as well. As we take a look at our overall rankings, you can see that still at the top, to no one's surprise, is BWNRX with a 5-match advantage. But there come S2G up the inside track, 69 points, and Carya on 66, hot on their heels.
So 39 points required to break even. The boys on BWNRX, and Regnum Carya up to 9th place now with 55. Very comfortable position to be in. Papadar Supermassive, 47 points, and Falcons. These are the 2 teams that are quite important here for us to be taking a look at, seeing themselves much, much more safe now with 47 and 46 apiece. You're looking at pretty lazy games ahead. I mean, they could try and work up a few more points to get themselves into a better position for prize pool, but for them, like I said, pretty lazy games.
Off the bottom of the tables, Rafa now up in 23rd place, Blankers. Ego now 2 points behind them, but they are still definitely on the chopping block as it sits, with MVP on 18 and Besiktas on 25. So very closely fought at the bottom of those tables as well. But again, one big game, that is all it takes, right? You get even into second place with like 8 elims, that pushes you out of that danger zone.
I think for Guild as well is another team that I'm looking at, John, personally, where they have put up a couple of points available for themselves, but it's only 3, right? They had a good position on the map, in my opinion, and weren't able to leverage, and that's scary. That is scary news, John.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not what you want to be seeing moving forwards. Hopefully, they'll be able to do a little bit more. Unfortunately, though, during that match, they weren't even really able to hold their position against teams that should have had some fairly obvious rotational paths. They didn't have the outlook there, but maybe things can change. It's all to play for with 5 matches remaining. Let's go to a short break. We'll be back with Erangel. Hello and welcome back. We have got Erangel getting ready right now. The lobby is filling up as we speak, as our teams are ready to go, I'm sure, to earn some more points, get out of that red zone, get out of trouble potentially.
Yeah, I think for a lot of our teams, they're doing very well to actually keep themselves in a good position. And it is becoming more and more to the point now, John, where I'm looking at those 4 teams towards the bottom: Besiktas, MVP, Team Ego, as well as Rafa, where it looks pretty bad for them, right? Where even from day 2, it was a case of we were looking at those teams and it seems sort of an easy contest for a lot of our other squads to stay out from that danger zone. I think the only real team that I see maybe falling down towards that red zone is Guild.
Yeah, it is not ideal, right? And their performance in that last match not indicative of having a strong day, but we will hope we'll keep our fingers crossed for them to see if they can pick things up moving into the rest of the games today. You know, new map, fresh start, maybe take a little bit of a mental reset going in on Erangel, where it should be a little bit more familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think familiar is the right word to use here for Erangel being a much more regular map for these players in their rotation. When you look at some of our teams, though, we'll see who has actually done quite well here. And I think Papara Supermassive had a big step up on Erangel yesterday towards the end of the day. I think they look much better. And overall, we're getting some good points. Carya, similarly, a good Erangel team with some very good rotations coming through. Last match, weren't quite able to make it happen. That being said, they did run into several different teams all trying to make the same rotate as them.
Yeah, that is always unfortunate, right? And sometimes it can't be avoided, especially when you've got teams trying to fill locations, right? Where we talked about before this hot drop mentality from yesterday. When you've got teams who are playing in locations where you're maybe not expecting them to, where you haven't got your research on them, like if you've got 2 teams rotating at Pachinki, for instance, there's some rotational paths that you're not expected to be occupied as well. So that can really change things up, make it a little bit crazy. So maybe that can change a little bit with Group A coming back in, settling things down, maybe settling the stomach of the lobby.
A lot more teams with a lot more prowess, I would say, in the macro capability as well coming into this one. So you're going to have to be a bit more cleaner on some of these rotates. Otherwise, you're going to get leapfrogged. We saw on day 1, it was a case that a lot of our teams in Group A were very quick from the start line, right, to immediately start sprinting off over towards the center of the circle and getting good positions going on. So I do worry slightly for some of our Group C teams where they're not going to have as much forgivable rotations where, you know, it's a little bit late or it's a little bit lackluster. Here, you're going to have to be pretty pristine with it going forward.
Yeah, that is what it's going to be about, keeping it nice and clean, moving into the rest of the day. More so, I think, for the teams towards the bottom of the tables, right, where they just need some consistent points on board. When we get to the latter half of the day, teams can start to get a bit desperate, and then you do need to go for something that can get a little bit messy potentially. But for now, there is still a little bit of runway, right? There is still a little bit of room for maneuvering. So getting those 7-point games would be phenomenal for those teams towards the bottom of the tables, as we saw teams like Rafa do in that last match. I think Team Ego and MVP also had a decent chunk of points, but not a huge amount.
Yeah, you're in a terrifying position now for Team Ego where you're falling behind Rafa, who had 3 games yesterday go on with 0 points. So if Rafa can do it, Team Ego certainly can as well. But this is a good start for Rafa, especially because it was a very worrying prospect for them. So this is really good news for them to get some points on board. 7 eliminations, 7 points total off the back of that game after living for quite a while.
Yeah.
Kind of looking over towards Carya and S2G, though, this little rivalry that started to happen.
Yeah, the 3-point difference, it's really interesting to follow. In that previous match, of course, you did have Carya with a hot drop as well, still over in those ruins against Boars, which they did manage to shut down and luckily got all 4 of their players back up, right? Despite 3 of them getting knocked. No flushes went over to Boars, which was, I think, very, very fortunate there for Carya's points earnings potential. I think, what did they end on? 7 points, right? Something like that. And S2G were able to get 10 out of the match. So that's where the 3-point difference comes from. But in general, a really good start for them on the day, earning a lot of elims in that first match, and they're keeping up the pace, it seems, to be in lockstep with S2G.
Falcons, though, I think that they did very, very well on our last game. And I think we were worried for Falcons, especially on their Sanhok, where they weren't quick enough with it. This time around, though, looks a lot better, John. Looks a lot better. Much faster to rotate. Ralph was much more aware of his surroundings, getting up towards that north side. It wasn't always the easiest of pushes they went for. And able to find that compound was fairly crazy in the midst of all of it. Now, Valo, we talked about at the beginning of the tournament that he had a period where I would say that he sort of didn't fall off, but it definitely wasn't as impactful he was in the past. But he's starting to gain a little bit of that inspiration back, right? A little bit of that moment-to-moment gameplay that we missed from him in the past, where he was very, very strong, a huge damage dealer for the team, and we're starting to see it again here, which is great. Even with the absence of Victor as well, who was always like his duo, where they went hand in hand. It's nice to see him finding success elsewhere as well.
Yeah, in this roster, he's really been finding his feet, and there have been instances where it can be that, like, oh, why have you done that? You kind of left your team alone a little bit, but Novalo seems to have really been reined in appropriately by Ralph, right? That IGL presence, and it seems like there's a lot of cooperation going on there, which is really good to see. And this introduction of Koa, and you're talking about Snowix moving out a little bit more. Koa definitely making a name for himself in that roster. So very happy to see that one moving forwards, developing, adding in those little extra elements, changing things here and there, and really trying to look towards the future here in their PUBG Mobile esports careers. And it's good to see. They are now becoming one of, I would say, the most storied teams and one of the most long-lived at this stage.
Yeah, as a roster as well, very much so. I think that they've had some chops and changes here and there, especially with Koa now coming into the mix. This is definitely a new addition, but I think they needed some new blood thrown in. Overall, when you look towards Koa as a player, he'd had success on multiple different teams as that solo and bringing him to the fold. And I think he's quite a young player as well. So the fact that he's able to mesh into what is quite a long-standing team, which probably has some very clear and consistent calls going on during all of.
It certainly is. We are going to be heading, though, into our first Erangel of the day, match number 2 of the final day of League Stage. It is time for Erangel. The playing path, very northern blank. It's going over from Stalba to North George here. Just a little bit over to South George, but still cutting out areas down towards the south side of the map. It's going to make it a little bit late to get to areas like Pmsl and the military base.
Teams will still be able to hit those locations, though. It will be a little bit of a long drop, but vehicles are available. You have to pick up on those and get them moving. How early is Rafa as well as the BX brothers down towards Lipovka? Now, we wondered what was going to happen over towards Pachinki. Were Falcons going to divert from that position away from Supermassive battling over that spot, or were they just going to go for it?
Playing path over the top, and we're just towards the end of it. Looking out for that hot drop over towards Pachinki. Falcons are going there. Looks like potentially Papara Supermassive are going there as well. This could get messy. Over in Pachinki, we're not seeing MVP heading out there this time, though. The circle goes up towards the north. And it's a fully committed Pachinki hot drop again. Are the Falcons going to be able to keep control of the area?
I think this is fine for the Falcons, honestly. It would have been a different story if MVP went for it, but they did lose the majority of the fights yesterday versus Papara Supermassive, so they've opted to head elsewhere, understanding that their tournament life is on the line. But Falcons, as well as Papara Supermassive, I think Falcons should be comfortable to win that fight. Though, I believe I did just see one not going through to begin things off. And that's towards Papara Supermassive.
Marvalo is down right now. It's 4 players alive, 4 Papara Supermassive. And no one in the building for the Falcons to try and back this one up, but Lost maybe not so sure of that, waiting for a player to peek out from that back room. As things slow down a little bit. Nade over the top. That looks good over to Koa. A really big pickup from Tron. Lands it perfectly. And takes another down. The Falcons really suffering here. I mean, to be fair, Papara Supermassive, they're used to this hot drop now. They are just moving through this one like a hot knife through butter. Now on the rooftops, the players are just falling like flies. Falcons swept aside like they're not even there.
That was a very confident push coming through from Papara Supermassive, and a really nice nade. Threaded the needle on that one down the stairs. And Koa, you saw him like kind of moving back and forth. Not quite understanding where that nade even came from. Papara Supermassive, look at that, with those 4 points and the consistent play they made last game to pick up some more eliminations. They will now sit themselves at 51 points. A very safe position to be in. The Falcons will just have to go again on another match today.
That was really unfortunate, just as we were singing all those praises about them as well. Fortunate that they were able to do so much in that first match, right? Getting, what was it, 8, 9 points or something out of the game. Still, not ideal going down so early. And in a place that maybe they didn't expect hot drops to happen there. I mean, they should have been watching yesterday, right? They'd have seen other teams going for it, but the challenge coming seemingly, and they were unprepared for it. And I will say again that this is something that I guess Papara Supermassive were used to from yesterday, right? They were just like, well, we've been hot dropping like 3 times here in Pachinki, so what's up? Let's go for it. We know how to play this.
And Falcons do have the added benefit of MVP not being there either. They're real full-on scrap, but usually don't have to fight Pachinki. In recent times, no one's really challenged them for it and just given it up to them. Here they'll have to once again lay claim to it, because you do not want to be going towards the finals with Papara Supermassive forcing you out of your home essentially on Erangel.
Not only that, but Papara Supermassive ahead on the tables on 51 points after those 4 extras they were able to find, accelerating away from you. It's got to be a bit galling. In the meantime, BRX Brothers, they're moving out from Lipovka over towards the north side of Yasnaya to get onto the, what you'd imagine, into the foothills of Stalba, trying to take a position to give them the opportunity to rotate both north and south of the river, depending on where this next circle goes.
Besiktas have a good start on this game, though, up towards Severny, John. I think they'd be quite pleased with themselves on that. It's a team that desperately does need to get some more points on board. Carya down towards farm right now, moving their way up. The BRX Brothers rotating underneath Stalba. So a lot of movement coming through very, very quickly on this game already. Flux were able to get some points off that last match with Solus on an unreal 1v3. Which felt like it should have been in the bag there for Fenerbahçe, but they really dropped the ball on it.
Not quite able to have the impact they wanted. Teams starting to climb their way further and further up the tables. I'm just having a look at what the official bubble would be right now if you just look at Group B teams, right? And you've got the fourth place, well, I guess the 5th place team from Group B is Footballist Esports on 69 points. So if you're able to get past that, you are guaranteed not to be eliminated. S2G currently surpassing that. So the first team here to be fully 100% through on tomorrow's matches. Onto the knockout stages, not tomorrow. We are taking a break tomorrow, but moving on to the knockout stage on Friday. Have to double check. But either way, 69 points is currently that border. We're expecting it to drop down as teams start to lower their expected points totals here at the end of the table. So Group C under threat still.
Group C would definitely have to pull those bootstraps up 100%. Fenerbahçe finding some good shots down the hill towards BX Brothers. At least a knock. This is from them playing up towards Stalber, and BX Brothers rotating in underneath them, actually finding a very good compound to work with, which is hard to assail now. I think Fenerbahçe would have liked to have made that rotate down towards the compound that now BX Brothers currently hold. And they'll have to go for something a little bit different going forward, or at least rely on the next circle to be a bit more kind towards them. Team Ego up towards our northwest, trying to stay out of the action, realistically. They do have to save some face here if they've been dropped down towards 24th. But RAF has gone for something very aggressive, John. They are fairly dead central on the map around Besiktas.
They have paid the price for it, though. They've lost 2 of their players, which is good news if you're Ego trying to chase up towards 23rd, although you should be setting your sights a little bit higher. Currently, Guild is on 29 points. Target will continue to move. You would imagine Guild currently sat actually around those Georgia Pole crossings, Blank, and so in a solid spot on the western side of the circle. But they had a solid crossing control point in the previous match, weren't able to do too much with it. Trying to change the tune here, but again, I'm not expectant.
Flux looking over towards Carya. Shot. Circle's closing now as well. See where we're heading on the map here, John. Up towards the northwest, so Ego very happy with how this all broke down. IDA also in a good spot to work with. Regnum Carya is going to immediately break out from RUKH. Supermassive slightly slow to the party.
Still trying to get involved, though. They still have an invite. Not too sure if they want to accept. Besiktas taking shots out towards Barsay, successfully landing that. You can see Besiktas on the compounds up towards Severny on the road. It's a really impactful compound on this next circle that they managed to claim for Besiktas, which is a great result to try and, again, post themselves out of that bubble. Gathering those elimination points. They're up to 2 now, Blank, and Guild only 2 points away, but Guild have their own slice of this circle, maybe challenging against Papara Supermassive on it.
We're trying to find some more damage to us. Rafa desperately tries to get away from a team that is in pursuit. This is wild stuff, John, happening all over the map.
There's wacky races. Absolutely. MVP coming into contact with a bit of chaos themselves. Boars chomping down on them, though, and Khan is the last to go. It looks like his health bar has seen better days as well. That spray down not quite connecting it. Actually, a nice burst on the nade. Perfectly placed, but there's that off angle, and it's Regnum Carya to pick up the point.
Yeah, Regnum Carya, pleased to see it. I think they could actually peek over and maybe find a couple of flushes over towards Balls, but they're more preoccupied with finding a better position in the map. Silas doesn't want to throw his life away here, the only player to be this far down. Besiktas with 2 points on the game. And again, Guild, 29 points. At risk of dropping down towards the bottom 4. Currently playing quite scared down towards that southwest side. Not trying to get too far in towards this circle. A lot of open area around here too. It's not easy to play around. Looking over towards Regnum Carya as well. Huge high grounds available, but sparse in terms of that hard cover. Making that first movement early was the smart thing to do here.
Boran trying to get up the stairs. He does manage to make the run. Bit bold to try and chase him that far. And Mike gets shut down on the push. Boran able to do the work there. The nade is cooking. I feel like he's not going to expect it. Oh, just about fades the damage just in time, but it finds the flush nonetheless.
Another point added to the tally for Besiktas. Some good shots over towards Regnum Carya, but Silas will just regroup with the rest of the team. Provides information back across on the location of a squad. Circle sends up over towards S2G. Now we're in one of the situations where Regnum Carya struggles on the outside of the circle, only for S2G's strong position to be moved away from in Zone 8. We'll wait and see here, but already S2G in another good position to put up strong point scoring on the day. Carya needs to get through Team Ego, who have been a little bit quiet here. Would have expected them to try and hold out Carya, but they're just allowing free escape from Severny.
I have a prediction to make. I'll give it to you as soon as Lewis has handled this roll-up, seemingly unaware of a massive US just rolling straight on out to him. I think 4 teams are going to die on the ridgeline to the west of Severny here, Blank. That big ridgeline that sits out to the west is a major feature of this next circle, and I think a lot of teams are going to have their sights set on it. I think 4 teams are going to go down there.
I'm very surprised that Perks, it's like Perks almost had his sound off. Savian's going to
Even
send
then,
it into
you got radar, right?
Yeah. At least Tikas gets some good work done.
Okay, just Savian. Managed to get that first aid off, but in comes Faria to pick Tikas back up. Ego definitely in control on this coastal point. It's a big nade. Not quite getting the damage done though. A second one. Not quite landing.
I mean, they know they need more points. It's looking messy, slightly sloppy.
Oh no!
And he falls down too. Should be able to get back up though, and head out. This has been unideal. Guild in the meantime have lost 1 player and do have 1 other who is knocked. Oh, come on.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's really bad.
Losing another. Fenerbahçe adding a point to their totals.
Finally, someone stops Carya from just essentially pushing in from that east side without a care in the world for any other team. I couldn't believe they were doing it in the first place, so I see someone put a stop to it.
You know, taking control just a little bit, but Carya do still have that edge block on Severny, right? They are stopping these teams from leaving. Currently, Lewis holds that ridgeline out to the west side of them, and it looks like they're going to mount up to try and get across there. I do think it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath on that location, but they're going to have to send a little bit further. Moves over to, you know who it is, right? It's S2G once more.
Yeah, it's an incredible compound they hold as well. It's a very, very difficult game for anyone to pick them out from. It will require some serious shifts away from the position, but the fact that it's so central on this spot as well, and not on the outside edge, S2G can live this one out for quite some time. Meantime, Regnum Carya is just rolling down over towards Guild here.
Straight up into the conflict, and Regnum Carya with 2 players are at least going to defend against Barsay as they get close to the fire. Silas, 2 elims, Toshpik. Nothing so far, but with 2 players, it's still a fearsome force to be reckoned with. Carya on 2 as well, out in the open now, as they get forced over towards the compound that S2G hold, and they're out in the open. That nade lands on target, and Ego not going down without a fight.
Yeah, Lewis is already quite low, so he really just had to airburst behind him. That did the trick. Fire Flux looking over towards Regnum Carya, like you said, down to just 2 players now. Troublesome position to be in. Nade's been sent over the top, which looked pretty damn good, but Fire Flux, 42 points. Another team that has very good players on side. We're expecting them to make it through to the finals. Joshbik hunkering down the best he can.
Really difficult to get Silas back up here. I don't imagine it's going to be possible for Regnum Carya. Everybody around the foothills of shooting range hill suffering right now to the open angles. Carya eliminated. Start to extend their lead even further as Guild actually pick up the point against Silas. So matters as well towards the bottom of those tables. So a great result to be able to pinch that one away.
Stage 4 now. So we're getting over towards stage 5 where things start to get very tricky and a lot more teams will be going down. Can't really live on the outside edge as much anymore. Teams are quite lucky here, in my opinion, that not as much water in this circle as we usually see, giving a lot more free reign down towards this south side, which you're seeing a lot of teams take advantage of, try and play around these rocky outcrops.
Flux on the south side, at the back of the queue right now, behind all of these teams. With 4 players alive, though, they're going to roll forwards and try and take a little bit more presence. S2G still defending their compound, yet to chime in with eliminations, but they have been controlling the ground around them. I'd be slightly worried about their ammo supplies at this point, though, Blank. I feel like that is something that could potentially be a difficulty in the next phase. Maybe not right now, but if they have to defend from teams pushing, if they want to take these shots out wide, they're not going to have anyone to loot up from.
It's very hard to maneuver yourself around in this circle as well, like you say, because there is so many open sight lines. So trying to pick up on those death crates is not always easy because you're capitalizing on players who are already out of position. You're not likely going to send over towards those loot crates because it's not going to be fun. This is a heck of a northern shift, though. And I just talked about there being not too much water in these circles, only for the circle itself to turn around and tell me to bog off, essentially.
A little bit of a crash coming on, though, as S2G have a delivery. It's BRX brothers who melt on their approach. Goodness me. That all happened in the picture-in-picture there. But that is how you want to resupply, and there's the death crates delivered.
For S2G, yep, very happy with how that one turned out. Regnum Carya, though, get taken down by Flux on the drive-by that comes through. Guild here with 2 eliminations. Besiktas, who tied up with them but went down slightly earlier. This game is very important to Guild going forward. Tons of presence all around them, with Flux starting to get dangerously close to them too now, John.
And you can see Solus, who's got another nade in the back pocket, finds Tree with the knock. Maybe just looking for the flush here, launches that Molotov forwards, but in a very exposed position. Can't really spend too long there, which means that it's not unlikely that Guild can get that res, get back in the fight, and play on as 3. Scarface a little bit lower down the hill, does have nades of his own, but the Boars are putting pressure on. They've rotated in from the east side, and they're now playing behind Fireflux. Soul is caught, and Kaos will be able to find it. Scarface steps out and sprays down for 1, and Havlik will be the trade, but unfortunately, Fireflux don't have that many players to play with.
Starting to be in a bit of a difficult situation. Scarface, a player that we know just has good potential, was already getting ripped apart there. He's bleeding out a little bit. Spike's able to find Pusher, though, which does slow down over towards Fireflux, but that nade bubbles quite dangerously close to Scarface. He's able to shimmy his way out of the way of a lot of that shrapnel. Now makes a break for it, in fact.
Stepping in, I mean, Talq completely sees this. He knows exactly where he's playing on the tree, and I'm surprised that didn't take him down, but the spray afterwards did. That goes to Guild, though, crucially adding a 4th elim to their tally, Blank. They're up to 33 points. And from this southwest side, I mean, they've got a couple more points they can earn from this. S2G, though, right next door to them, starting to stretch their legs and try and get a little bit of presence further away from just their compound.
For Guild, they're absolutely sweating, and they have to sweat in these matches to gain any kind of extra point total they can. But Talq finding a nade over towards one of them is not good. More being sent over, default over towards the shack, and there blooms the Molotov. Fenerbahçe with 2 remaining, Soul K as well. Savian Tree goes down to Talq. Spike with no meds to speak of, and a roll-up coming through.
Ooh,
I'm not sure.
Underarm there. Goes into the window. Doesn't quite tag default all the way, but does go for a 1-for-1 trade. Boars losing 1 as I don't think he expected a player on that 4th position. Tree is down, and Pusher getting lit up from the sidelines. Their priorities are all out of whack, but finally leaving it to just default. Should be able to get that nade in. Steps out wide, and the spray down is there. That goes over to S2G, though, who have taken a knock in the meantime, but should be resable.
Yeah, gets pinned to the wall of the shed by the bullets. for Guild, despite all that action, despite all those knocks going down, they do not get any more points to their name. And S2G is going to roll up and try and finish what they started here as Pusher is the last to fall for Boars. IDA, though, they start to get into the mix of things, and Icy gets flushed out. There's plenty more shots from along the way, and S2G starts to struggle here, John.
S2G trying to get Hamzy healed up. I wonder if that nade's going to get that knock. I don't think so. We'll be able to get that first aid. 3 players alive, 5 elims. They are, of course, 100% guaranteed to not be getting eliminated here after surpassing 69 points. As much as we think that bubble will be low, it's always good to be mathematically certain of your position. S2G going to roll on forward, see if they can get a little bit more. Sarah scouting for them, straight up to the same rock that has a Papara supermassive player. Ezel is right behind it, and he has no idea. Drop that backpack, keeping a low profile, and Sarah completely known to him, but Ezel can't afford to stand up without being absolutely certain that you get a point for this.
My God. Ezel. Trying to cut the breathing here. Himself from being spotted. This is incredible. Oh, he's made his way over here. Eyelashes up against the rock face.
What mascara have you got on? Oh, well, I call it lichen.
And moss.
It's the new look. Everybody's doing it. The Para Supermassive. Fashionistas. Keeping quiet, but finally steps up. Gets a little bit loud. Braggadocious with it.
Great.
Runs the catwalk, gets the point, and you're right, that is great. Earning those extra points, getting a little bit closer towards the end is beautiful. But S2G, crucially, losing a player.
Yeah, down now just a 2, and it looks so good for S2G earlier. Only now to be in a much worse position. Team Ego goes down with 3 eliminations and a 4th place, though. Not bad. Not bad at all. That might see them over the top of Rafa, but we'll wait for the overalls after this game to fully find out. IDA looking for another strong Erangel.
S2G, nade over the top from Kelsey. Rita trying to answer, but neither nade connect for any damage. That spray down towards Aaron was good, though. Kelsey wants to try and capitalize. Another nade, not quite going the distance either. 2 players, and they're still fighting. As S2G do actually have a decent position here. I mean, this ridgeline is good for them. If Fenerbahçe have an impact on that northern side as well, there's potential for this to go to any team at this point still.
It's okay. Still peeking out. Still held in by the circle too. IDA have incredible control over the circle. 2-2 split here. I think it's very well thought out. They know where the 2 teams are. Over on the coastal side, this is going to get more and more difficult to play for Fenerbahçe as time goes on, as well as them having a good read over towards S2G. So this is a great setup from IDA. Really well thought out into the end game. You can see a lot of potential coming through from IDA as a team.
Split 2 and 2 right now, and forwards they go. Kelsey actually wants this fight. He's trying to draw out the attention. Maybe force them to peek over the ridgeline. Allow Hamzy to go for a spray. Not taking the bait, not just yet. Kelsey continues to scout, though. Starting to take shots. That's the impact he wanted, but Hamzy didn't quite have the angle to get anything further done.
Yeah, and for IDA, I do think this is the smart decision to go for, is that they can just wait for the circles to push in. They have the vast majority of the strong positions on the map. You can see here, they hold the high ground, and they don't have to do all that much. This is just a patience game for them. Waiting for the game to be in a much more favorable position for them going forward. Still taking pot shots down towards S2G, and they're still maintaining lookouts towards S2G as well, which I think is the important thing.
Ooh, a nice shutdown there onto Kelsey. Finally finding the scout now. It's all up to Hamzy for S2G if they want to go any further. But third place is still a good result for them. Taking shots towards the buggy, and Hamzy wants to try and maintain it. Unfortunately, though, right into the line of fire. And now with 4 players alive, IDA have Fenerbahçe completely against the rocks.
S2G out. 8 eliminations for IDA. Should be a 10 elimination game, if not for Fenerbahçe going down to the play zone or nading themselves out. Could be bad sportsmanship. Savian down first, and yeah, they could really start to just trudge down over towards them as soon as they gain control over here. And having this 2-2 split means that there's immediate presence over towards the circle is being played. Oh, this is nice from IDA. I really do like this.
Moving nice and swiftly, convincing on the position. Solke shut down as Rita finds the final blow. And that is how you want to win your chicken dinner there. IDA taking it home on the outside. They play towards the coastline. They play towards that northwest. They stayed out of it. And in the end, they were able to jump in when the time was right for them to strike.
Yeah, I think for an end game there, yes, you could probably say to yourselves that, look, IDA had the control from the start of the game, considering they're playing on that northern edge. But despite all that, I do think that they controlled that northern edge really, really well. There wasn't a moment in there where it felt from, stage 5 where IDA wasn't in the driver's seat for that game. And they do have a lot of the players on side, they're not super well known, but they have all had moments in the past where we looked at them and said this player could be on a really strong team. For instance, Rita had a lot of potential. Aaron had a huge amount of potential. Emre is kind of a new face for me, but still, I've seen him in some previous matches, and he's done very, very well in the past. So it's nice that they've been able to gather a lot of these lesser known players, I would say, and put them all on one squad and then make it work. So yeah, I think that I would describe them as a very hungry team in terms of looking over towards getting those big amounts of cash, getting over towards those international tournaments. I'd be very pleased at this point in time to see them actually make it.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a nice little addition to their accolades over the course of their careers to see them go a little bit further. In terms of, are they the team to represent Europe at PMWC later on this year? I'm not fully convinced just yet, but if they play more games like that, I feel like I could become a believer, right? I feel like that's certainly the path they could tread, in my mind, certainly, as they move on forwards. But the name of the game at the moment is getting towards those knockout stages, right? For everyone looking to try and keep themselves just with their head above the water, out of those bottom 4 placements, staying in the top 20.
Yeah, I think you're right in the sense of saying, are they a team that's going to represent in the top 4? We'll wait and see. Maybe it's the case. We don't know. I think there are definitely other teams in here that I would like to see go through into PMWC. But with the way that IDA is playing, you can't really deny that they're doing very well. I mean, look at Aaron. We talked about earlier, incredible player, has carried multiple teams in the past. 7 elims, almost 1k damage done. 0 assists because it's all on him.
Yeah, I mean, he had his previous run with Zeus, I think it was, they were playing with, along with, I think Darkin was on that roster as well, playing at the end of the previous year. Aaron was definitely one of the major components of that team. So a great result to see him turning back up again here with 983 damage on the match.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a very, very big one. S2G, though, once again ending a game with a pretty high placing and a few eliminations here and there, which is great to see. Regnum Carya also really showing up. Fenerbahçe, they're on the cusp of doing something. That's my annoyance with them at the moment, right? It does always seem like they're on the cusp of this could be an amazing play, but never really comes to fruition. Flux looking quite nice this game in terms of their rotations, at least. I sort of expected S2G to do a lot more here, but again, when it shifts over to that way and you see IDA with all the high ground control that they would ever like and the amount of scrapping that happened on the other side of the map where it was just fight after fight after fight, I think IDA is coming basically into a tavern brawl, but they've only just started their night out, so they're fresh and ready to go.
And they are looking to try and keep that pace up over the rest of today. 983 damage. You can see that Eren did a lot of the heavy lifting in this match, and certainly towards those final circles. There was some contribution, obviously, from the rest of them, and Rita got that final blow, but Eren definitely doing the lion's share of the work here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he had the majority of the angles, though, to say the least. Like, a lot of the angles were being set up by the rest of the team, who were just taking pot shots, preventing people from peeking out too early. And Eren was sort of just the finisher in that squad a lot of times. There's some of our highlights from that game, though. Some good stuff overall. This was slightly off the fact an MVP. The Regnum Carya was just like, we'll have some of that action, please.
Yeah, it was And we are back here for the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We've got another Erangel on the cards coming right up, ready and raring to go. So, after that last match, the bottom end of the tables managed to get a little bit of a bolstering, but not really moving too far. Guild still keeping their heads above water, but Barsay and BX Brothers are right along with them in the lifeboats. We'll see if they're able to stay afloat.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one for these teams overall. There are teams in the bottom four who are also nipping at the heels here, which is a little bit scary for them, where they're trying to outrun these squads. It's a bit closer than I expected. I thought that we'd see a little bit more of a case where the bottom four teams would be just kind of down and out today, but they still have some fire left in them, and it is a burning over there in the furnace. So we'll see what happens here on our third Erangel of the day as we're getting halfway through after this one. So far, IDA doing a good job. S2G keeping up on that same kind of consistent performance from day one and looking to overlap BWNRX and take the $4,000 total dollars is available here in the league stage.
Absolutely. That is what they're looking to do. And more importantly, progress to the knockout stages as well, where for first place, you get another $4,000, right? So able to earn a total of $8,000 maximum, as well as any chicken dinner bonuses or MVP bonuses that you're able to accrue along the way. But then getting into the big money at the end of it all with the grand finals earning up to $35,000. So that's really where you want to be setting your sights, as well as that ticket stamped over towards PMWC. There's so much progression on the tables, and it is a question of who is going to be that force who takes those four spots over to Riyadh to be able to represent the region on the world stage.
Oh yes, there is a ton to be done going forward here in terms of representation, because who is going to be the ones to make it happen? Who's going to be heading through in our top four spots? We'll just have to wait and see here, John, because again, there are a lot of teams that can make it, a lot of teams that I'd like to make it. There's a lot of teams with reputation on the line here who want to make it. It's no longer clear cut where I'm like, I have 4 teams that I think are absolutely going to be making it through into those top 4 PMWC spots anymore. There are plenty of teams here who have surprised me and exceeded expectations going into our league stage. And I can only be excited for what happens over in knockout stage and then finally over in that last sprint in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how the shorter format of tournament here at the PMSL level is going to impact things as well, with that smash ruling coming in, potential for things to get a little bit of an upset coming on through, with any team could break that barrier, could smash at any point during those grand finals. But we have to get there first. To do that, we have to fight our way through the rest of this league stage, Blank. And heading into this next Erangel, I'm hoping that teams will be able to put their best foot forwards, right? We aren't seeing it from a couple of these rosters. And for the majority of teams, it feels like there's a bit of coasting going on, right? There's a bit of just resting on what they've been able to achieve. There aren't too many teams who are actually looking to strive for the top of those tables. Maybe that is because they don't have the ability, or if they've lacked that little bit of motivation to go for it. And at the moment, it is Carya Esports who are falling by the wayside on that metric, right? They have not been able to have the impact in the first few matches today that they certainly were able to yesterday. And S2G has not let them forget about it with their progress up the tables.
Yeah. I mean, it's been okay from them. It's not been terrible, but yeah, not being able too far into those end games. And like you said, we put a caveat on that right at the start of the day as well, John, where we were saying that it's a different story here with Group A and Group C going against one another, with Group A being arguably the strongest strongest group here in our PMSL EU. I think for Carya, it has been a bit more difficult for them to make this work. But overall, there are teams that are coasting, like you say, but I don't mind it too much. You know, you get to that point where you know you're not going to be tackling up towards those 50 points. And at this point in time, you'd rather just be like, we're going to go for consistent points like Papara Supermassive. They've not always sent themselves over towards the center of the lobby, but they've been doing a lot of guarding on the edge, which is good. And it has put them in a position now where I think no matter what happens, they're absolutely not dropping into that bottom 4.
No, I mean, they had 41 points on yesterday, so we were already seeing them be fairly close to that boundary of where we expect to be fairly safe, and they have managed to push themselves up higher and higher, elevate themselves above a lot of those middling teams, so it's nice to see. I wonder if they're going to have the legs to go all the way to the top of those tables, but I'm expecting to see them in the finals, even if we don't see them taking one of those top 4 spots.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that you're completely right in saying that they're the ones who would make it towards those finals and get there in the end. I think going through into the knockout stage anyway is just a case of survival at this point. A lot of times for quite a few of our teams, some teams might be even holding on to strategies. We know that, for instance, Regnum, Carya, S2G, Fenerbahçe as well, and Flux. These are all teams that have been playing for a long time, as of BWNRX, where their strats can be looked at, they can be read into, and you don't want to give too much away this early in a tournament.
No, you definitely don't. It's not super necessary if you can just outperform on other fronts at this stage to be able to see yourself safe. So things can definitely change. And often they do. The dynamics of a lobby really start to shift up when you get towards those later stages of a tournament. Teams start to be not only viewed and reviewed and downloaded in terms of their strats that they're displaying in this tournament, but also teams start to bring out their stronger strategies the later into a tournament you start to get, and things that they've been sitting on. Maybe stronger isn't the right word, but they'll bring out their little tricks that they can add in that people won't expect.
Yeah, especially when we're starting to see like the metas change a little bit as well, going into that final where it might be more edge play instead of what we're seeing a lot here, which is more center. Teams at the moment are kind of struggling because of a lot of the center play where, they're getting stuck out on the edge, getting guarded out, as we've seen multiple times so far during this tournament, which isn't always easy. It's not always easy. I think for this next game, though, I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of Guild. For them, they're in a similar situation to Falcons where they're just going for those lazy games. But I think because they're so far down on the table, you sort of have to pump it up a little bit. I don't think 4 points, 5 points per game is going to cut it. It's not always guaranteed they're even going to get that much into these matches. A lot of times, if you play a little bit passive, you might even just go down with 0 points. So we need to see something a little bit more aggressive, maybe go for something with a high elim game. And again, Erangel's the best place to do it, where it's much more fair, much more, the averages are higher.
I mean, yeah, it's in general, it is pretty important to be able to find those matches when you can. And we are getting into the zone of desperation for teams towards the bottom of the tables, which can breed dipping deeper into that strat pool for them. Maybe we'll see the hot drop come back as well for teams towards the bottom, right? Even if you're not one of the teams that normally drops in Pachinki, maybe you're thinking, you know what, if Falcons and I can't remember who it was who was dropping with them.
Papara.
Papara Supermassive. If they're going to fight in Pachinki, why don't we just third party that? Why don't we drop on the east side of it, try and sweep through it and control what we can? If you've got no other choice in terms of we need a big game, we need higher limbs. If you can grab 5 right at the start of a match, that is huge.
Yeah, it's really, really big. And again, I think MVP makes the right call to just move out of the way from Pachinki and let Papara Supermassive and Falcons just go for it themselves. Again, so weird to see Falcons just lose that fight so quickly versus Papara Supermassive over at Pachinki. Not what I expected whatsoever there, John.
No, it's it is a bit of an interesting turn of events. I wonder if there's going to be an adjustment from Falcons into this match, right? Are they going to be adjusting, or do you think that Papara Supermassive may take their win and be like, right, well, we won that. We don't need to prove anything else. Let's go somewhere new. I feel like it may be on the Falcons to go somewhere different, but at the same time, I don't expect them to want to do that at all.
Yeah, I don't think either team's going to move. I think both teams are going to keep dropping there. Falcons have dropped there for so long. They're not going to give that up now. Again, giving up at the league stage would be a really bad idea, especially going into knockout. You have to completely change your strategy over on Erangel would be very, very rough. But you can't be losing fights within the first 2 minutes. That can't be happening because that's only going to make you suffer in the long run. And it makes Papara Supermassive much more confident to stay. So now you need a case where it's 2 games back-to-back where you win those fights. And we'll see if the boys over on Falcons can do that.
That is what they need to do. Step up a little bit further. And fortunately for them, they do have a little bit more time to play with, but they are definitely not out of the woods. They are one of the lower ranking teams, not only from Group A, but from the lobby in general right now. And they do want to get a little bit further ahead of BX Brothers, of Barsay, of Guild, to try and stay out of that fight. At the moment, they do have a small buffer there, but that can shrink in the blink of an eye. We've seen it happen time and time again, and I do not expect that they'll feel particularly safe right now. And if you're cutting out 3 of those Erangel games, that is 3 big point scoring opportunities that could potentially just be done and dusted, as you say, in those first 2 minutes.
Which would be a big, big factor of why Falcons, who doesn't get through a knockout stage or maybe really struggles in the finals, especially against Paparazzi Supermassive as well. I mean, we didn't have super high expectations for this team overall, but they have surprised us and they've done quite well. And I think that their strategy has been really nice too, because it is one of those things where I think they understand that maybe they're not the most aggressive team in the lobby. They might not have the best team fight, but the way they're playing it, they are certainly playing for a finals position to at least get some of that prize pool. And, on the off chance, maybe getting into that top 4, which would be crazy, by the way. But there is potential there for them.
Certainly is. I mean, it's a big chance. It's a big opportunity to earn points early if you can on a hot drop, and to try and push their way through the rest of it. Looking up and down the table at the moment, I think it was. I mean, Boars really took us by surprise in that last match in terms of the amount of points that they were actually able to accrue. And it's a team that we're kind of looking at as one of as well. At the start of the tournament, I think we were looking at them as maybe the second strongest team from the Europe side of things, as opposed to the Turkey side of entrance to this tournament. But with Falcons not having as an illustrious performance as maybe they would have liked, it feels like Boars may be stealing that limelight a little bit. Their slightly more chaotic style, their ability to go hard on that fragging power has put them ahead at this point.
They're one of those teams, I think right now they have one of the lowest placement points to kills to eliminations ratio, which is crazy to me. I think that for Boars, that's a wild thing to look at. And they are just consistently going through the strategy. And again, a lot of the players on that team, like Havlik, Pusher Tulika, all have really, really good high elimination potential. Cause has also been a good addition to that on that roster. It's not a playstyle I think they can get you into the top 4, personally, over in the finals. But right now it is keeping them afloat whilst they learn that macro and learn to play together.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen heavy elimination focus from top-ranking teams in the past, but it always felt a little bit more coordinated than this. I mean, IHC springs to mind, obviously, but then you've got like Brute Force in the spring season, or was it in one of the seasons last year as well? These teams really, really heavily investing in that aggression, in that chasing down of the fights that they were going for. But as I said, the coordination just felt a little bit stronger. As much as it was just going hell for leather, they were controlling the direction of the flow, right? They weren't just letting it crash and splash all over the place.
And it's possible, I mean, we even saw from IHC way, way back when, doing incredibly well at international tournaments based off an elimination heavy playstyle. Though I do think that the times have changed and macro plays a bigger part into it, and having a good understanding of how to take advantage of surprising mechanics, especially with PMGC last year ending over on a island finish was crazy. Teams had to immediately know and understand how they were going to play those games out to try and get themselves a position towards the top. But yeah, it's definitely a play style that can work, but do Boars on them to actually go for it in the end, to go all the way here in PMSL EU, because you do need to be better than the rest. And I do think there's teams out there that with better macro and could take them on in a team fight.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's now the case that there are just standout players across the board. I mean, you look at a team like S2G, right, for instance, and every single one of those players can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. So it's no wonder that they are playing solid, playing strong. And for S2G as well, they have managed to find some decent fights. Today, though, it feels like S2G have been just like given so many circles, right? Like especially in Tapmock to start things out, right? And then on their northern side compound in that last match, they have just had a lot of opportunity to score points today. So credit to them for being able to capitalize on that. But it's teams like Carya who haven't been given those circles in the same way that I do feel for.
Yeah, S2G just definitely been blessed today. I think it's quite reasonable to say that as well, where they had the Tapmock circle. Then this next game, it was over towards the north side, and they were already set up towards the central position. Both times not able to translate it over towards a win, though. So that is slightly concerning, but both times they do get decent points on board. So there is still that consistency there for them, which is good. which is very, very good. For Carya, like you said, for S2G, it's a case where that consistency is there, but Carya haven't had the case of the circle look, and they've really had to battle it. I think we are going to go for a quick break, and then we'll be back shortly when the game starts.
Hello, welcome back. The players are now in on their lobby. They will be setting to the skies momentarily for another Erangel as things continue to progress here at the PMSL Europe for another day and the final day of league stage. We've been covering how these teams are progressing, the teams fighting for those spots at the bottom, because of course you've got to remember it is the bottom 4 teams at the end of today that we'll be saying goodbye to. At the moment, it seems like 3 teams are fairly locked in on that, although they could change their own fate. Rafa, Team Ego, MVP Esports, all looking a bit shaky to be moving forwards, but the teams above them, not safe either, with Besiktas, with Guild, with Barsay and BX, all at risk of being that 4th eliminated team.
It's tough. It's tough now for our bottom squads in the lobby. Look to get on top of things. Like I said, it's going to require a little bit of an outside chicken dinner win, potentially. Looking at the performance of play so far, the signs of life, they're there, but they are dwindling a little bit here, John. So yeah, Chicken Dinner would definitely assist a lot of them get themselves back up towards the top side of the lobby. But some of that is down to luck. Some of that's down to teams falling earlier on in positions where it means that you can push on forward. But again, we're just waiting for this next game to come on board to see if S2G can get themselves another circle on their side of the map.
Why not? Fair enough. Just they deserve it. They're just so good. They deserve circles. That's what happens when you get better at the game. You actually get more circle luck. It's really quite something to witness. That's why the circles never go my way. That's why I'm always about 10 minutes away from the next circle.
Hey man, sometimes that's how it goes. We are heading in towards our third map of the day here, over towards Erangel. We got one more Erangel after this before we close things out towards Miramar. We are heading from South George across to Lipovka here. Pretty much a horizontal playing path for us. I think this is a very kind playing path as well for a lot of our teams.
We were fairly northern before, but we'll see again. And I'm just going to keep my eyes on Pachinki right now. Are the Falcons going to be out early? Are they going to be going somewhere else or grabbing some vehicles, going a little bit further afield? Maybe challenge another location. We'll have to wait and see. Because it looks like Papara Supermassive definitely going out there. Yeah, Falcons are going too. So we've got another hot drop on our hands. Although Papara Supermassive are a bit split, so they might be looking to just grab vehicles and send on their way. We'll have to wait and see. It could be a little bit of a change up there. Certainly not going to be a three-way engagement, though, as we may have feared it would be in Pachinki. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that.
We're going to... Looks like we're going to go for a quick rehost here, and we'll get the game remade and resorted as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's necessary that we get all of our players in, everybody ready on and through. A couple of technical issues there on the front of making the lobby, so we'll be back fairly shortly, I'm sure, with another lobby, but they do have to get that one remade.
Yeah, an unfortunate turn of events there for us, but luckily it was very early into the match as well, so it wasn't a case of anyone went down. No one had those issues of a case of sometimes we get those rehosts that come through like 3 minutes the match after already the hot drops have come through. So for Falcons as well as Papara Supermassive, I think they're both very happy with how that turns out. But again, sort of sad on that map for some of our players because it was a very, very nice playing path for them. It wasn't too scary at all. But yeah, we're just going to get that remade and resorted, and we'll cover some other stuff in the meantime.
Absolutely. I mean, what else are we here for? So with that remake, as you said, it's going to be interesting to see if that is going to prompt any readjustments from Falcons and Papara Supermassive, right? Because they've seen that each other are willing to just go for this hot drop again, and they could potentially change their strat because of that. Again, though, I'm just not expecting it. I don't feel like that is an adjustment that you make, right? You're going in with a game plan, and you're not going to be able to surprise them anyway with that game plan because they'll see you dropping down with them, right? So it's not like you can get an advantage in that engagement by doing something unexpected, because they're going to know about it before they hit the ground, and they're going to have a strategy to deal with you. So we'll have to wait and see if they're just going to go for it again. And like you said, we're kind of expecting that they will.
I think there is a world there where you don't actually know if they're going to be going for that hot drop with you. Yes, they were dropping over towards it together, but maybe one of the teams goes along. So I don't think that really showed. It didn't expose anything. It was so early on the rehost anyway that I don't think any team really looked at and was like, oh, okay, that's a team hot dropping on us, or this is potentially something we can take advantage of. So I think it'd be fine. I think it'd be okay going forward. Trying to think if there's anything else interesting today for me personally, other than S2G getting all the circles. I think Regnum Carya has been playing a lot better as well. I mean, Silas hasn't been going down as frequently, and I do think that that's sort of because a lot of his scouts is suspecting that teams would not be there or not be so upfront and personal, because there is some lax play, let's say, coming through from our teams where they'll rotate into positions with relatively no information. And that's difficult for Regnum Carya to play up against when they're at an international play. But we're going to head back to another break, and we'll be back soon with the next match.
We are back here for another match of the PMSL Europe. We are about to get into, I believe it's match number 3, if I'm counting correctly, our second Erangel of the day, as we close out the league stages with these last few games. It's all starting to heat up. The battle for the escape from the red zone at the bottom of the tables is still raging on.
That it is at the moment. We have a lot of teams trying to make their way towards the top side of the lobby, which overall has been very, very nice to see, with S2G forcing their way up there, starting the day on 59 points and being able to put up quite a few on top of that. Carya Esports were tied at the start of the day, which was a surprising contender there for us, but haven't really been able to transition a lot of that over towards today, sadly. And again, we sort of expected it, the Group A being very strong. K1 also will be knocked off from that third place spot soon, I imagine, with S2G. I think they were on 79 points after that last game. I'm looking for a little bit more here today. Papara Supermassive also expecting them in this game to once again hot drop over towards the Falcons. And we'll see how that fight goes down, because the Falcons, let's be honest, did get decimated by the Supermassive last game.
It was pretty brutal in Pachinki. It was not the Falcons we were used to, but maybe they'll be coming into this one a little bit more prepared for it, right? You're not necessarily expecting there to be a team dropping on you in the first match of the day. They thought they may have had it to themselves, and by the time they touched down, perhaps a little bit too late. But now you're on the lookout for teams. You're going to be watching their parachute formations. You're going to be figuring out where they're likely to be landing, and you can try and play around that. Maybe have a little bit better of a line of defense, drop on some weapons early if you spot them, things like that. Maybe even play a little bit further away, because we have seen a fairly shared Pachinki drop before from Papara Supermassive alongside MVP.
Yeah, in which case it did actually go in the favor of Papara Supermassive quite a few times there as well. And MVP were the ones who had to move away, because they know that they're going to be relying heavily on these Erangel games, and they can't afford to be losing too much there. So that's what they're going to go for going forward. For some of our teams over towards that bomb side, we've already talked about them before, where I think that they need a bit more of an aggressive approach to these games. Right now, it's not quite enough to make it work. Just a little bit extra oomph from that team.
Just a little bit more to push them over the top. But again, it's a lot of these teams around the middle that should be fairly safe, right? It's about refining their team play, their gameplay, moving forwards out of the league stage into the knockout stage and potentially into those finals. Refining yourself into a team that could potentially contest for the podium here would be phenomenal. And to be able to take the opportunity to do so is, again, such a great opportunity for every single roster here, especially the players that haven't been playing on such a big stage for as long. So it is teams that we haven't seen at that sort of level before that will be getting the most out of these stages when it comes to looking towards the finals.
Yeah, I think for finals, looking a little bit ahead, I think it might be a good time to even just look at who we think may be going down in the knockout stage realistically. And I have my eyes over towards Barsay at the moment, because other than a few of their performances so far, it has been a little bit lackluster going forward. I think that they got towards a top 3, I believe, and one of the Erangels on day 1. But other than that, I just haven't really seen much out of this team. And you would have thought going into playing against Group C, they might have had an easier time of it, but it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be here. Only starting the day on 28 points total.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet in terms of teams that haven't performed super well. I think that I would also throw Galatasaray in the ring for potentially going down in the knockout stage if they don't go down here. That is because they are at risk as the lowest ranked team from Group B not playing today. I feel like Miramar has been their only saving grace as a team, and I don't think that that's going to continue to be available to them. I mean, even at the end of yesterday, right, they went down. I think they went down in 15th place in their final match, so only one good Miramar game, and that was basically their only good game of the entire day. And previously, it was only the chicken dinner that was propping them up on Miramar before that. So it's, for me, a team that will suffer.
Yeah, I think that it's a great point to bring up about Galatasaray as well, where the vast majority of their points came through from that one win on Miramar. And it wasn't it was a messy win as well, I thought, if we're being quite honest about it. And I think that if you're only getting the large amount of your points from one game, it's scary. It's very, very scary going forward. So yeah, I think that you would be right. It's maybe not a team that other people would have picked, but I think it's a very astute pick to go for. Potentially the BX brothers as well. I was very disappointed in their push over on the first Erangel over towards TTQ, and that kind of boded badly going forward. Even on the first Sanhok of the day, having a lot of control over towards that northwest side, they pushed across, we will take out one of the players on the northwest side, then gain themselves a lot of control. They just weren't able to do a whole lot with it.
I mean, I think that if you're talking about teams that are not likely to make it through the knockout stages, sure. But at the moment, I think it's it's BX Brothers, Barsay, and Guild Besiktas who are actually fighting to not go out even now. So I feel like they are pretty safe bets. You're right, and I think BX definitely is on the chopping block here as well. Certainly with an opportunity to do so. I think that out of this set, we may have sort of figured out where we think these teams are going to end up. I think that Galatasaray, along with the teams that you just mentioned and the bottom four here right now, are going to be the 8 teams we don't see in the finals. I would be surprised to see a departure from that, but I think that the wild card in there could be Fenerbahçe, right? I feel like they haven't been able to perform to the level that we expect from them. And I think that, with the points reset, they won't be able to sit on any sort of buffers and teams will start to overtake them in that arena. So I am slightly worried for them. If they're able to make it through, which I'm hoping they will, to the knockout stage, getting beyond that, I'm not too sure, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I think for Fenerbahçe, there's certainly that instance where you're kind of confused about the performance so far. And I think that when we're looking at it, they are kind of, at the moment, the worst out of the top teams in terms of performance. I think that there is a lot of really strong squads here, and Fenerbahçe just has not been able to stay up to date with a lot of them. But I do think that our next game is now ready again, and we'll be heading into it fairly shortly. And I'm excited. I'm definitely excited for this Erangel to get underway and check out who our next chicken dinner is going to be going over towards. Because remember, we also have $250 on the line for every single chicken dinner. So TTQ as well as BWNRX have already earned themselves a cool $500 from that alone.
Very cool. You love to see it. You're right. I think we do have this plane getting loaded up. I can see the players running around in this lobby, and we are going to be heading into the plane once more over Erangel here, moving on in from the southwest side up to the northeast. And you were worried we weren't going to have a kind plane past blank, but I think that should assuage your qualms with it potentially being a little bit more dangerous. Although areas like Milta, Lipovka, a lot harder to get to, it still covers a lot of the map.
Yeah, I get when you get this southwest to northeast, it does give you a huge amount of options around the map. Slightly more difficult to get over towards Milta and Milta Power, but these are realistically where you'd want to grab vehicles anyway to head on over. So I don't think most teams are too unhappy with this. BX Brothers did drop over towards Lipovka last game, but they have this alternate drop down towards Sosnovka military base as well. So not too unhappy with how all this unfolds. But we do have our eyes on over towards Pachinki to start things off between Paparazzi Supermassive and the Falcons.
That is going to be where all eyes are riveted right now. You can see that they are already down, touching ground here, and a military circle. Oh, that is nasty stuff, and expect to see departures early. Fast rotates coming on through.
The only team to start off down there is the BX Brothers as well, who I think on our last military base circle didn't do all that well, honestly. We weren't too impressed with them, where they lost a player really early despite having a super central position. And we always say, having the Sosnovka circle as a Sosnovka team is a massive blessing, where you should be able to get good games off the back of it. Redox already has taken quite a bit of damage here for the Falcons.
Fortunately, though, none of them have gone fully down just yet. Ralph holding out on the eaves of the building. Kamikaze moving out wide, I feel like could be a really big impact play here. If he spots Ralph on the rooftop, I don't think there's any way you can stop him from just taking you down there. Tron playing behind the door. Ralph repositions. Redox obviously not having any meds there. As Ralph is slowly healing up. Novalo on the back lines as well. Not going fast into this one. You could see the forward point for Falcons actually has backup on that position, right? They've got 2 players in that same building, which is where the weakness was for them previously.
Navalo's looting up a lot as well, trying to get as many nades online and medical supplies. They just have players in the front line just holding it down. And that was the big difference maker on the last match, was having a player go down so early really weakened them. And after that point, Paparazzi Supermassive was able to completely envelop and make it very difficult. But they had a good idea of where the remaining players were. As BX Brothers heading over towards C block. We saw them dropping over towards the northwest side of Sosnovka earlier on. And this is where I want to see them have a much more controlled approach to this game.
Question is, how fast can they get control outside of the military base, right? You've got a little bit of time to play with. You're there early. You're there faster than a lot of other teams, but you know that this is going to be a fast rotate in. The areas around the military base are going to get occupied quite quickly. So getting through the loop and getting out of the military base could potentially be even more valuable than maintaining control of C block for a long time.
Carya already made their way across. Putting over at Neuer. Holding towards gas station as well, so I like that. Rafa moved around the backside, which is always a safe position to be in. And for Rafa, safety is the name of the game right now. They want to get too far ahead.
Carya, conflict on the bridge though. MVP trying to push their way across, and it looks like actually MVP have managed to get most of their players out. And through this chokehold, CEO later actually very isolated here on the angle. Hardman is low, doesn't actually have any meds here. And CEO later's chasing it down. Okay. Did he spot an ankle? I think he does. That felt weird. I don't know. Like, he didn't step up. He didn't try and take the challenge. Either way, first blood goes over to Carya.
Carya will take it. Absolutely take you there. MVP losing a player off the back of that one. Got Fire Flux on the back of the horse. Ascending and descending over towards the south side of the map. Team Ego, good shots over towards Boars here, who lose 2. Again, these are very important points for Team Ego.
You get a lot done. Last player now. Pusher will fall next, and that's a full 4 points being added against the Boars as well, who have been pretty strong in those fights. They're up on 51 points, but Ego, you're right, crucially now, 25 points. They are less than 10 points behind Guild on the bubble.
And Besiktas getting a little bit more worried as well, as they'll descend further in towards the leaderboards. You don't want to be down in those depths as the pressure starts to get very, very high. Falcons been able to maintain control over towards this position versus Papara Supermassive. Not incredible loot though, let's be honest.
No, everyone's been moving quite quickly, and that's gonna draw out the supplies to be a little bit thin on the ground for everyone though. So maybe able to survive through it because of these early rotates, even if you haven't been able to loot up as much as you would have wanted. But yeah, the Pachinki fight not popping off is a big development.
Now we get to take a closer look down towards Sosnovka at the moment. Fire Flux set themselves up on that western side, looking to potentially guard out a little bit with quite a bit of the Northern Islands still in play here. But that position on the map does get cleared out a little bit with Boars going down. That means Team Ego's the only team over towards Ferry Pier. IDA are making their way over, though. So Team Ego looking to get a move on. It looks like they have found some boats to work with.
Everybody's starting to make their way through now. Teams who are coming through late are going to have a much harder time of it. BRX Brothers flexing out up towards the northern hills of Military Base, and this is what I wanted to see from them, getting away from holding in that C block. Regnum Carya, who rotated in, I think, from Primorsk, actually. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, wait, no, that was S2G, sorry. Who rotated in from Primorsk. Regnum Carya, still, though, getting in towards the north side of this island, will have the BRX Brothers to contend with.
Regnum Carya, there is potential for them to get a couple of pickoffs here. I think the BX Brothers just roaming around this area feels a little bit weird to me. I think taking up that northern compound is a good idea. I guess you're getting a little bit of scouting done. You want to have some capability to move back down towards Military Base as Carya is getting closer and closer. That's our S2G now. Fenerbahçe, though. Just the dry run through the circle.
As we take a look at the next circle.
My
That's
God.
nasty. Oh my goodness me. Out to the east side, all the way over to Novo. Look at the amount of water in there, Blank. I think we're about 50-50 land to water.
That's going to accelerate the game in a big, big way going forward. Barsay and Novorepnoye quite pleased with their rotate that came through. And also no one there to challenge for it, which is odd a lot of times. This is not necessarily a rotate that is allowed to go through smoothly. Most teams have big troubles getting across to Novorepnoye, but they make it happen quickly. No one's there to contest. Poser up on high, Regnum Carya, MVP, and BX Brothers all on the same route.
Looking at Carya as well and seeing if they can maintain control, because they were still on a bit of a split and Poser atop the hill. I think they want to send back up their way, but you can see now BX Brothers have interposed that. They're going to make things tricky to get that rotate going, but is anyone else going to challenge for the top of the mountain? Because it will give you so much oversight if you're able to take control of that. But with only one player, it's really difficult to hold it alone.
And it does get scary, because that's quite a prominent position in the map now for a lot of teams, and Poser can hold it by himself for a little while, especially because there'll be a lot of infighting around that area where no one's going to give him that position too easily. Lewis goes down, and this is exactly why you hold out over towards Novorepnoye. You don't let teams in too freely, because as soon as they find that foothold, it's very hard to remove them from Novorepnoye. I think Carya, Lewis going back in towards that position, it's very bold. It's a super confident play with little to no information. In those moments, it should be a case of, did we hold out the docks over towards Novorepnoye? No, then we should not go back there.
Yeah, it's always treacherous to try and retread that. Plenty of people waiting around the corner, and it looks like over in Novo, Barsay going to give up the ghost on trying to protect their player out to the west. S2G have managed to make their way in over to the eastern side. They slung around that south edge and were able to whip in up towards the northwest point of Novo, actually in a really important position. For S2G, the fact that they've been able to get here is such a massive boon to them.
Yeah, it's a good crescent cut that they go for on the map. And though they have the center of the circle, this time they weren't blessed. This is just good rotations coming through from S2G, very nice and early. Falcons, another game where it may be 0 points for them. Coming down from Pachinki, Para Supermassive actually gets ahead of them playing on that eastern side. The next circle will benefit over towards Barsay.
Ooh, another knock over towards the Falcons, and you might just be right there. They're starting to peter out, which is really not ideal for them. You can see Gilda earning points in the meantime. Jumping at their heels, and good news for Guild is they're up in 18th place now, Blank. They started in 20th, but with the 3 elims they've got, that shows you how closely fought the bubble is right now. With the circle going down south, it does fully cut out the mainland at this point. And these positions on the hill to the west of Novo are going to be so important.
Victor Storm taken out by Barsay. They did lose Merciless, but they're looking to hold out a little bit more here. Again, we are just letting teams in, aren't we? Over on Nova Abnoya. I'm not sure why this is the case.
Default from Guild finds IDA. And they go 1-for-1 on the trade. The play zone having a part to play here. Default should be resable for the next minute and 40, so they can get all 4 of themselves back and alive. IDA losing players left and right, but I don't even see where they are on the map. Like, they're very far away.
It's been pretty poor macro from Carya so far, honestly. I've not been extremely impressed. Guild, on the other hand, I respect the fact that they went for something more aggressive. I think that they were trying to roam, catch out teams and players that were coming in from that north side. They realized that they were quite far away from the circle anyway. So they managed to get a little bit of value off the back of that. 4 elims, 4 a game. Might just do the trick. Eren will find Wagner.
That's fairly likely to be a flush as well for IDA, as Guild do have to move quite quickly now. The play zone starts to hurt, and as soon as you get knocked out here, it's really difficult to get back up. Eren with the shots around the vehicle, can't quite find it. They can still res their teammates. It is phase 3, but they need to be fast about this. They do not have any time to spare, and they have to get to the next zone as well.
I think at this point, you maybe give up on... Oh, I actually do get the res off. It happened in the background. Damn, so they'd already started on that whilst they were finishing off the final player there from IDA. Okay, well played. 5 elims now for Guild, and have to fly over towards that western bridge and try and cut in. There are plenty of teams on this western side looking to stop them, though.
This is something that we talked about a little bit earlier in the tournament, Blank, right? This spoilery play style. The potential for teams who are a little bit up and against it to go for something a little bit crazier that maybe wouldn't work at the highest of the global levels, but could function as a points buffer to help you out. And that's exactly what Guild seem to be doing over on this west side. Oh my goodness me. I think that's less than 50% of this circle is on land.
Yeah, and all over towards Nova Abnoya, which is not an easy finish to go for. So we will have an urban finish to end things out. Papara Supermassive get themselves across the bridge as no one was holding at this point in time. And Ralph gets thrown a bone. Will at least be able to live for quite some time. But with it being an urban finish, it doesn't really matter all that much, considering many teams are going to just sit inside these buildings. And look at that, Guild are in. Guild are in.
Oh, you'd love to see it. See how much longer they can stay in. But all 4 of themselves alive with 5 elims. It's one of the strongest games we've seen from them so far. Kelsey looking to try and defend the patch for S2G, who did regroup down the hill, which has allowed... I think that's Fireflux to get in on the hillside above them. You can see out to the west edge. That is where S2G had 2 players before. They regroup away from their 2-2, and they are all playing now down the hill. Impact potentially to be felt from BX from the west further than that onto Fireflux, but it looks like they're drawing short and playing to the buildings just beyond the ridge.
The Regnum Carya, this is just a case of playing over towards that coastal side. It is actually a good position to play in. What they will need to be aware of is teams like Papara Supermassive and Guild, who will try and entrench themselves behind them. BX Brothers opting to stay on the outer edge. Ninja will find one over towards Team Ego. So despite having a fairly decent start from Team Ego, losing one player there for basically free does not feel good. Sarah, that's a wild pull. But is able to make it happen, and Ketch gets punished off the shots.
That is what you want to do. But Sarah's still alive after risky maneuvers. Seems to be something he's fairly known for, right? Going for a little bit of risky play, and that's what he's bringing to S2G right now. With 79 points, the further they can push, the better time they'll have. Getting towards that top spot would be good news. And remember, that sits at 98 points right now with BWNRX.
Moxie, standing around, probably heard some footsteps coming through from the boys from Papara Supermassive. Guild taking a heck of a lot of damage, just the one player still up and remaining for the team. Regnum Carya looking to hold them out, but BX Brothers do a good job to hold that initial push on that western side. That's scary.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign to surround that. BX Brothers, they've lost Surd, which means that they have a little bit more to do. Oh, that is killed going down. But 6 elims, blank, that's still a good game for them, right? They have managed to put a big dent in the points that they needed to look a little bit safer. They're now up to 40. They're ahead of quite a few of the other teams competing for that spot towards the bottom. Finally, the circle makes a little bit more sense as it heads back towards the mainland, but still, that's like 30% still out in the water.
Guild actually, like you say, are just chipping away at the points totals at the moment, and I respect them for it. They have been trying to capitalize on some of these plays here. They didn't have too many options. They didn't have that added caveat from Paparazzi Supermassive, who coming in from that north side and were able to sit along this coastal edge. So I think Regnum Carya did spot out a couple of the players in the process. It feels like we are moving away from Nova Repnoia as well. Like, there is a big chance we move over towards Flux, and they have a good game off the back of this. All downhill over towards Nova Repnoia, so a lot of teams hoping that circle does get shifted off towards the east.
Just trying to take stock of where our teams are that are really fighting for this one. I mean, Besiktas really actually in a pivotal position here in Novo, right? This northern border of the docks has a lot of sightlines, has a lot of control. It's hard to leave forwards, but you can move side to side, and the ridge and the mound, or the mound rather, that sits out to the west of it could potentially be a target. As the Regnum Carya roll-up goes well, they open up for another, and that is absolute decimation as they approach the position from Papara Supermassive. Take them down, lickety-split, and Silas is the only casualty, but that is Rezable.
Yeah, really nice play coming through from Regnum Carya. They didn't want to deal with these players on the northwest side too much longer. They know they have the chops on them to take them down, so they just push up inside the hovercraft, which gives them a lot of capability in terms of defense. I like that play coming from the boys on Regnum Carya. It's a smart maneuver, a smart play. Don't let Papara Supermassive take too much space against you. Just clean them out early. The X-Pros, they're a wild team. They're a wild team, John.
Untamed. Unleashed sometimes, but not right now. They're only 2 players strong. All the way out on the west side, though, they've got a little bit more survivability than maybe some of these teams in Novo. The question is, when do these fights start to pop off? We are into stage 5. And this is getting really chock-a-block. You can see the number of teams that sit in this circle on that minimap. The top right-hand side of your screens. Was that like 7, 8 teams currently? Still in Novo with 11 teams remaining. Oh, Ralph's making landfall.
I mean, he's had to. They're still not into placement territory, though, so Ralph will have to... And he's in the zone, but there is angles from all directions.
It is quite nasty, but I mean, it's really only Boran that has a threat on him right now. I don't think that Fenerbahçe, who are on the south side of that Novo bulk of teams, are taking high ground positions to potentially scout out over to him. And he stays in the next circle, blank, so he could be on that pier for a little bit longer and stay hidden. At least that's what he's hoping.
Yeah, frustrating approach here for Flux. They were hoping for that western shift. It does come back over towards a lot of the teams that did crunch in over towards Nova Repnoia, which becomes the correct decision. Now Regnum Carya need to go for something a little bit special here on the rollout.
Yeah, they have to get back on over. I mean, that mound that sits to the northwest of Novo is a big target for Regnum Carya. Looks like they're going to try and take onto it. They will find that. That means that Ralph is now a lot less safe because there's more sightlines that can see over to him. In the meantime, MVP are eliminated. They will stay down in 24th place for one more match at least. And with Rafa and Ego a little bit ahead of them, I feel a little bit naff, but both Rafa and Ego are locked into this one.
All right, on the outer edge. Think about your next move very carefully. Could have been a cheeky angle. Can't quite see him. Still behind that crate, but can you lob a grenade in? Do you want to give up your last grenade for that play? It's oh, but does pass the information back instead.
Leaves it to the rest of them. They've got a couple more supplies to boot, and they will be able to find that frag, get that flush, resupply. There's 4 nades now up for White. Calci hears all this popping off. Launches the sticky. Will he find anything for it? Not quite just yet. We'll have to wait and see just what happens because of it. Not going through, not this time, but Rafa with a little bit more to say. And actually, that's BX Brothers going down on 37 points. They are not out of the woods to potentially get leapfrogged by one of our bottom 4 teams.
Very scary, especially for Besiktas, who had a fairly decent position. Flux now with the smart call. Although Regnum Carya is still in the zone, they can afford to play this position for quite a long time. But no matter what happens, if Flux is forced off this position, likely so is Regnum Carya. Regnum Carya right now have the high ground. Flux has got the high ground as well as cover to work with. I do think that it's probably in their favor.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty nasty. And you're right in that a circle that goes northwest doesn't really favor either of them in the current phase, but may change things depending on its lilt, on how and where it decides it favors slightly more. S2G have taken a knock in the meantime, but again, this is just sort of spike damage in this urban environment. No one's actually pulling the trigger on going for a full push over to any of these locations. But Ego take a nade, and that actually brings them down to 1 player, so potential for S2G to get a little bit froggy.
2 elims as well. I mean, they're not far behind from BWNRX on this game. With that circle, there's a chance. Surprises me as well. I mean, that is one of the few circles that moves off towards the northeast and off to the west, where it keeps Regnum Carya in, but Flux out. Now, they'll be laughing about that one.
That is pretty nasty. We did see a little bit of a hold there on the entrance to the warehouse from Barsay. They were able to rebuff the first approach from Bra. Or is it from Besiktas there, I think, potentially, out on the southeast side. Everybody's bearing down upon them. Oh no, it's Fenerbahçe, actually, who are trying to roll on in. From the southeast side, they were the backstop. They were furthest out on this circle, and they do need to make progress, but they lose a player. And everybody establishing crossfires, and nobody really finding too much connection.
Great smoke coverage as well. And that smoke train does get them in. Really nicely done coming from Flux. But Rafa, it's White once again with the nades over the top side. Takes down 2. The 2 players remaining for Flux. How well can they hold off Rafa?
Catch very, very low, but it looks like that res is happening. In goes Gentleman, goes for the bolt, into the smoke, and immediately is spotted, but the spray down sweeps the leg and finds another as well. Beautifully picked up there. A little bit of a ball drop from Flux, though, and they will not be happy about that. Another nade on in, and Solus goes down. Scarface now, I think he's the last to face. It's Rafa rampage across Novo.
On the stairs, peeks out and immediately gets shut down. Very well played to Rafa. 10 eliminations on the game. What a wonderful result for them. Talked about them needing a chicken dinner, but no, just get the kills, make the eliminations happen.
That's what you're looking for. I mean, points are points. They come in all shapes and sizes, and this is pretty big from Rafa. They've got all 4 of their players alive as well still, and they have a chance to maybe pick up a couple more, but they're right next door to S2G. A lone player from Ego as well sits next door. We'll see if it all pops off, but no. Ramsey finds that opener. Makes it harder. Barsay finally shutting down Fenerbahçe, who desperately needed these points to keep themselves going, but with 48, they're okay, but have they done enough?
of our lower down squads just scrapping. And Gil getting 40 points in this game doesn't really feel all that meaningful anymore. As there are teams looking to bump their scoreline up here. I'll see. We'll loot up off of Sarah. As the circle moves over towards that north side, potential for another great game coming through from Regnum Carya.
I think Ralph wins these, you know.
I don't know how he's got this far into the game, honestly.
They should have absolutely no way of knowing that he's here right now. Be very, very quiet, but I feel like that might have been the wrong weapon to pop out with there. If he'd have gone for a spray with that scar, I think Silas was dead to rights.
It's a bit of a jump as well. It's awkward. As soon as he falls into the water and starts to drown a little bit, that's when it gets awkward for him. Ralph getting 6th place, I think he'd be okay with that, considering how tough of a time Falcons had earlier. Pushes them up once again, 48 points now. Tied in with Fenerbahçe.
And crucially tied in with Galatasaray, right? They're on 48 points as well, which puts a little bit of safety. Once you jump up over that point, it makes you feel so much safer. And you do want that safety right now because Rafa on 11 elims up to 27 points. They are 10 points behind the bubble. And a non-zero chance of a chicken dinner here if they can keep things going. But S2G are in their way. Barsay are in their way. Everybody wants a piece.
Check this. Oh, Silas gets a good nade over the top. That's from very far away, by the way, that nade.
You could just send them straight in here and you're probably going to hit someone. The number of players caught in the fray, pretty monumental now, but Barsay going down low. The sprays, the nades are so brutal. S2G with 3 players, spot Rafa running out, and it will be the first to find the knock. Hamzy spray towards Gentleman and also connects on that. It's all up to Ninja, but he cannot get across. 3 teams remain. S2G with 3 players. Regnum Carya look at a res the knock, and nobody but Barsay still standing. A lone ranger up to the wall.
But good spray down coming from Regnum Carya along the wall. Does find one. That's really good for them. 9 eliminations on this game too. S2G once again in a central position, but it's Regnum Carya pulling them apart at the seams from that high ground position on the side. A good nade from Icy will take down Silas, but an immediate response.
And it's all up to Icy. Sees Loxy very close by. Nade at his feet. Takes it very, very low. Pump action and an M4 on his back. Looking to try and find another nade. Loxy wants another challenge. Steps in. Knows he's there with the DPS. Gets shut down with a pump action. But the nade, I think that came from himself. I'm not too sure about that. It might have been a self nade. But either way, he falls. And it is Regnum Carya once more to take S2G out in the final circle. Both getting to the final 2. But it is going to be Regnum Carya with Silas leading from the front to take another chicken dinner today.
Am I wrong saying that S2G's had 3 second places today?
I'd have to double check on the second match. You're definitely right about the first one, though.
Yeah, because I think that they have just now had 3 second places one after another, which is wild. It's like they're trying to get to the top of the tables without a single chicken dinner. Because right now they are still on 0, yet one of our highest earning point teams. For Regnum Carya, though, what a great game from them. Really well thought out, really well played from that push over towards Papadar Supermassive. That was lovely stuff. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was a nade from one of the Regnum Carya teams. I think I saw one of their names pop up on the feed. But easily it could have been what you said, John, there, with a nade of his feet actually taking him down in the process.
I mean, we'll be seeing the final blow, I think, in a moment. So we'll actually get a replay on that as to how that one came through. You can, if you're S2G, right, you can just put nades inside that container, force him out, right, flush him out. But equally could have been his own nade that sealed the deal. Deny the point, fair enough. But Regnum Carya, S2G, both of these 2 teams going to be very, very safe for moving on into our knockout stages. Mm-hmm. They were never really in the conversation of teams going out either here or maybe even in the knockout stages as well. So they'll be happy with these performances here.
So not only was it the 3 second places, but also that's the second time that Regnum Carya's bested S2G today.
Okay.
Which feels bad.
That's pretty rotten.
Yeah, I mean,
You'll take the points though. Like you'll take that. That's fine.
You want to steal our Sara? This is what you get. This is what you get.
That's fair, but S2G are still mounting a monumental mountain of points, right? They are really putting in that shift, and I think they're right around the corner from overtaking BWNRX at this point, right? They have to be pretty close after that one. I think they started on, what was it, 79 points and a second place, decent chunk of elims. That's going to help a lot.
Yeah, I think they might be ahead of TTQ, but we'll wait and see. Here's our final blow here with Icy on the inside. Is it his own nade? I think it was his own nade.
This is the first one. This is the first one that tagged Loxy. And then Wild moves in. He does have a nade. Okay, so he could have launched it in. I'm wondering whose it is, though. There's his own. Yeah, oh, okay. It did come from outside. It's Wild's, right. Oh, that's lucky.
It is lucky. And there it is. It's Wipe, the MVP, with, I think, the most grenade eliminations that game, 100%. And Rafa had a big step up this match. And I mean, they're starting to feel a lot better, a lot more comfortable in these games. And I was very, very pleased to see it. So very well played to Wipe there. And I think that also just watching their gameplay, it was a case of looking at them communicating quite frequently of where players were, how they wanted to play things out. They still have some slightly messy plays, but that can be fixed with time. So yeah, there he is, most grenade score of 3.
The fact that he was the MVP whilst Wild had over 1,000 damage and Loxy had 6 elims is also crazy. It's indicative of a game that was very messy towards the end, and I think that that's exactly what was born out there in Novo amongst those crates in that urban environment. It was very, very difficult to make your way through. But credit to Rafa, the rest of the team as well as Wipe, for doing so well, right? They managed to get out of there with, I think, 11 elims, which is a huge bump up on their points totals.
Yeah, massive. 6 elims, 4 elims, 2. So you're looking at 12 elims on the game with a 6-pointer. So 18 points on top of the 79, which sits them at 97, if I'm not mistaken, which does put them now in first place.
That is going to be... Wait, with 97?
Yeah.
They needed 98. No, that's BWNRX are on 98 right now.
I thought they were on 96.
No, they're on 98. They got 43 day 1, 55 day 2.
Damn,
98. Okay. They were 2 points shy of the century. They got 2 points in their last game.
Rough. So only 1 point behind then.
Yeah, it's very, very close though, and you're expecting that they can do it.
Yeah, well, very likely if they keep getting second place all day. Yeah, 100%. Easy money for them.
Have they had a chicken dinner yet? I don't think S2.
No,
they haven't had a single chicken dinner.
0 chicken dinners, but very close each time.
Absolutely. I think. What was their day 1 like? I'm gonna have a quick look back at their results from day 1.
The second place to start things off.
2 second places on day 1.
Yeah.
And a 4th place. So they have not. So they've had. What is that? 4 now second places over the course of the tournament. That's got to feel pretty rough. You do want to get over the final hurdle. It's well, I mean, that's what happens when Silas is leading, right? You're always second place.
Yeah, I think it's 5. No, if it's the second game of today, I know it was IBA took them down last as well. So it's been back to back to back to back.
Oh goodness, yeah, they've had. Oh yeah, you're right. They've had 3 second places today. They're up to 5. That is pretty rotten. With big chances of maybe getting that chicken dinner as well, right? It's not like they were second place with 1 player alive. It's always been, oh, they're in the final circle with 3 or 4 players, and they have a chance here.
And so missed out on a total of $1,250 too, if we're talking about the chicken dinner count. You know, at this point in time, it's been very consistent. At least they get the $4,000 towards the top, which I'm almost certain should be in their ball court, right? That should be what they're going to be taking away from the league stage. It has just been consistent all the way out.
It is all about consistency when you're looking for the top of the tables, especially. Here's that final moment again with an nade from Wild, getting the final point on board for Regnum Carya. Taking a look at the overall match rankings. Regnum Carya with 22 points, but Rafa with 15, 4 placement points.
Yeah, so actually they do break ahead. Very nice stuff. S2G just with the 11. So it wasn't as many as I thought it was. off the back of that game. I think I was looking over towards Regnum Carya. So yes, a total of 11 points, which doesn't push them over TTQ yet. But for Regnum Carya, that is a big bump in performance. But for Rafa, oh my God, they must be so relieved after that game.
The annoying thing is that Besiktas, Team Ego, Guild all got 6 points there, right? BX Brothers only on 3, so the rest of the pack is still moving up a little bit as well. So it's not all cut and dry for Rafa. I don't think that will push them out of the red zone, but it will certainly be an excellent first step as we take a look at our overall rankings. S2G on 90 points at the end of that match. They are 8 points shy now and looking to chase it down. But Regnum Carya, they're up in 4th place with 80.
Yeah, Regnum Carya not at all lagging behind here. 80 points total. Really, really nice stuff with 32 placement points to boot. Yeah, S2G could certainly take the first place spot, but can they hang on to it if Regnum Carya continues to have a blaster day like today? We look over towards IDA in 6th place with 76, which is nice. Footballers have certainly got themselves over towards that 69-point margin. Paparazzi Supermassive really don't have to do anything else here. Flux also get themselves secured, as do Balls on 51. That's what I was talking about, the 13 placement points to 38 elims, which is tied up with Fireflux. Fireflux is probably more impressive, though, considering 10 of their points come from one game.
Yeah, getting that chicken dinner is really going to help add to those placement points, but Fireflux still tied up, you're right, with Boars. As we head to our last page now, you can see things are starting to get a little bit interesting now. We've got, Barsay have done pretty well to jump up to 47 here, but Guild on 40, BX Brothers on 37, Besiktas on 35, and Rafa now up on 31. That is looking good. It is MVP, unfortunately, though, getting left in the dust.
Yeah, we say it looks interesting, but also the bomb force still hasn't changed. They've just kind of swapped
but it's
position.
getting closer.
Yeah,
right? It feels interesting.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. I think you got to read between the lines a little bit there as well. 400 meters for Septimus. Oh yeah,
we saw it yesterday.
This is overalls, isn't it? Yeah. Again, that's not being beaten. It's never being beaten. It's a max distance.
It's pretty insane, right? I think maybe if you get a vehicle explosion elim, you might be able to get further distance. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see if anyone can ever beat that one. But 400 is a really nice number to be able to find on that sniper metric.
It's one of the things that you'd have to tie with it. Like it is genuinely just max distance. Like the only way you get longer than that is if you're shooting at someone you don't even know is there and you randomly get a knock because they've not rendered in yet. That's the only way. I'm not even sure if the API would even pick up on it, honestly, and actually shows those stats properly. But 400 meters, wow, incredible stuff.
Maybe it was longer than 400 meters, right?
And
Maybe
it's just showing us 400 meters.
It's just showing us 400.
That's as high as it goes. Yeah, it's wild.
He's off the charts. My man's S rank right now on sniping.
He is. S plus. But yeah, so 400 meters, I don't think that's getting beaten anytime soon. I think tying with it, possible. Then how do you break the tiebreaker? I don't know.
Maybe who got it first? I'm not entirely sure. But I think we are going to head to a short break whilst we get ready for our match number 4 of the day. One more Erangel to go for these groups. For the league stage, it will be our last Erangel, followed by some Miramars. We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Europe, where we have one more Erangel to play here in the league stages before we get into our final Miramars. It is really heating up at the bottom of the tables, as a lot of the teams in that last match who are looking at elimination, staring down the barrel of going home, have managed to put up some points. So it is definitely all to play for, still very volatile.
There is a huge amount on the line here for 4 of our teams who will not be making it through to the knockout stage. And we're excited to see who can make it through. We're also excited to see if S2G can keep up their strange but wondrous streak of second places throughout the rest of the day. Regnum Carya also hot on their heels in terms of striking out for those top spots on the table, already leveling themselves even with K1, who did phenomenally well overall, getting 80 points over their 2 days. But Regnum Carya has already picked up that position. So a lot better play from Regnum Carya so far, with 2 chicken dinners under the belt today.
Yeah, they have really been putting pedal to metal, and they are now 10 points behind S2G, chasing for that century as well, with 3 matches left to go and 20 points to do it. You think that they may have it in the barrel if they can keep things rolling as they have done, but it is still all to play for that top spot as well. A couple of other teams on an outside chance, teams that have paled in that race a little bit. RUKH Esports, right? I think in that last game, it's kind of sealed the deal that it was just an artifact of the groups, right? That allowed them to do so well yesterday. That decision not to regroup at all when it was that east side shift. They had the position, they had a really strong position around the northwestern sides of Novo, around that bridge. They had Poser up the top of that mountain down to the south. They had such great oversight, and they just stayed split for too long when every single other team just went into the middle of them and cut them around their knees.
Yeah, I think for Carya, it's a case where, they let Barsay in on the Nova Obnoya docks, and I think that was the big problem they ran into, where you can't really let that happen, John. It was sort of an unacceptable play coming through from them, in my opinion. Overall, you let that happen, team's just going to backfill you the entire time, and I think Carya tries to take up too much space.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, that it is definitely too much space there that they tried to hold with that high ground position as well. It just isn't tenable. It might have been if the circle hadn't been so focused on the water, right? If it hadn't pushed everyone into focusing on the water, if they hadn't pushed anyone into Novo, right, in the crates, in that sort of area, they may have been able to hold that much space in that circle. But because of the fact that everybody got so crunched in, it basically became a circle the equivalent of about 2.5 phases ahead of where they were. And I don't think that they really accounted for that, which is something that you absolutely need to be able to do if you want to play with the big dogs.
It really is. I think that was my main point from the last game. There was multiple mistakes, multiple macro mistakes that went through towards our teams that have maybe been able to get like a little bit of success here and there off the back of some teams making some critical decisions that led to them failing, where it was a macro approach where they wanted to get into the circle. They tried to hold someone else out. They took a knock. It's hard stuff. It's hard stuff to work with.
Absolutely, but we are heading into our final Erangel of league stages. It's Lipovka over towards the west coast, straight down the middle blank. These playing paths have been fairly friendly. Eyes on Pachinki again. Falcons and Papara Supermassive were able to extricate themselves a little bit more effectively last time around in that match, and we'll see if they're able to do it again. Certainly on the start.
Starting off, yeah, Fenerbahçe over towards the north side. Falcons and the Papara Supermassive battle continues on our final Erangel of the day. MVP, as always, out over towards this eastern side on a bit of a split drop.
We're waiting for them to touch down, really. Vehicles being grabbed left and right, circle yet to show itself. It's always interesting to have a military circle, but you hope that it's not going to happen 2 times in a row, just purely for the player's sanity, if for nothing else. Would be pretty exciting, though. We'll have to wait and see, but the plane just about finishing its path over, and it looks like the only imminent hot drop is in Pachinki, as we expected. No one else really getting too close. Circle out to the west side here, blank. So we're going over to the Gatka Fields to South George Pole.
I'm okay with it. I actually do quite like a lot of the circles that take place over on this side of the map. A bit more open a lot of times, where BRX found a lot of their eliminations, a lot of their points off the back of it. Hello.
Oh.
For the Falcons. This time, they find one knock, John. It's big news.
Ooh, okay. Placing the sticky on the wall. Not going to connect, though. Unfortunately. And Supermassive are down a player, but they have got someone on the roof, and there is a res available here. However, the meds mean that you're going to be on a low HP bar, kind of no matter what. Ezel pushing on through and around, gathering a little bit of loot as he goes. Tron actually spotted as Ralph hops around, and that's a huge hold on the doorframe. Kamikaze for 3. Narvalo now left alone and wondering what the hell just happened to his team. He's on a sliver of HP, takes down Lost, but he falls next. Goodness me, that is dangerous. Narvalo now pushing up, looking for these flushes. He's the last player alive, and Kamikaze. What a hold with the pump action.
It's not like they played it wrong either, which is the annoying thing for Falcons. I think they made the right maneuver to try and push him. But yeah. It's just good play from Kamikaze, I guess. Oh... There's no real final conclusion to that either. It is just a case of Kamikaze hit some nut shots. And that is all you need to hear.
Wait, was it Kamikaze? Looks like Lost had a massive angle on that. Look at the elim counts.
Yeah, but I mean, he could just pick them up.
Oh, maybe he got... Wait, if he gets the flushes, that still goes to Kamikaze, no?
Yeah.
So...
Do they just bleed out?
No, I think Lost had an off angle on that. I mean, that would explain how they all went down so quickly, right?
Yeah. Also not explain why he's... I guess Narvalo took him out afterwards.
Yeah. Perhaps, but either way, really strong hold. MVP trying to get on the road. Dropping out on the east side, they do need to get a bit of a move on. IDA also, they started around Gatka Field, so making quite a fast rotate for MVP. Regnum Carya also moving in fairly swiftly. Looks like, again, a little bit low on the loot. Keystone sprayed out towards Darkin. Bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving, and will dodge the damage for the time being. Gets out of there.
Yeah, MVP. First time in a while that they've actually had to contend with any of the players in this location of the map. Yeah, a lot of teams trying to make their way over. IDA, again, this is one of those things where the macro problem is there for me, where IDA plays up towards Everest, and it works right now because no one else is really going for it. I think they're in for a nasty surprise because instead of K1 heading over towards the top side of Everest, it's Regnum Carya this time around.
Taking a couple of shots, but they managed to make it to the 2 buildings that oversee the fields. A nice compound that overlooks the fields to the south side. Guild have sight lines as well around on this area. This is out the bottom of South Georgia, around that hospital hill. The Guild are looking to transition away from South George towards IDA. They managed to slink their way in, but not without people knowing about it.
Fenerbahçe really quite late on the rotate, and I think that they're comfortable to sit over towards Stalba for the time being. They've had so many teams rotating underneath them on Stalba that at this point, fair enough to him. Flux, safe, 51 points, easily making their way in. And Narvalo's still on no HP, by the way.
Well, he had to get out.
Anything.
Didn't have time to loot, right? He's just had to skedaddle.
I think he's in the storm drains, actually. Pretty sure.
I mean, that's really unfortunate, right, for Falcons. They looked like they had that fight completely under control. They were slowly, incrementally winning that engagement. which is one pop. And I mean, that's what happens in these early game fights, right? You have these coin toss situations, which is why it's so dangerous to go for hot drops, because all of a sudden it can be snatched away from you like that. And while they do get 2 points for it, Papa Supermassive get 3 and 2 players alive. They can loot through the whole of Pachinki. They will be fairly kitted moving forwards and can probably, I would say, get into the placement points if nothing else.
Anyway, don't really want to talk about that fight over in Pachinki. I didn't like how it went down.
No, it was upsetting, I think. It's safe to say.
It was. Again, I think it does have knock-on effects now as well, over towards the knockout stage. Guys, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it does though, because that's just the first domino to fall. And now it creates a situation where on the map played the most each day, Falcons is losing on a spot that they call their home. They're gonna go. They have 1 day of break as well, so not really even like a full 3 days to calm things down. Just straight back to trying to refigure that out. And again, here's that mistake I was talking about earlier. I don't think that you can be going for this wild 2-2 split at this stage of the game. I think it worked one time, does not mean it works every time.
No, it's something that will get punished the more and more you do it. It will get punished harder and harder. Looking at the points tables, we have 4 teams who are now 100% confirmed to be going through. Outside of the teams that have completed their tournament in Group B, we have S2G, Regnum, Carya, IDA, and Carya, who now definitely cannot go into the bottom 4 because there are 4 teams from Group B lower down on the tables than they are. But we're also looking at teams over 50 to be in a very safe spot as well, feeling fairly confident in themselves that they've done enough. Galatasaray, though, still not out of the woods, given that they're on 48 and 20th place sits on 37 right now. That's 11 points behind, and it is going to get a little bit sweaty for them as teams converge on Everest.
S2G here on the rotate, the western side of the map. The shot's been taken over towards them though, so have to be a little bit careful. Barsay head up towards the top of Everest. It just feels like everyone's just having a little look up there, getting shot at and then leaving. It's not been a comfortable position. I think Barsay is the first team to move up towards the top of Everest and not just get immediately dismounted though, so they'll be fairly pleased there. Merciless does send back down over towards Box Compound to check out what's going on over there, and what's going on over there is that Besiktas as well as Fenerbahçe are moving in.
Fenerbahçe getting a little bit of refueling on board. S2G take up residence in the hospital. They will be your attending doctors for the foreseeable. Although I don't think they're looking to keep everyone around them too healthy, so maybe not the ideal place to go if you graze your knee.
I'm going to go towards that top side though. Besiktas do stop off over towards North George. A little bit scared to get too far into this one. Everest does become now a focal point of the lobby, where Barsay actually has a big approach to this one. BRX Brothers have a stand-in over towards the western side of Ruins. A lot of fielded area here. Could end up over towards that northwest side, in which case South Georgian Crates becomes a little bit more important. But it is that instance, John, we talk about a lot of times where because Everest is such a big piece of the map, you sort of have this donut on the circle where a lot of fights are cut off from one another.
Yeah, creates a really weird dynamic and almost makes those fights front to back that surround it, right? You've got this situation where it's only one direction. You can either go forwards or backwards in that direction. As much as it is a circular path, it is still fairly one-dimensional in that aspect. So difficult to make that one work. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to flow around effectively. South George Crates still providing a decent amount of cover. And we'll keep both Besiktas and Team Ego safe for the time being.
Circle heads over towards that north side. That's the circle I didn't expect, honestly, out of all of them. You're right, it does keep Team Ego and Besiktas nice and safe. A lot of cover to work with there. Regnum Carya swinging round the north side of Everest and should run into BX Brothers eventually. Fenerbahce's already found a really strong compound. I do like that one. Gives you a lot of control over a lot of open area as well, so difficult to move over towards that position. Guild getting into the mix of it with Besiktas, though.
Is seemingly looking to try and contest that position. Besiktas actually backed off quite a lot, Blank, after that circle popped. It looks like they were almost trying to retreat over to the northern bank with the majority of their players. In the meantime, Team Ego looking to just transition across. In they send everybody trying to make their move. That is Rafa actually sailing into the east side of the crates, and everybody trying to make their position a little bit more secure as Barsay lose one of their own. That's from the top of the mountain, though, so that is potential danger for a toppling of the top, and that is S2G going to be the ones to strike right into the heart of it.
S2G, always a prominent figure in this lobby. On the outer edge here of Everest, with Papara Supermassive underneath them. You know, there are only 2 players from that earlier scrap with Falcons. The X-Brothers actually decided to move off instead of trying to push in towards Regnum Kai, let them go through. They're going to play the bridge. It's reasonable. Excellent shot from Icy. Long distance over towards nobody. Which is an awkward name to say, because it doesn't always sound like what we're talking about is happening.
Doesn't hit just anybody, he hits nobody. As he's rolling out, and S2G on the hunting hat, goes for a sideswipe, tumble down the mountain. Is not going to be healthy after that one. Kelsey lands the spray, thinks his teammate is what he's looking for, but no. They turn that one around, and that's 2 points added to their tally. They're up now on 92 blank, and they will inch ever closer to that 100-point mark and the 98 points that BWNRX sit on.
Barsay going down that late, that early, though. It's not great news from 47 points. I think they've done reasonably enough here. It's Rafa, Ego, and MVP, which are always the difficulty. And for Besiktas, you know, only finding 10 points on the day, how likely it is for them to catch up. And then also all the other teams to force them down. Difficult prospect. Now another contender over towards Everest here, John.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much from Carya today. We've been criticizing them for it a little bit, but now they want to take on S2G with the circle going over to Everest. Again, this is an all-important position now. It could make or break their game here. And S2G not wanting to go down without a fight. I'm wondering if there's going to be a third party onto this one, and if there is, who's going to suffer it? I think Carya are first up on the potential targets for teams like Guild. You can see them on the western edge. Potentially even MVP on the south could try and swing around behind them and play behind that approach from Carya. It could be very dangerous if someone makes that decision.
Do you know who has come for a scrap here, though, John? It's Narvalo. Oh. Challenging for Everest. I don't know why. He's just trying to tuck himself in. Para Supermassive finding shots over towards Besiktas. Besiktas sending some back of their own and will finish off Para Supermassive with only the 2 players they had remaining. S2G continuing to take shots out, though. Actually finishing off Storm there from Besiktas, which is slightly surprising.
That does mean that Falcons have officially lasted longer than Papara Supermassive as well.
Yeah, which is
good news.
They had the last laugh, didn't they, really?
Yeah, we're still alive.
Completely decimated.
You idiots aren't knocking the silly so-and-sos. That's right. Yeah, bit of humility for Papara Supermassive. I wonder how far Narvalo's going to go. I think Narvalo wins these, you know.
Sometimes he was in the past known as the solo survivor, the solo sentinel on the side of Falcons. How much that is true today, though? somewhat like a bygone tale. Great shots though from S2G at this distance. It's sort of crazy.
Ooh. Plenty more layering in as well as IDA are taking shots out this way from the north side. I think it is just... No, there's two of them left standing for IDA, and Rafa in real big trouble. Carya did have a knock, but it looks like they were able to get that one rezzed up on the top of Everest. And they have put a little bit of a stymie on that fight. MVP taking heavy hits. And they may be looking to roll around, and this is what I was thinking about, right? When does someone try and contest Carya behind on their approach? MVP looking to pull the trigger on this now.
Moving across, Carya. We'll have to watch over towards this one, but is there an opportunity for S2G to take shots behind? Marceau does find one player from MVP as they attempt to make it up, but the nades are starting to pour in. Do S2G take this chance? Great moment from CEO later. Backs up, they left behind to find one knock over towards S2G and slow them down.
Fighting on two fronts now, but they've handled Pole. Khan low HP as Poser rolls forwards on him. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage for his liking and waits for backup just a moment longer. CEO later, anchoring on the backstop. MVP dealt with now, and the fact that S2G couldn't push because of that knock is so valuable to Carya. They can get back up towards CEO later's position and stop S2G from pushing over and overwhelming them on this western side.
I mean, time is running out as more and more teams do need to take over towards this position of the map, right, John? IDA, Ego need to move out. Fenerbahçe get cut out from that very strong compound, which they were hoping was going to take them through to the end game. Not the case.
Carya on the northeastern side with Boars close by. Fighting back, forcing them away. Doing pretty well, but Wild going down, that might slow them, and Loxy falls as well, Blank. That is nasty. Two players going down very quickly in succession. Makes it pretty hard to play on. It looks like Guild are actually now going to take up the fight against the players on the western edge, against Carya. See if they can find their way on in. It's a difficult approach. We'll see if they can make it, as Carya will not go down without a fight. 96 points for S2G, second place already earned.
Very good stuff. As you're saying, S2G up there already. Look at the map, though. It's getting rough. Very much over towards Everest. I do love an Everest finish, though. Nice shots from Savian over towards Bor, who is still trying to jump up the leaderboard, and I think that they have not given up yet. I do like that from Bor, is that they've never lacked that persistence in these games.
BX Brothers taking punishment right now. Take a flush from S2G, who are now 1 point away from tying this up for first place. Carya sharing the top of the mountain with them, and Guild trying to make their approach, being pushed back, being rebuffed from the northern edge. 2 eliminations for Guild so far this match, but 2 players alive in the shadow of both Carya and S2G. I think they may just run a little bit short here on their final Erangel.
Still doing work. Havlik just about hits the shots, but for how long? I think Fenerbahçe should lose a player because of that, though. COA has been very, very good with these shots so far. Ketch gets taken down, and Kelsey looks over towards Solus. 7 elims found for S2G. Almost all tied up now in that first place spot.
If another team goes down, they start getting placement points as well. And there it is. They find that next elimination. They pick up that point. It's, hang on a minute. Navala, he's still going. He managed to get an elimination there on his mountaintop spot. And that is 7 teams remain. Fireflux fall as well, down in 9th. Who was the 8th team to go out as well? It's Guild on that northern side. Wagner the last to fall, but Carya now have a fully controlled western flank. And S2G could be next up on the menu for them, as they want 1 more point, and they will be over that 100-point barrier.
Finding first place as well. That's got to feel good for S2G. Good knock over towards Poser. Simple Domak trying to get over towards Narvalo, but he's holding it down.
Steps out for the spray, connects with 1, but that's a brilliant shotgun step up. Goes for the weapon swap yet again. Crazy now putting pressure on, but can't quite make it happen. Narvalo falls
nearly able to do so much, but in the end, peters out with only the 3 points. But they're on 52 now, Blank. They are starting to climb over the teams from Group B that sit behind them. They're getting safer and safer away from that elimination bubble. In the meantime, Carya get eliminated. They were just bleeding out after that initial knock. And S2G on 13 eliminations, Blank. They are leaving people in no doubt that they deserve this off-the-table spot.
Breaking the 100 points as well, there and then. 30 elims. Well, the question is this the chicken dinner?
Yeah. Oh, goodness me. If it doesn't go their way, it is a travesty now.
Or it's intentional.
Yeah. It's just branding.
Idea over towards that north side, but with all this high tension local, do you think it's going to be very difficult for S2G to lose this one? Fenerbahçe with their 2 players still taking shots over towards IDA, who are locked inside this compound with only the 2. Team Ego, though, get themselves into the top 5. Very nice for their point scoring. But not likely to jump over Besiktas this game.
BRX brothers, who are also on 37 points, right? That is going to be harder to do. But, you know, if S2G have a couple of casualties here and there, maybe Fenerbahçe plink one of them down if they get a little bit too overzealous. They do have one of their players, oh, sorry, both of their players in the next circle, right? And if it goes away from the top of Everest, crashes have to happen. It's not impossible.
The S2G go down here, maybe. I mean, they are fairly limited on supplies, though. That's the only thing.
Behind the
rock.
rock.
A little bit coming off from Carya, but they probably used a lot in the process. This is going to be a slow burn at the end of the game, though, here, John.
I think it will be. And you've got to remember as well that Carya supplies were dwindled by the fact that 2 teams tried to assault them from the back on that western flank. There is still a lot of smokes for Hamzy. He seems to have a decent chunk of ammo behind him. Actually managed to get that knock over towards Emre. The rest of the team want to add more points to their tally. This could be a pretty record-breaking game for them, all things told, right? They've got 13 elims already. And outside of the 4 of them, there are 7 other elims left, potentially for them to be able to claim.
First aid kit goes through. Hamzy still looking over, and IDA should be falling fairly soon. This is an early finish to a game as well, with all this open space. With S2G controlling the majority of the high ground, I think it's very hard for Ego, Fenerbahçe, or Bor to get themselves in a position where they could even challenge over towards S2G.
IDA out. 4 teams now remain. And it is just a question of how do S2G close this game down. Next circle shimmies them over a little bit, but isn't going to be the dramatic drop from Everest that was necessary to make it a little bit harder for them. I think Pusher may be unknown on the flank of Fenerbahçe as well.
He is. I mean, he's pretty invisible here, especially with the artifacting coming through from the blue zone.
Yeah, definitely. This should be a knockdown, a flush. S2G might have something to say. They take him down. That is nasty stuff, though, for Fenerbahçe. It was actually Raised the one to find the shutdown, so we'll be able to get an answer. But his position is now fully known as well, so it gives the game away there and ruins the chance for Ego to ladder up any further.
Team Ego has to step out. All right, they have to step out here at some point. So I believe that Fenerbahçe is going to be getting themselves a second place on this one.
Looking to stay calm, stay safe. Get everyone across that finish line. The dash comes through for Madagod. He waits for that opening salvo, and the reloads have to come through for S2G, which is why he's not being peppered immediately, but no, not going to be able to make it all the way there. Just does not have the time to play with, and S2G finally shirk the second place curse and will step into the limelight. It is a chicken dinner, finally, where they've been denied so often this tournament. They'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, they challenged off against a lot of teams over towards Everest there, and it's an interesting game. It's an interesting game. I think that for them overall, they had this case where they moved over towards Everest, they controlled Carya and their positioning, as well as IDA, who they completely took advantage of the position they had on that side of the map as well, where they were on this wide split. And again, I don't think that these same plays are as forgivable anymore, John. And I think they do need to be fixed and sorted out.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that needs to be addressed. Maybe not for today, but it is about the end of the week. It's about knockouts. It's about finals, for getting those problems sorted in the course of, well, you don't really have too long to do it. You were saying there's only 1 day break, right? They do not have a lot of time to implement that sort of thing. And the faster it comes through, the better. The more games you have to practice with a new and revitalized strategy. So we'll be looking out for that. But S2G put to bed any doubt that they did not deserve to be in first place with a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
I think in the end, it might have been close to sort of 16 elims or something like that, putting them actually maybe close to that 110, 120 point mark, maybe. Certainly in the mid 110s, we'll be looking at to see them there, which is pretty monumental. To break a 10-point average would be phenomenal, and they've got 2 more matches still left to play as well.
Yeah, there's plenty more games to like solidify that approach. And I think for Regnum Carya now, it is one of those things where unless they're getting 2 chicken dinners back to back on Miramar, I don't think they're leapfrogging. But for the boys over on Regnum Carya, there is at least a chance to drop it into the top 3 and gain money that way, because there is still quite a bit of cash there at the top of the table if you can get into it. And with TTQ and BWNRX not really moving all that much, yeah, huge possibility.
Definitely big chances for them. Over the course of that match, it felt like it was fairly evenly divvied out in terms of the impact that S2G had. I wouldn't be too surprised if the MVP wasn't actually from the roster, although they did just get so many elims. It's hard to imagine that that accolade doesn't go to them. I'm trying to think of another player who managed to have more impact. No, I don't think. I think it is, yeah. I'm going back on what I just said and thinking definitely going to see an S2G player at the top there.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one to always go for, where for S2G, like every single one of the players on that team, they can all perform very well. That's the difference maker. So is it going to go to another player on the other side of the lobby that had much more impact, maybe over towards CEO later? That wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, for S2G, I think you're right. There is a tremendous possibility that one of their players is going to be the MVP.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right to highlight Carya as a team that the other possibility of having an MVP comes from. But even then, it's really tough to call. So we'll have to wait for a little bit longer on that match. Either way, good stuff from Carya to be able to hold off as many attacks as they did right from that western side. They had I think 2 or 3 attempts to try and cut out their western flank, and in the end they were a little bit bled dry on resources when they tried to take that fight towards the top of Everest with S2G.
I think for Carya, when they did go for it, they definitely attempted to get something done on that side, but just got squeezed in. Big impact on that game in terms of trying to hold them out. Again, you look at this, it's like, what could Team Ego do? Getting a third place, sorry, it's nice. And Racy just running down the hill like, please, let me leave.
Yeah, it's not nice, but it is going to be icy from S2G to take that MVP slot. 6 elims, 983 damage. I mean, you can see why we're saying that they were so evenly divided out, because they had, what was it, close to 16 elims. So having a 6 elim MVP from the team
shows you how much everybody was doing their part in that engagement, and they were all alive, controlling. Although it has to be said, the top of Everest was a very favored position by the circle. So again, a little bit of help there, but they did execute it very well. They were able to hold off any team that tried to push towards them, which is no mean feat. And they actually, I think they took it from Barsay earlier on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were good in terms of like the hokey pokey essentially on Everest, right? Yeah. They're up towards the top side. They pulled back a little bit. They gave space, and spacing a lot of times is very important in PUBG Mobile. And that's exactly what they do, and they get themselves into a brilliant position to play it out. They weren't too aggressive like Carya were, like IDA were in taking those positions. I don't think Carya did badly, but again, the way S2G kind of sets them up is to be their own guard dogs on that side of Everest and just keep them pinned down. And it's where S2G realized they could take as much pressure, seeing that Fenerbahçe sent over towards that compound that is out in the open. It's not likely they were going to be leaving there anytime soon.
It would have been very, very unlikely. Here are the team stats for S2G, and you can see that how evenly divided it is. A little bit of a dearth of stats for Sarah, but he's hanging out on those off angles. He's not getting into the thick of it with them. The rest of the boys playing as that main powerhouse of a central position.
No, I mean, Sarah still did good though, right? In terms of just the damage they were put through. And I think the where they placed him was more scouting for them overall. And so he does play his role nicely in the team, but yeah, he's icy with that 900 damage. He really does show up in a big way. And he's been a great addition to the team too. So I think S2G with Kelsey and Hamzy, like this is a dynamic duo you never want to change. But Icy and Sarah is slightly different, slightly interesting matchup to be brought into the fold, but they're both performing very well.
Yeah, it's a team that has found their groove, it seems, here in the league stage, but we'll have to wait for a little bit more to see from them because we've still got 2 more matches of theirs yet to come, and we'll be waiting with bated breath to see what they're going to be able to pull out. Here are the highlights from that last game. S2G were finally able to shirk that reputation of always being in that second place here at the Pmsl Europe.
There's some good shots all around. Just the long-range fighting that they had the entire time. And it was important that they picked up Carya at that point in time because although Carya was slightly down on utility, the ammo really counted for the boys over on S2G. As we all know, getting up towards Everest can leave you high and dry out of that ammo. Some good shots here from Havlik in a pretty intense situation. And that was that lovely shot coming from Hamzy G. Carya just got slightly too comfortable with their spot on the side of Everest.
Yeah, they did unfortunately step a little bit too close to the fire and get burned, which is not where they wanted to be. But they still get a decent chunk of points, a healthy chunk indeed. But there, take a look at the top of the tables. It's 16 elims, 26 points. Fenerbahçe get 13 points on this game and come second.
Well, I mean, they had a lot of space to work with and a lot of sight lines to work with too. And they had to move up eventually, which was pretty rough. Ball with the 12 points total, and Carya with 10 off the back of that one. Ego not getting half as many points as I thought they did that game with just the 7.
Yeah, they do still get 7 points, though, and that will put them closer to that bubble, which is exactly what they're looking to do. I think it was Besiktas and BX brothers who didn't really have a lot of buffer to play with, so eating into that for Ego is still really good news. In the final 2 matches, it's definitely still all to play for, but Guild, over the last few matches, they haven't been massive, they haven't been standout, but they have continually been getting small increments of points. And I think that alone may rise them above the risk of elimination here in the league stage. Not too sure about the knockout stage, though.
Yeah, I honestly, it's not a massive amount of points each game, but it's a little something here and there. They're getting scraps and crumbs. Look at that. S2G, 116 points total. Beautiful stuff coming through from them and their first chicken dinner of the tournament so far. And it is IDA, in fact, to take 4th place spot over the top of Regnum, who didn't get a single point for that last game.
That is unfortunate. 83 points. BWNRX, are they going to slip down another spot? There's still 2 matches
to try and hold on to that one. K1, who were in third place, all the way down in 7th now. Footballist, the team that is the 5th ranked team in Group B, who have no more matches to play, sit as that long distant flagpole of definitely 100% never going to get eliminated if you step up on over them. So everybody on that first page is definitely qualified through. Everyone below still technically at risk, but it's more likely these teams on the back page that are more so. And you can see Ego there, 34 points, and it's a tiebreaker on 37 that currently decides this bubble blank. 43 for Guild, sees them a lot safer though.
Yeah, it does see them a lot safer. Okay, it's just chipping away at it, man. They've got the pickaxe out and they're getting a couple of little crystals here and there. It's not the mother load, but it'll do the trick. BX Brothers just even, like you say, tied up with Besiktas. But with the few more placement points they have on board, they do win out on the tiebreaker, which would be an unfortunate way for Besiktas go out if this stays the same. At the moment, though, Besiktas with 37 points. Ego do get up into 22nd, leaving Rafa and MVP behind.
Yeah, it's MVP who they're out. They're done for. There's no way. Not a chance that they can make it, surely, in these last 2 matches. You also have to think about, is there a change-up moving into Miramar? Is that going to affect things in terms of how these teams are going to be able to perform? We'll have to wait and see on that one as well. But it is still definitely a challenge to try and push on through. As closely fought as it is, every point matters. And if Rafa can rampage, as they have done previously today, I mean, there is a big chance that they could leap out.
Yeah, there is. But those games are becoming few and far between, and from awkward locations where, you know, there is that chance for an outside team to make it in. I'll be curious to see if Rafa can keep it up. Definitely. I think for Guild, though, I'll be pleased to see another juicy 4 points on that next game, John.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what we're looking forward to, bringing up the rear for Guild. They will be pushing on in. So take a look at a head-to-head between 2 of our standout players here. It's Icy from S2G, who was the MVP in that last match, and Loxy from Regnum Carya. You can see the main difference here stands in that damage. Icy with a cool 3,973. That may see him on the Gunslingers table, although I think Eren is still charging out massively on that one. So it'd be interesting to see the Gunslingers stats here, because remember, Zedwolf was at the top with, what was it, 5.2k damage or something?
Yeah, 5.2. I think it's 5,205, if my brain is not ruining me there. But yeah, 3,973. I don't think that quite cuts him ahead of Eren just yet. But the total damage is quite interesting versus Loxy there, where it's more opportunistic. They're coming through from Regnum Carya, whereas S2G is just blasting out.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them, though, on 19 elims there, which is really quite powerful stuff, able to get plenty of work done for both of their respective rosters. Although for Regnum Carya, I feel like it isn't what we needed from them here, right? Like they haven't been able to bring that world-class quality to the tournament just yet. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can pull that one out of the bag. You guys are going to have to wait a little bit longer for the next match. But whilst we wait, let's have a quick break and we'll be back with Miramar.
Welcome back. It's time for Miramar. We are going to be locked and loaded over to the desert. 2 more matches remain here in the league stages for the PMSL Europe. Afterwards, we'll be cutting 4 teams from amongst the ranks of the 24 that have made it here. It is brutal, but it has to be done. We've got to make our way over to the knockout stages.
That we do. Got no choice, unfortunately. We just have to get rid of them. They've not made the cut. They didn't bring the sauce to the table. Everyone knows that that's a faux pas. No sauce to the table, no knockout stage for you.
What sauce do you bring to the table?
Barbecue every time.
Ooh, okay.
No hesitation on that one. I know what I'm bringing.
I'm bringing soy.
Soy sauce to the table.
Yeah.
What?
That's right.
That's
Nobody
not
expects
even-
it.
It's not
Thing is-
universal. Who's that for?
Me. That's
This
who
is
it's
like
for.
if I was having like a sushi dinner, maybe. But that's like
Look,
the only sauce we're bringing to the table.
Here's the thing, right? If you're in a group, other people are bringing the ketchup, other people are bringing the brown sauce. You know, that's already going to get covered because everyone's going to bring that.
Putting the soy
I'm out of
sauce
left
on
field.
the chips.
Why not? That sounds great.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Maybe I think barbecue's kind of like a nice universal sauce, can go on anything.
Okay,
Maybe a little bit
sauce.
of ranch.
I'll give you that.
Teriyaki sauce also is a bit of a weird one.
I mean, it's mainly soy sauce is the thing.
Yeah.
Not sugar though.
I thought so back in the day. I was like, teriyaki sauce sounds amazing, sounds really good. Turns out I really don't like teriyaki sauce.
What?
Would you know that about me?
I don't think I did. You know.
Yeah, I hate it.
We'll have to go to more
It's
Japanese.
Bitter and sweet, and not for me.
Yeah, it's great. What's not to like?
I like my bitter separate from my sweet.
I like potatoes, and that's it. That's what I'm hearing.
I had potatoes for dinner, so yeah, probably.
Yummy. Although I'm not one to criticize. I have a very pernickety palate.
Yeah,
to
your
put it
diet's
lightly.
very diverse.
That's
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Some chicken nuggies.
Oh yeah.
Some
It's about as diverse as the
nuggies.
McDonald's menu, really.
Yeah. I haven't had that in a while.
No, neither have I actually.
Other restaurants are available.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are going to be heading into Miramar. Don't worry. We're not just talking about fast food for the time being.
Maybe
the
hungry
lobby
now.
has been loaded in. I can see the players getting ready. So don't you guys worry. We will bring you the action as soon as it starts to unfold. So far,
Oh, it's
we've
shy.
had... Oh,
Right.
it is a little bit shy.
Sure.
So why don't you guys... Come on. I do believe in PUBG Mobile. I do.
Yeah,
So,
all right. It's a bit. Don't talk about the game yet. It's shy. If it doesn't want to come out yet, all right. Let it do
Look,
its thing.
I don't mind if the game starts or not, but you know what? Why not? Let's go in. Let's see if we can begin it.
Come on,
as
game.
we will
There we
head
go.
on through towards the desert. That's right. From El Azahar down to Vallademar on the southwestern side, we're going to have ourselves straight through the middle on the plain path. Are we going to see hot drops? Only time will tell.
Yeah, up towards the northeast side, Tierra Bronca, down towards La Driera. An interesting one, honestly, for a lot of our teams because it's the first time we've seen on Miramar not have to have an awkward path out. Again, for a lot of our squads, they're quite pleased with this. And I think that you're getting to where you want to be would be nice. BX Brothers up towards Torre Ahmada. I think a lot of our lower ranked teams have been taking that position on the map around Cruz de Valle as well. A little bit more open.
Just a little bit more opportunity. Keep my eyes on Falcons and Papra Supermassive. I know they are going opposite directions, but you never know. They just loved hot dropping each other in that previous match. Maybe they become used to it, become acclimatized. That northwest side looks a little bit dangerous with Besiktas, with S2G. Oh dear, that circle's pretty nasty. Los Leones circle on that one. Fenerbahçe as well up on that northern side. Could be messy, but S2G look to have isolated San Martin, and no one really contesting that.
Down towards Los Leones. Porto in the mix, and no one in Porto either, which is a little bit sad to see.
No one yet. It was out of range of plane drop, right? Like the plane pot, you couldn't have
couldn't realistically get there. Or if you're going there, you grab vehicles. I think Boars are going there.
They're on the way. They're on the way. Fenerbahçe on the scooter, scooting their way down towards the south side. And Carya is on our screen now. Who are on 80 points? You know, it's respectable. It's a respectable result from Carya, I would say. It's not bad. They have had some troubles today. We expected there to be troubles, though, with a lot of these more... I keep saying... Yeah, prestigious. Prestigious is a good way to put it. You know? Honed teams, maybe.
Better teams?
No, not saying... I'm not using the B word.
Not using the B word. Okay.
No.
All right, that's fair.
It's rude. It's too rude to use.
Do you think? It's not just skill issue.
I always feel bad about saying it.
I think that's fair. I think it is always difficult to sort of say something is objectively better, but it's hard to argue that S2G isn't better than the rest of the lobby right now.
Yeah, they're popping. They're popping off. Incredible, incredible games all around. 3 second places, then eking into a chicken dinner. I mean, to be that consistent takes some real skill. Or the good luck charm in Zara.
Ooh, maybe that's it.
I think teams are now just getting Zara on their team just for the luck he brings.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. It's certainly works his magic.
It's becoming more and more of a legend now as well, which is what I really like.
I wonder who he's gonna bless next. He's like the opposite of Maxman.
He is. He is the blesser, not the curser.
He's the anti-Max.
The evil wizard that is Maxman.
Yeah, he's a sorcerer up in his tower with his books and arcane knowledge, weaving spells, and they're mischievous. Let me tell you. Tron looking to get up to a little bit of mischief with MVP right around the corner. MVP desperately wanting points wherever he can find them, and he steps out wide. Keystone low. Ooh, has the backup from across the way. Will not be able to find the trade, so maybe a point for MVP. Maybe not, though. Hang on a minute. They've lost a player.
Yeah. Ooh, good shot from the Monkey Truck, but Keystone does clap back. Luckily, Lost is there, but shots from the backside. Well, Lee and Papara, Supermassive, are in a tough position.
Just the one player now, Azel. Wanting to hunt down, doesn't even check the backstop there. Instead, falls down, goes for the nade pole, drops out the window, and the DPS is so ready for it. That is a missed vault there. Khan wanted to close the gap between the 3 players down from Papara Supermassive. No team super close by to this engagement blank, which means it's going to be just a mad dash to see who can get there first. Azel desperately charging up to keep his team alive. Khan, with the nade in hand, wants to try and confirm some of these elims before it gets away from him. But Azel is there now. A beautiful nade over the top from Khan, and that is 4 points to the tally. It could have gone either way, but MVP begin their ascendancy?
I don't know.
No, definitely not.
Nah, I don't think so. Losing one player as well is never good here on Miramar. I think Miramar is one of the few maps, out of all the maps we have, including Vikendi, which I want to see a comeback. That way you can't really be affording to go down to 3 players too early here. It really does affect your chances, unless you're S2G, of course. We're gonna keep that's in brackets every time.
Yeah. Got to always consider the S2G factor rather than Sara factor.
Sara factor, I like it.
Or the Sara effect?
No, just stick with the Sara factor.
Okay.
You had it good the first time.
Yeah. I went too far, and I'm sorry.
You did. You crossed the line.
That's all right. I'll draw.
It can be uncrossed though.
Okay. I'll
Come
do
on
that
back.
then. I'll do that then. Yeah, please. Can you just move over a little bit?
Yeah. You're good to go.
Cheers. Oh, it's quite nice on this side of the line. Guild over on the east side, looking to try and toe the line here, but they are keeping teams at bay behind it as they're on 43 points. That small incremental approach to the top 20 has worked out for them here, Blank, and there is potential for them to go a little bit further. We were expecting the cutoff to be somewhere in the low 40s, and that seems to be where we're slowly zeroing in on. As at the moment, the cutoff is 37 on a high, on the high side for 20th place, 37 points, but it is a tiebreaker that decides the bubble, with Besiktas down in 21st.
Toshpik from Regnum Carya. Circling around for the time being. Nothing too crazy happening at the moment. Guild losing Wagner, though. Come on, Guild. Ooh. I need my 4 points from you this game. That's bad news. That's a roll-up if ever I saw one.
Poser looking to try and charge this one down. You can see the rest of Kara sending in. Marso's ahead of the curve on this. He heard it. He was there already. On to the fight he goes. The reses do come through, so they do have all 4 sight lines available. How fast can they get these heals done as well? Marso charges in, breaks one of the windows. The nade is through. Guild getting those heals off, and Wagner now back to full HP. Managed to go for the full med kit there, and Guild can defend. Kara have let it get away from them a little bit, but Spike, no helmet. Other players as well, probably going to be a little bit torn up as Kara descend onto the Guild position.
Come on, Guild. You can do this. Medkit's coming through. No!
Oh.
Tree. Gotta make like not a tree. Get her moving. Punt that still. Good shot. Oh. Marso's down. Guild looking to get their 4 points from the game here versus Kara.
They get that first one, but Lewis is the first casualty. Nade over and in. That is beautifully on the money. And Wagner for a second here. Kara are being dismantled on their approach. They try and push into Guild territory, and it is not going to pan out for them. Poser, the last to stand and the last to turn tail and run here. Maybe not even allowed that, as he is going to jump back into cover. Guild only allowed 3. Not just yet, Frank. Still got more to do.
Damn, they need 1 more point. This is not good enough from Guild. Need to see more. Dudica finding Silas. Silas is down. That's never a good sign. Regnum Carya, tell you that now.
Regnum Carya going for a little bit of a swing as well. Kara, last player to stand, and it is BX Brothers actually to take that one, and that could be an important point for them as well. Remember, they are right on that bubble. That does break the tiebreaker that they were winning either way, but still being free and clear. So much more confidence building. Circle all the way down to that south edge flank, and we're not going to end up in Los Leones most likely, which is a little bit of a blessing, to say the least. We've already had one Los Leones finish on the west side of it as well, which is really nasty. I don't think the players are too keen to return.
VP. Down to 3. Still chugging along for the time being. Besiktas like 1 point behind BX Brothers as well. It's real tight down towards the bottom of the tables, which is what we'll be zeroing in on a little bit more now, considering S2G is somewhat at a position where I think it's highly unlikely anyone's able to catch up to him.
Yeah, I think it's pretty done and dusted for first place at this point. IDA just too far behind. They're over 30 points behind, with about 33 points to the deficit. And I just don't see it. You're right. With S2G also still having point scoring potential, it's a really, really tall order. The question is, how far do they go? What sort of a record do they set? With 16 elims, I think that's the highest elim game we've seen so far this tournament. And they will be able to take that accolade with them. But they are just 4 points shy of a 10-point average, which would be lovely to see.
Circle's going to close in now. We are down towards very southeast on the map, by the way. Not talked about the circle too much, but going further down towards the southeast. And we do have Boars sitting pretty. Not with the high ground. That goes over towards Regnum Carya, but with 3 players, how likely is they holding on to that one? Falcons. Will this be a good game for them?
You've got to hope. They've had a couple of catastrophic appearances in the last few matches. Will it be a continuation? They have managed to get themselves onto this hillside, all 4 of them. But for how much longer will they stay there? MVP very split on this position. I think that's Rafa as well to their south side, who are chiming in. Falcons do turn around a little bit and retreat somewhat right to the edge of the circle.
A lot of teams getting into this one. Again, this is a weird area on the map, by the way. There is a lot of divots, little broadsides that you can get yourself up to. So it's sort of surprising the amount of teams you can fit in here.
IDO. Fenerbahçe on this western side, they do have Falcons right next door to them. And they are out of the circle. You can see actually Falcons are pushing out to try and meet them. And try and keep control here. Kelsey, having been knocked, he's on a wide eastern flank from these positions. And I think the rest of S2G are looking to try and regroup on towards him to get that res. Could be pretty important for them to stay as 4 because the circle being as far south as it is means that they are under a lot of threat, but they're all the way down the bottom of this hill, playing around that lighthouse. It's going to be a bad time, kind of no matter what at this stage, because they're crunched onto the beach. Big nade coming in from SnowX.
Curious that Ko is out as well and SnowX in. Avala doing a little bit of damage, but they know they need to get some kind of a knock. Just a little bit of damage to move on through.
Ralph caught, spotted by Simple Domac. That is not what you want to see if you're a Falcons fan. And they pushed out to try and handle this as well. They gave an opening for Simple Domac to go for this flank, and maybe a little bit of a misplay here. They wanted to get aggressive with it, get stuck in. But instead, they've lost their IGL now. And we'll have to play on as 3. Circle, once again, goes to the coastline. Does keep S2G in, but Regnum Carya on this high ground should be a force to be reckoned with. The only downside is they're playing as 3.
Yeah, it is rough. Not easy to work around. I like IDA's position, though, John. It's a very, very good spot to play in. Gives you a lot of movement potential and a lot of safety going in towards that end game. Here's Falcons, though, taking some big nades across Fenerbahçe. Molotov alongside with SnowX should do the trick. Stara's down. Good luck charm taken out of business.
Uh-oh. The rest of S2G, though, do hold strong on the inside. Not really too much anywhere they can go, though, from there. They're kind of locked into the lighthouse right now. Trying to keep the flame burning, but you're right, they've lost their good luck charm. And those lighthouse keepers are a superstitious lot. That'll hit them hard.
It will. An unfortunate loss, to say the least. Play zone's going to start to take over towards some of our Falcons players as well. Scarface, send nades over the top, but a good nade from Wild will take down Catch there. Star players on that squad from Flux.
Teams who are passing a 50-point barrier will overtake a second team in Group B, which sees them safer. And 54 is where I believe RUKH ended up yesterday as well. So as soon as you break that 54-point barrier, you have 3 teams behind you, and it's almost guaranteed you're not going out here. So as soon as you break that 50 points, looking pretty safe. Over 54, all but done that you're going to be in the next time. MVP, they may have had 4 points at the start of this match blank, but they are waning now. They have only got 1 player left standing. And their march forward may be cut short once more. Keystone, the last to stand for them, right next door to the Falcons.
The Falcons just trying to lift this one out. They have an okay position to work with. It's nothing crazy. Like I said, you can see all of this terrain that I was talking about earlier start to come into effect where teams are still able to play in fairly open ground and fairly close to one another, right? Most teams are neighbors at this point. But not quite knocking down each other's doors just yet. Good shots, though. Over towards Redox. Has to tuck his head back in.
Stay down for the time being. Falcons, again, taking a little tickle, but not losing a player. They'll be happy to keep themselves at 3 for just a moment longer. Everybody's crowding into these western hills. It's teams like BX Brothers who are going to benefit from this, right? Out on the northeastern side, fairly isolated. Sure, they have a difficult time to maybe get up those hills, but they are on their own, and it's the teams that are close together that are going to fall into stage 5.
Yeah, over towards this northwest side, you are struggling, which is why I quite like IDA's position, because it keeps them out of the mess for quite some time. Similarly with S2G and Boars, they've both taken that option. And again, if you have that option early, you take it. There's more eliminations available over towards that northwest side, but you being part of that elimination is much, much more likely. Circle moves over towards the northeast. BX Brothers ecstatic about this one. S2G do need to move further along the beach. Losing Zara does also hamper their approach in terms of the crashes. Not having all 4 players to work with there. Oh dear.
Ooh, no. You hate to see it. Faria in the tube. You know what the tube's like in summer. It's boiling. It's breathtaking. Sweltering. And it's about time all round, and that's exactly how he found it. That's a little London joke.
I didn't get it.
The tube? Oh, come on.
I don't live in the UK.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Have I missed something? Have you fled? What's going on? I've no idea. Fenerbahçe out though.
IDA. Good shots over towards Rafa. For Rafa, they did their best. They did their best, but it's looking like their best was not enough. 31 points in 23rd place. MVP still chugging along despite the rough start they had. 2 players remaining, 4 eliminations at least. Barsay taking shots over towards Ego. Ego's really having a tough time getting into towards this circle. Narvala gets knocked. Vito doesn't get him, but Flux are absolutely pushing this one down.
A lot of pressure being put on him. Merciless tries to go for the spray transfer. Not quite able to connect on it, but putting more pressure onto this fight. There's a lot of teams fighting in this area. Barsay and Guild. Guild go down. They won't hit their 4 points that you wanted to see from them, but nobody can't quite connect fully on that spray. Wants to go for that first aid. No, thinks better of it, and there's the clip that they were looking for. Around the edge, Barsay now have 2 players on the floor. Wagner down in the corner. The tree is there to try and keep things together. The nade pulls them apart in the meantime. The Default now trying to get across with the buggy. I think that's the last player alive for Guild. They have got their 4 points, but will it be any more? As Elvis tries to enter the building, will be able to launch it towards Default. That looks good, and will take them down.
My boys are down.
No.
But they get their 4 elims. That's all that matters. They got theirs. They did it. They'll survive to see another day.
Oh, fantastic. 47 points. 5 Flux eliminated as well. Barsay on the ropes here. Trying to pull themselves back together from this northwestern side fight.
Rafa. Whole world of hurt. Not looking good. Gentleman's going to try and get away. Might get shot. Look at him, Carya. Definitely heard that happen. Yeah. Having to abandon the rest of his team. That's a nasty name. Just chip some of the paint there. And the Golden Morado.
I mean, this is pretty good of a circle for Boars, right? They've had this position for quite a while. S2G can start to leverage, but they're only playing with 3. IDA with 4. Now, Darkin is down. We saw that just there in the picture-in-picture by the Morado, but if they can overwhelm this position from Rafa, they can get this res. Regnum Carya in the meantime going at it with Besiktas in the middle, and actually it's Besiktas who come out on top, and that is a really big pickup, Blank. Remember, they are also fighting on that bubble. 4 points earned, and they're up to 41.
Yeah, Besiktas really do need points. The BRX brothers now sweating. It's the first time today they drop down into the bottom 4. 21st place. They're still kicking here inside of this lobby with one additional member compared to Besiktas. Elvis looking to take shots down. Doesn't quite see Teekers yet. Oh, that's dangerous. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, he's gone for it. He's got the spray down. Barsay, they're on 52 points. And again, I'll remind you that there are 2 teams beneath them now who are not on the tables on the right-hand side that did play yesterday. They are teams from Group B that have got fewer than 52 points. There is 50 points on, I believe it was RUKH Esports, and Galatasaray on 48 points on the table. So as soon as you surpass that, you look so much safer. So for Guild, they're 1 point away. For Barsay, they've already surpassed 2 teams in Group B, so we'll be very, very safe here moving forwards. Rafa eliminated, and now it's up to Ego, BRX Brothers, and Besiktas to change that bubble.
And Besiktas really putting the work here themselves. Strong position. Not sure what Madagov was doing there. A little bit of tight rope walking, but does lead to his death. IDA still playing strong though. I think IDA, all things considered, you know, they have had a phenomenal run over these past 3 days. There is definitely some mistakes there in terms of the macro, but you cannot deny that they have had some good moments here and there. And I think a lot of the mistakes that come through on that team is more experience related than anything.
It's always difficult to diagnose. IDA did manage to get 4 players back up there, Blank. They're on to 8 elims. I said they didn't have a chance to chase, but maybe they're about to prove me wrong here. They're on the same flank as S2G as well. Could prove troublesome. The placement points will start to add up now, though. And S2G will be happy about that. Start to gain points just for living.
Shot from Pusher. That's headshot as well. Aaron, take it down Icy. Love to see it. As S2G attempt to push on up over towards that northwest side. Didn't really afford to go across the beach. BRX Brothers attempting to make their way over towards Team Ego. We're holding on as best they can.
But will it be enough? I mean, they're 37 points right now. The bubble is at 42, plus whatever placements are earned. The Ordnance over the top. They need a little bit more than this. And with Besiktas getting 5 elims, that is a big jump to be seen. And now I'm starting to worry for Galatasaray on 48 points. There is potential for 3 of these teams beneath them to surpass them and push them out.
Team Ego, they're really trying to put in the work here at the end of the day, but for all the nades they've thrown, for all the shots they've sent out, John, they only have 3 eliminations to speak of. They are up into points earning territory now, at least. With only the 1 player, smallest squad inside the lobby. For how long does that last, John?
I think it depends on what BRX Brothers can do here. I think IDA will have better sightlines towards BX, and that may allow Teekers to stay alive a little bit longer. It's all up to IDA, really, as to who's able to get through and last it out. But yeah, there he goes. Ego is eliminated. It will fall 39 points blank. That is not far enough. They've got 1 more match to escape from that red zone, that elimination bracket, to see if they have what it takes. Besiktas as well, looking to keep things going, but it's BRX Brothers who may be in with a massive opportunity here, a chance to step up over Galatasaray on 48 points, and that will see them, again, so much safer.
Really, really good stuff. But Besiktas still pushing on. The BRX Brothers in a nice spot to keep on working this one. It is scary. It's nice to see, you know, we have this epic battle happening between Besiktas and BX at the moment. The BX brothers in a real horrible spot to work with.
Yeah, their high ground really not paying out for them. They tried to move a player forwards towards Boars, but it just didn't work out for them. Boars have had this position for so long. This eastern side has done wonders for them. They've managed to only get one elim, but they are in one of the most safe positions for it. IDA, I think they are going to be the force to be worried about on this western edge, but there's still so many snakes in the grass, not to mention S2G, who can never count out, even on 3 players.
Those players from Besiktas falling though, John. IDA finding a couple of shots over their way, and they're all grouped up. Boars for a big match here. I think they've pretty much already done it. There's the Hail Mary coming through from the guys on IDA, and it will be Besiktas picking up just a 1 point there off the back of that.
I don't think they got any. I don't think they got any of those. They were on 5 before. I think all of that went over to the Boars, but Besiktas will get the point for laddering up.
Public sending shots over. Tough position to be in, but they are absolutely ripping into him.
Oh dear. Dulika finds that final peak over the top, and they do go down. That is Besiktas outlasting them. S2G want to change the tune here, but Icy gets melted by the nade bobbling over the top. Swain somehow survives that one, and another nade put back in response. Does have a first aid, and he finds Kelsey as well. S2G with just Handy now left standing. The flush is getting pinched away, though, by Boars. The spray down from the high ground, though, is good for Besiktas.
They are still working this out. Besiktas, 5 eliminations, still yet to find any more off the back of it. But yeah, second place will be massive for Besiktas going forward.
That may be enough. That may be enough to see them over that 48-point boundary, maybe even over 50. And Nade, these guys seem like they've got flak jackets on or something, because they are not taking enough damage from these nades for Boars to be able to push on over confidently. With 4 players alive, they need to try and leverage these numbers, and look at how isolated Besiktas are. Finally, a knock seen from a nade, and there's the blue zone coming into play. They will be going down here, and Boars get a massive elimination count chicken dinner. It was absolutely gargantuan. And I think they end it on maybe 13 elims. But the news is for Besiktas. On the bottom of the tables, they will find themselves so much safer because of that game.
Yeah, for Besiktas, that's a huge game for them. That's going to see them way safer going into this. I mean, BX Brothers are terrified now. BX Brothers, good game going forward. If it's not meant to be, we are looking at a real rough prospects for them. And I think for BX Brothers, it all started on day 1. We saw that push down over towards TTQ, and it all went wrong. Mistakes like that really cost you. If they were able to get the chicken dinner off that game, would have been a very different story right now. Would have been a very different story.
But what we are doing with that game as well is putting Galatasaray in the conversation, right? 48 points. They are not safe. Besiktas now, with that game, I believe will have leapfrogged them. You've got Guild on 47, who are just about to do so as well. If we can get BX up and over that metric as well, I think it will be Galatasaray who are going down.
Which would be crazy.
RUKH, Ego, and MVP, right? Which would be absolutely insane.
It would be crazy if it's Galatasaray to join them in the bottom 4. You can see how hungry these teams are to try and get over towards the knockout stage. They're not giving up just yet. We see a lot of our teams towards the middle of the pack just kind of, I think there is a case of coasting going on. Let's be honest. But you can see just how much emphasis these bottom teams are putting into just ensuring they get towards these late games.
Yeah, I mean, it is so important to be able to get there in this scenario, in this specific point standings. Going into that last game, you want at least an opportunity, and that's what teams like Guild have been able to build with their incremental point gains, with Besiktas obviously blasting out in that last match as well, finding a lot of points for their trouble. They'll have a healthy set of points to add to their tally. I'm really interested to see who it is who's going to go down, because
as much as we have mentioned Galatasaray quite a lot, or I have at least, during that game in terms of where they could be on that bubble, but you've also got to think about RUKH Esports. And if the teams at the bottom are going to be getting into these games late, RUKH Esports are on 50 points. They are the team that is just ahead of Galatasaray from Group B, and they could also potentially be in that danger zone if things go particularly miraculously for the bottom of the tables in our last match.
Yeah, it's a wild one. It's definitely a wild one. I didn't think that this is where we would be seeing, and I think we both said, around about that 50-point margin is where you're looking to be a lot more safe, right? But at 48, it looked okay, looked all right, but it's just not enough, and you can't be on the border sometimes because crazy things like this can happen so frequently.
Yeah, I think it's very much the case that they are in danger now, and we thought they wouldn't be. However, even though we'd said that about them, I will not be super disappointed if we have to say goodbye to Galatasaray, right? It hasn't really been a standout performance from them. It doesn't feel like they had anything. They had 3 good games, all of them on Miramar, and nothing else really to speak of. It has not been an illustrious result from them, so I'm not disappointed if we have to say goodbye. And if teams are willing to put in the effort, like we're seeing from Besiktas here, like BX Brothers may be able to mount in the next last game, then you know what? I think they'll deserve it more. That is Boars taking the MVP as well as the chicken dinner with 5 elims on course.
Yeah, Cause has been a great addition, I would say, over towards Boars. Not the player we talked about the most, but certainly doing a good amount of work for the squad at the moment, which is great to see. I think Havlik, Tulika, as well as Pusher certainly needed that additional player in there to keep them in check, and I think Cause has certainly done that, just as a very reliable player on the team, and it's nice to see him step up in a big way this match.
There you go, 5 elims. Top damage goes over to a player from IDA who also had a really healthy elimination count during that match. They weren't able to get too deep into the super late game, but they had a really good position out on that western side. They got a lot of points for it, and really happy to see that. I think they may be in a position to jump up towards second place if they're lucky.
Yeah, again, there's certainly a chance there. I think that we were worried. We were kind of thinking that TTQ as well as BRX had done enough to stay over towards that top 3, but there are teams chasing. There are teams chasing now, and they are going to be losing out on a little bit of money for it.
Here's the team stats from the winning team, the Boars. You can see their Cause obviously with that MVP title, but a lot of damage dished out by Havlik and by Pusher as well. I'm surprised that Havlik didn't take the MVP stat there with that amount of damage extra, but I guess that elim just outweighs it slightly.
Yeah, a tiny bit. I mean, Havlik did do a lot of damage there with 843. But again, I do like that we are shining a bit of light over towards Cause anyway. Like I said, very reliable player on the team. When you do have aggressive players in the squad like Tulika, Havlik, and Pusher, you need a player like Cause. You absolutely need a player like Cause.
Yeah, keeping it on lock. Very nice to see from a linchpin position, a decent pickup into this roster, and it seems to be working out. The Boars, I mean, they are one of the European hopes, right? From instead, as opposed to the Turkish teams, they are one of the representatives coming through from Eastern Europe, and they will maybe be our best performing Eastern European team. I mean, we've got K1 in the mix, right? Coming through from Eastern Europe as well. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to surpass K1, who ended on 80 points. With that match, Boars did get a whole heap. So I think they may be, if not already, over K1 scoreline. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, K1 with 80 points, they were... I think that K1 were a little bit too secure in their positioning, in my opinion. Over on after day 2, I think they could have done a lot more, honestly, if they weren't so elimination hungry. Alas, this is how it goes down sometimes.
Yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles in this instance. And it will be all to play for our teams towards the bottom in the coming moments. We're taking a look at some of these highlights here from that last match, from match number 5 of the day, with Miramar about to be repeated for our final go-around for the league stages. In just a moment, we'll take a look at the tables.
And we'll be able to get a full picture of just where we sit before we go in.
Yes, it's all going to look very weird, John, honestly, over on those overalls. Just because of this game, which so many of the teams that were very relevant in terms of dropping out into that bottom four, into getting up towards the top side of the lobby, they all remained in through very, very late in the game. So I'll be actually massively curious to see where people do end up here. And it'll make for a very, very fun last game, that's for sure.
Certainly be trying there. We saw BX Brothers going down. Really tough approach to make, and Boars were able to close this all out in the final moments, playing from that beachhead. They actually got a lot done from there as well, right? They had a great time playing from this position. They were able to get in there nice and early, but they also took the initiative to get all of those points from it.
There's our match rankings. 24 points for Boar.
Wow.
Really, really well done. Besiktas with 11, IDA with 11, and the BX Brothers with 8 themselves. S2G continued to put a little bit more on that map with the 5 placement points they were able to recruit. Yeah, a lot of our very, very important teams that need to do well here. They do make it happen. They do make it happen, John. Curious stuff.
I mean, Ego with 5 and Guild with 4 is a non-zero entity in this chase as well, with Ego looking to try and catch up towards the teams ahead of them. But with both Besiktas and BX getting 11 and 8 points respectively, that has made all the harder. So they may have to set their sights on Galatasaray here if they want to jump up. But even then, that may not be enough, right? They may have to go for 50.
Yeah. They're going to have to go for a big old jump up. S2G 122, and here are overalls. So IDA get it to 94 points, 1 point away from getting into the top 3 here, John. But Boar with 87 points. What a jump up from that is.
A massive ascendancy there coming through from Boars. They are now the highest rated team from the European side of the Europe lobby here. Any of the non-Turkish teams, they are the highest rated. As we take a look at our second page, you can see some of the teams from Group B are there. You can see RUKH on 54. They are the second rated team, I think, from Group B, if I'm not mistaken, with the first being K1. No, wait, hang on a minute. There's a couple more ahead of them. Either way, they're on 54, on 15th place right now, and it's unlikely that they are going to drop down all the way. But teams are giving them a run for their money. Barsay on 53. They've got a game to play. RUKH Esports, they're on 50, and this is the danger zone.
45 points being in the danger zone is insane. It actually is insane. Next game would require Ego to get up there, wouldn't they? Wouldn't it really, up towards that high point caliber for there to be big differences to force Galatasaray down? It's not a possibility, I think for Ego, getting the 9 points, they have a target to hit now, John. And that's really nice.
But here's the thing, right? Even if they beat Galatasaray, they also have to beat Besiktas, Guild, and BX Brothers. Or any one of those at least, to be able to jump up, right? Because not only do they have to get ahead of Galatasaray, if Besiktas Guild and BX Brothers are ahead of Galatasaray as well, they also have to beat an extra team on top of that. So setting their sights at 50 points is really where they need to be. So 11 points on the game. They do win on the placement point tiebreaker. So 11 points is their boundary for being sure of getting out of there. Don't forget about Rafa as well, because they have had pop-offs in the past today. So they may just come out of nowhere with a 15 elimination game and blast everyone out of the water.
Yeah, there is potential for it. There's definitely potential for it. And I think for Rafa, yesterday is when they had that big pop-off game, which has led into some much nicer matches today. So again, let's wait and see what happens on this last match, which we'll be getting into shortly. We will be heading to a short break first, but John, it's been an incredible Miramar. I thought things were kind of done and dusted, but these teams have not put up the boxing gloves just yet.
Yeah, we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like six or seven teams who are at risk or currently in the danger zone and need to get out of there, right? It is really all to play for so many teams moving in. There's going to be a lot of moving parts, and we're going to have to track quite a lot of numbers, I think, during this final match to see who's going to be going home. However, I think there is one team that we can say is almost certainly going home, and that is MVP.
Yeah, they've just not had a good time of it, sadly. But we'll see what they get done in our next matchup. But it's far more important teams we take a look at, which we'll see soon over in our last Miramar and the last day of league stage.
And we have arrived. The final match of League Stage is upon us, and we are going to be heading in momentarily for one last go around Miramar. Our players are running around, and we will be getting underway very, very shortly for the last go around. It is so close at the bottom of the tables, guys. For the bottom 4 positions, we have got all to play for. It's about 6 teams that are all fighting for a couple of spots to qualify through to the knockout stages. So do make sure that you stay tuned, because it's only one way to find out who's going to make it, and that is this one last match.
Indeed, and we'll be ending all here on the dusty deserts of Miramar. We'll see which teams can find amongst the sand the strength to go on here in the league stage. It's a bit grandiose here actually for league stage.
Yeah.
I'll pull it back. Which team can do it today? In the league.
Well, someone's got to do it, don't they? So, like,
who could make it? Who could do it? Who could make
look,
it?
Can anyone do this, please? Like,
Someone do it.
Just someone. Like, I don't
Which
really
one
mind
of you? Which one of you will it be to do it?
Is it going to be that guy?
Or this guy?
Could be these guys.
Find out soon here on Miramar. Which will be coming to you in approximately 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Oh my goodness me! I thought Max was a magic man, but you are Grand Warlock here. As we move into our final game.
Yes. I know. I am talented. I am talented. What a
He's
skills.
wrought his macabre weave of spells upon the games to know exactly when things are going to be happening. And he has given us the foresight to see the plane path from Minas del Sur to Oasis up in the top side.
Yeah, I can see a lot in my crystal ball. Unfortunately,
Okay.
it's very dusty right now, so I can only see a little bit.
That's league stages.
Just a little bit. But yeah, straight into it with a plane path, like you say, directly through the center of the map, heading over towards the north. We are looking at Rafa. Same circle, by the way. Looking at Rafa, Besiktas, Team Ego, BX Brothers.
Ooh.
Not MVP, though.
No, not them.
Not them.
Get out of here, MVP.
And in
You're not
the
part of this.
corner of our eyes, we are looking towards Galatasaray, who are sweating right now. So
And in the corner of my eyes, I'm looking at BRX Esports, who are not sweating, but getting ready to apply deodorant.
yeah, it's needed at this point. That's for certain. S2G on our screens, they're fine. You know, this team smells good. Got a good fragrance about them, and that fragrance is odor number 1 in the tables.
Odor 1, maybe?
Odor 1, yeah.
I like it.
Odor
Either
be the one.
Odor 1.
Yeah. There you go, boom.
All right, that's merch. Sorted.
It is. Get that copyrighted right now.
I actually already did, so you can't have it.
What?
Bagsy.
Infringement
Bagsy.
alert.
Bagsy. There you go.
I have to buy it off John then, I guess.
Yeah, £20.
Can't believe I said it first and you already copyrighted it. Right?
Yeah, too
No!
One of our teams being laid low right now is Carya. Seeing to it, the Rafa may be drawn short. The boys themselves, one player left standing, a hop in over the side of the stables, and that is the end of their tournament. Our first team to be fully guaranteed to be eliminated. It is Rafa.
Damn, unfortunate stuff. I believe we don't have the tables for this game.
What?
So you'll just have to trust us. Rafa is now out.
Start writing stuff down.
Yeah, you are. Fortunately, you know what I can do?
Who's done that?
Go
Oh,
back,
we can set up
back,
a sheet.
back in the VOD.
Yeah.
Grab this.
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh, yeah,
can't
very
stop
smart.
Me. Can't stop
Very
me.
smart. Yeah, we know how it goes.
Let me just scrub this a bit. Boom.
Alright, boom. Have you got it?
Just give me a sec.
Have you got it? Come on, chop chop.
Give me a
I don't think they've
second.
shown. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm gonna be writing down the points as soon as they pop up on my little notepad.
Yeah, I'm
we'll
not
be
going to
keeping
do
track.
that. I'm going to use this special thing you may have heard of. It's called print screen.
Okay, that's fair. That's probably just as good.
Yeah, likely. You have to write them all down. I'm going to straight in paint. Easy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Goodness me. Right. If I remember correctly, the bubble was 45 to 47? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember anymore.
Something?
Thought we were gonna have the tower on the right hand side, but I've been
been
it's
duped.
stolen from me. It's
Been duped.
So no longer have it.
Yeah.
We'll find
Oh.
out. We'll get you the info. Don't worry.
We'll get it to you soon. Don't you worry. Got you covered. We're just, we were slightly taken off guard, but it's fine.
But we do know that Rafa won't be in. That's the thing we do know.
Yeah, Rafa's donezoed, which I think does technically keep Galatasaray safe, right?
No. Rafa
No?
were beneath ego still.
Oh, were
It's
they?
ego that we need to be paying attention to for a big game.
Right, okay. All makes
If
sense.
ego get 11 points, they will be safe. I think.
a lot of points.
Well, they need to get 11
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, it's not. That's not in Team Ego's playbook. I don't think.
No, but someone's got to get the points, don't they? Might as well be them. That's what it's all about, getting the most points. S2G
Yeah.
taking shots from Flux down into the mechanic dip. And Hamzy, looking for healing, only has... Actually, he's got first aid, but he's popping the bandages
Goodbye.
instead. Should have popped a first aid there, but I think that nade was going to take him down either way. Unless
Yeah,
S2G
no more.
losing a player. They've already done their job, though, and so Fireflux.
Yeah, no matter what happened, it would have been over for him. Yes, camel gameplay. My favourite.
Oh, big fan. Big fan. That's some ornate weaving going on there by Storm. And I'm not just talking about his camelsmanship.
Camelsmanship is good. I like what you did there.
It's like horsemanship,
Mm.
Yeah. That's it. That's canon now.
IDA on our screens. Done very well so far, I would say. Really good stuff from them. Been pleasing to see this team perform well.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Again, I have high hopes for them over towards the knockout stage. And I'd really like to see them go far over towards the finals. All right, we have it. Finally.
Yeah.
Took a
There we
little
go.
while. Let me drop that.
Yeah. I've got it. All right. So the points sit thusly. Guild on 47, currently in 20th place. But Besiktas are on 48. Galatasaray on 48 as well. You've got BX Brothers on 45. Who are currently in 21st place. Without adding any of the points that they've been able to accrue so far this match. Ego sit on 39 with the potential to jump up if they have a big game.
Yeah. That's what they need here. And that's what we do be looking for. Start of this game, it's BX Brothers who were at that tough position, right on the cusp. Let's see where the BX Brothers are right now, and you can't. And we're not sure if they're dead on.
Yeah, we're really trying to piece all this information together right now. We're full on detective mode. We're detective mode casting.
Oh, there they are. They're coming in.
Oh,
Up towards
Okay.
that northeast side.
up on the northeast side. Yeah, spotted them. In their
That's-
pink garb.
Not a nice place to be coming in from, though.
No, they're going to have to move around Lebendita, probably filter towards Kara, who are going to hold that angle. There's potential to sweep into the east side. The circle, by the way, is right on top of Los Leones, so we may be in for an urban finish.
Potentially, Joe. Potentially. Los Leones finish is not fun. I think where BX Brothers are coming in right now as well, they'll come into a lot of conflict. Guild similarly want to hold on to their position. Started the game at 47 points. 2 points behind were BX.
Barsay, they are a little bit free and clear on the tables, so not too much to worry about for them. They have 53 points. If they can get 1 point on this match, they'll be even safer with RUKH behind them as well. And that will be nice to see for them. That's Papara Supermassive losing a knock. I'm not seeing any of our important teams right now going super low or taking too much damage. I'm looking at 6 teams right now, Blanket, to see who is going to be in. Well, 4 teams playing in this game, and this is neither of them. Falcons, though, have had a pretty shocking day, I think, all things considered. They have done enough to see themselves further forward, but it's not what we expect from this sort of a team. S2G taking some fights as well. That is over towards Kara. I expected this fight to pop off, but I thought it was going to be with BX Brothers instead. But no, Kara taking heavy casualties. Sarah has been knocked. I'll see you later. Far forwards. I think Icy took a little bit too long on that nade. Didn't quite connect there. And Kara can get these reses going.
Yeah, another nade in the hand to CEO later. Look to pull the pin on that one. Put 2 off to the side, and they're getting the reses off again. I will say CEO later has done a very good job of holding down the front line a lot of times here for Kara. But that time around, the E goes down just a little bit too early.
Oh, I thought that was the nade popping up on the Elim feed, but no. There is another one though, and he looks at the spray, doesn't have any more nades in tow, so instead opts to chunk out on the DBS, goes for one, but it's traded off even stronger, and Icy falls in a forward position. Calci, nowhere to be seen relative to him, so will just be losing their player there. Papara Supermassive, they've been locked in this fight with Boars for a long time. This is out on the southeast side as they try and make their way on forwards. And neither of them looking super healthy with it. Tron tries to look for shots, but his teammates are getting cleared up in the meantime.
IDA looking over towards Fire, Flux, Fenerbahçe also finding shots over towards MVP, making their last run in for the day. Fenerbahçe trying to keep their teammates up here, but Savian, I think, likely to fall. Razy will just send off the fireworks.
Seeing what he can do. MVP with a little death rattle. 4 elims found. May be able to get a res, but not holding out hope here. As you can see, very split off on that position. Fenerbahçe bearing down upon it. They are going for a rescue mission, though. Over the top pole, trying to suppress with a couple of nades over towards Razy. Now will know there's a player bearing down upon him. The nade looks good on the Cook, but doesn't quite go long enough. Instead, he tries to chase it down. The blue zone there and tagging away at Razy. Pole looking to try and keep things alive. Khan goes down in the meantime. Solte is handling that forward guard. Neither player connected with the spray. And finally, it's Razy to win out that trade. Unfortunately, MVP lose another.
The fact it took so long to finish off that engagement is wild to me. Both players really not taking any damage at all. Savian the only one to fall. This side of things. Got Gil playing a very slow game, and fair enough, they just want their 4 elims. Then they can be done. Get through to the knockout stage.
I mean, 4 would be perfect for them. They're on 47 points right now, Blank. If they get up to 51, they surpass RUKH Esports on 50. Which would mean that they have at least 2 teams behind them. Definitely safe from elimination here. So that is all they need. As much as we've been joking about it, 4 elims would be absolutely brilliant. And they'll feel very confident about that. Just getting ahead of Galatasaray will be a little bit of a relief. But You do want to go that extra step. Try and jump up over that 50-point barrier.
Regnum Carya looking over towards Flux. They find the pickup onto Scarface. This is over on the north side of Los Leones. With Barsay underneath. Team Ego's all the way over towards the northwest as well. Besiktas playing hard west too. So a lot of our teams where it kind of matters a lot for them, none of them are really wanting to go central.
Yeah, let's take... There's 4 teams, right?
They're going to have to.
There's 4 teams that are competing in this match that could go either way. There are 2 extras, obviously Galatasaray and RUKH Esports, that are worried. Ego's crashing over towards IDA on the north side. That's Fenerbahçe there as well. They're not going to be in danger as much, but Ego lose a player. Wenk, they're going to go down now. I think they might be down to just 2 off on that northwestern side. So the miracle run may be there, which would mean that only 1 team would be in danger of not making it all the way.
Damn. That is tough. So for Ego, likely they won't be making it through now. Only the 39 points. 2 players to work with here on a urban finish. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead.
Maybe you can argue that there's some sneaky potential to get a little bit further into this one, Blank, but it's going to be very rough. We are all but certain to be going into an urban finish. I think Guild have the biggest potential here to pick up a lot of points out of the teams in contest. With Besiktas on the western side, no one really competing, but Guild have the high ground that overlooks the east side. It's BX Brothers that could change that, though. And they sit behind them, not only in position on this circle, but in the lobby as well, 45 to 47.
Full broadside on this. Merciless has. Regnum probably have no clue. Carter over towards the last player from IDA. Aaron, no less either. Very, very good player over on IDA. Gets an aid around the corner. Here's the player underneath, shimmying off to the side. Gotta throw it now.
The bouncer catches him though with the auto shotty, and that's a lovely little point for IDA. Kara losing Marso. Regnum Carya trying to find their way through the streets of Los Leones, treacherous as ever. But they have got all 4 of their players alive. Barsay split a little bit more, but they've taken a knock, and you can see they have to look to go for that res if they want to find it, but it's easier said than done. Besiktas are on board with a team that does need as many points as they can get. They are tied and losing the tiebreaker with Galatasaray right now. 1 point will break that deadlock, and they need it desperately to feel themselves safe. Because if Ego, playing as 2, can't get deeper into this game, there is no way that more than one of these teams competing in this match for that spot can drop down. So if you get ahead of Galatasaray, you're looking so much safer now. So 48 points is the metric.
Indeed. But with Ego having a bad time, trying to lock teams in a little bit. I think it's BX Brothers really can make the big difference here. And that's between Besiktas and Guild, like you say.
Oh, they got 3. I thought they only had 2 players.
I mean, one's knocked.
Doesn't actually catch the knock around the edge, and Solke now steps into the Hornet's nest, goes down and flush. That's a point for Ego. That's the start of their run, maybe, on the northern side. Besiktas just a close by as well. Blank. Things are heating up on this north side of the circle.
Yeah, they are. BX Brothers also very slow to move. On that northeast side, they need to get a move on.
2 points for Ego. Remember, they needed 11 to get ahead of Black.
Brothers making their way in. This is a big roll-up coming through from them.
Need to make this one work. Bishke tries to get on into cover and does manage to find something. Looney as well
good
just
tag.
about evades it, but there's the spray down, and that's from Guild as well. They find that and they get the point. They're right next door to each other on the tables and Blank in this match. It is going both ways, and Barsay are having a say over towards Default. That was a point picked up for Guild, though. Crucially, that puts them on 48.
That is huge. Huge for them. Guild taking a little bit of damage, but two teams that desperately do not want to be next to each other have found themselves nasty, noisy neighbors. Have to work with it. Guild taking a lot more damage than potentially they would like. Tree makes his way in, but it's taking a heck of a lot of damage. Has to abandon the UAS.
Ooh, Besiktas are chiming into this fight as well, putting some suppression down towards Barsay, who will be able to heal that up, but they have isolated themselves atop the tower for the time being. Guild with 1 point, put themselves on 48. They lose the tiebreaker with Galatasaray and with Besiktas currently. So they are dead even with both of those two teams now, but they are still at the back of the queue.
Fenerbahçe on our screens. Barsay finding another over towards default. The res likely comes through. Here's Fenerbahçe and Team Ego, though. If Team Ego goes down, we lock it in a little bit further. And it'll be only the BX brothers who have any way of returning into the top 20. Besiktas starts to get a little bit further into this game, but still only 0 points on their side.
Guild with one found. Oh, a nade over. Look at those health bars, Blank. They are not friendly. Not conducive to gameplay. Another nade in towards the door. If it's close enough, it'll go through. Tikas does get the heal off. Fenerbahçe looking to try and slow this one down. S2G eliminated in the meantime. A nade out the front to try and keep things alive. And Ego are struggling for breath here. But there's a spray down. Who's this? It's Besiktas coming in to maybe save the day. But the burn is on. And Ego go down to one player alive. He's ticking down as well to the flames in the corner. And Ego fall. Blank. It is now all up to BX Brothers to try and find this one, and it's Besiktas to pick up the points for that spray down. They must have got so many for that. That's 2, and that is going to put them ahead of Galatasaray and tied up with Black on 50.
Which is fantastic news for Besiktas. Meantime, Barsay do find one over towards Kisyu. And it's all to do with this fight right here between Guild and BX Brothers. We're both quite comfortably in the circle at the moment. Both teams right on the edge of falling out.
It's now down to 3 teams, Blank. Besiktas with that, and with the fact that Ego have gone down, have managed to confirm themselves. They have qualified. It's Galatasaray in danger on 48. Guild are losing the tiebreaker with them now, also on 48. They can survive until 2 more teams go down. They get a placement, and that will break it, because they will go up to 49 points. Behind them is BX. So the 2 teams we're keeping our eyes on here now are Guild and BX Brothers. These are the only teams that can change their fate.
Funny thing is that BX Brothers and Guild could quite literally be brothers in arms here. They both make it towards that end game, in which case Galatasaray will be the ones heading down into 21st place. Both BX Brothers and Guild would make it through now that Besiktas has overtaken Galatasaray in the leaderboard. All out off just getting those 48 points.
Goodness me. But the fact is that BX Brothers and Guild are right next door to each other, Blank. That is really nasty in terms of position. Luckily, they are dead central, and it's unlikely that either of these 2 teams pulls the trigger unless they have a big knock from a nade like Default was trying to find there. There's no chance that they cross this road unduly. There's just too much time left, and they can rack up these placements. They know how important it is. Besiktas, they have done enough. So even if the Falcons take them down here, they will be seen again in the knockout stages.
Falcons take some more shots. Like you said, it was a horrendous day today. One bad performance after another. There's been some glimmers of hope from them, but not too much. Good nade from Ralph will take down Swain. so funny looking at Guild and BX Brothers just refusing to do anything, and why would you?
Why would you indeed? A couple of placements is all it's going to take, right? BX Brothers currently started the game on 45 points. They would lose a tiebreaker on placements with Galatasaray. They are 15 placements and to 20 placements, and Galatasaray have a chicken dinner as well, which means they're already behind on that metric. So 4 points necessary for BX Brothers this match to see themselves ahead.
Wars Gaming on the sidelines. They've done well today. They've done more than enough over the 2 days that they played. Such an awkward way to finish out here in Los Leones, John. Not fun whatsoever. And the circle cuts both Guild and BX Brothers still into this one. BX Brothers with a slight advantage as they are closer to the center of the circle. But all chopped into one building. That's not fun.
Definitely not. At the moment, it looks like Regnum Carya may have command here, but Barsay, I think, still have the high ground over almost everyone for the time being. Guild, with the 1 point they've earned, are tie-breaking and losing with Galatasaray right now. They desperately want one more point, but again, it's that two-team bracket that they need to just jump over, and that will win it for them. Oh, it's all so close. I don't know how many, if any, elims the BX Brothers have. For getting into the position they did, they've managed to lose a player, but having a central spot is good news. No elims for BX Brothers.
Yeah, nothing found. Balls make the cross. A good shot as well. Midway on that cross. Up towards Fireflux. Matcap does go down because of it. Luckily, Solus is there to follow up. Default trying to get some shots over towards Barsay. Can't blame him either. He knows he needs just some more elimination points here and there. Anything he can find. Let's go towards the outer edges, though. Potentially find himself some elimination points from elsewhere. Tron. Could be an outside chance, actually. Dagger in the night coming through from Papra Supermassive.
I mean, at this point, if you're Guild, you'll take a one-for-one trade. Not that you know that, however. Can't expect these players to be tracking the standings as well as all the teams and what they're doing during these matches. There's a shutdown coming through from Barsay onto Boars. That is one team eliminated. Blank one more, and it is Guild confirmed. Only BX Brothers will be up for a chance of changing anything, of replacing themselves with Galatasaray in that elimination zone. Just one more team to go down, and Solus may be that player.
Whew. What a wild way to finish things out. It's so intense here in Los Leones. No one's really wanting to head towards the center because it's so open. Starting to cut in those placement points. One more team needs to go down. They start to head a little bit higher. And then BX Brothers can start to ladder up.
Spotted Tron, the spray down, and Guild do it. They find that Elim. Blank, they're on 49 points. They leapfrog over Galatasaray, which means that they cannot be eliminated with the three teams beneath them that have already gone down. That's MVP, that's Rafa, that's Ego. They are guaranteed to be locked out here. Guild cannot go lower than Galatasaray, which means that they are safe. With that point, Default has earned them a spot in the knockout stages. All eyes now on BX Brothers.
Yeah, not even just 49. They're on 50 currently with the one placement point from 8th place. BX Brothers make their way up to 46 off the back of that. Seeing more and more teams go down. You know, there's not an unlikely possibility that BX Brothers gets in off of placement points.
Not at all. In order to get 4 placement points, they'd need to break the tie by 1 point. They would need to get up into 4th place. So any elims they can help removes that boundary, needs them lower. Every placement now they go up, Blank. From 7th to 6th, it goes from 1 to 2 points, then 3 points, 4 points. That's what they need to be focusing on. Finding an elim will reduce that boundary by 1 placement every single time.
So we're currently looking at 4th place, or if they can find an elim, 1 place lower per elim they find.
Barsay taking shots over towards Regnum. Carya off in the distance. Default's been having an eye over towards that point up top for a long, long time. The nades start to go in, though. Guild's already done enough. If they go down here, it's fine, but they're looking to put an end to BX Brothers' performance, and they're doing it well.
With 6 teams remaining, there's 2 placement points here. BX Brothers don't need to win this fight. They just need some elims from it. They just need to hold out for a moment longer. Guild get across. But they have not taken down the BX Brothers. All 3 of them still remain. And teams are falling like flies. Guild are not going to stop. Looney may be able to extract value. 4 teams. Blank, they've done it. This is 4 teams remaining. 4th place guaranteed. And BX Brothers may have just sailed on through. With 4 teams remaining, teams falling around them. They have done a lot of work. And they may be even able to do a little bit more here as Guild are starting to fall.
As long as BX Brothers can confirm some of these eliminations, I think for them, what they're going to realize at this point, that there's no point moseying around here. Just go around the corner, try and pick up some of these elims, get yourself further in. They've already made it, but this is going to make it so much easier for them. Guild and BX Brothers get ahead of the rest. And will be Galatasaray to fall into 21st place. Being our 4th team to join Ego, Rafa, and MVP.
What a close down right until the final moments. BX Brothers had a gauntlet laid for them and they were able to go the distance. Barsay in the end find that last chicken dinner, but it was so closely fought on those tables. Blank, what a way to close it down. It was literally until the final moments to confirm these top 20 teams.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And I think honestly for the boys over on BX Brothers, that last moment, it was so critical. Teams started just falling like flies, and as guilds start running them down too. What a horrible moment to find themselves in. But overall, what a good day of PUBG Mobile we've had for Galatasaray. Probably one of the worst days for them, honestly. To watch yourself slowly sink further and further down the leaderboard and now end up in 21st place when they thought they'd done more than enough. Really good run from BX Brothers, from Guild towards the end. There was 4 points. There's 4 measly points per game. That's all Guild needed. That's all Guild needed to make it happen. Hopefully a few more in the knockout stage, boys. We're gonna need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, right. Out of the frying pan into the fire for these teams, right? They've managed to make it to the next stage, but will they be able to go even further than that? I mean, BX Brothers I think they went down in 3rd place, which will net them 5 placement points. They got 2 or 3 elims in the mix of it all as well, which is going to be very valuable. I think they may have leapfrogged again over RUKH Esports in the mix of it all. So I think we may actually have a situation where RUKH Esports are on that bubble. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out here, John, honestly, and we'll get over towards those overall standings in just a little bit, but it is confirmed now that it will be Galatasaray, Ego, MVP, and Rafa not making it through to the knockout stage as we close out our league stage. The rest is all just pride on the line towards the top side of the lobby. I think Boars might have done quite well there to maybe ladder up a little bit towards maybe a top 5, maybe a top 4. We'll wait and see how that happens on the leaderboards, get themselves a bit more cash in their back pocket.
That is what it's all about at the end of the day, right? The cash, that's all you need. That's what PUBG Mobile's all about. Just earning loads of money whenever you can. Pretty much. That's, it's an admirable goal, I think. But no, we are going to be taking a little look at that final moments coming on through. You can see that BX Brothers, they step out. Guild, I think, actually managed to get into 2nd place there. Oh, no. Was it BX Brothers in 2nd? Or was it in 3rd? Okay, no. There was another team. Yeah, okay. Barsay across the way. Falcons get up into 2nd as well. Just their best showing today.
It is. Considering they kind of fell down quite a little bit earlier, they had a bit of a good performance towards the end. Here's Barsay Nihat with 676 damage done and 4 eliminations. They had quite a good high ground position up towards top side that they took advantage of.
Yep, absolutely. They were playing from the high ground, taking shots at everybody around. and having a pretty good time of it. I mean, this guy's got the eagle eye. What can you say? He's locked in on everyone surrounding them. This is what happens in a Los Leones finish, right? This is the case that you'll see more often than not. There will be a team who just commits to the high ground and gets a lot of damage going on in. Taking a look at the match stats, though, he will not be seen. His default on 708 takes most damage, and Elvis with 4 elims takes highest elims.
Yeah, default doing a pretty good job with the 708 damage. I think for Guild, they are very lucky to have him on side. He's a wonderful player overall. Elvis also with the 4 elims total for Barsay. Barsay have been really quite quiet throughout the entirety of the day, but finally a little bit of a good shoe-in towards the end of it. I think they took advantage of that high ground coming through from Los Leones for quite some time. And I was surprised that they got all the way towards that end game there, John.
Absolutely. It's I mean, there were so many surprises in those final moments, and we are kind of just waiting for these overall standings. But here we have the stats for Barsay. 4 elims for Elvis. You got Nihat over on the right-hand side as well. Got a little bit more damage. Same elims as well, so pretty happy with their performance all round.
It's a great game. I mean, Barsay is going to jump up a little bit for that. Not that they really needed it. I think they were already towards a safe position. They were struggling towards the start of the day, but a couple of decent games. Here's our highlights from that match. Not the craziest of performances. They're pretty sure they will finish today in first place before the top of the tables.
Yeah, that is a pretty spicy table for them. They will be able to eat it all up, though. They'll handle it. And S2G will be going through in that first place position as we head over to us. Hello. Not having those final tables just yet. We are going to be waiting just a moment longer so that they can be fully verified before we technically officially announce what we kind of already know, that BRX Brothers are going to be able to make it. Here's the match ranking from that last game as we take a look at where everybody ended up. 23 points for Barsay is pretty chunky. Guild on 9, which is, again, way more than they needed, but enough to see them happy. Same story for BRX Brothers. It's only Ego, I think, that wasn't able to make that ascendancy and jump on up. They fell short of the mark. They got 41 points, so they were just lacking those 9 extras.
Yeah, again, for Ego, it was a tough day for them. I think that they really did all that they could have done, but the lobby and the potential of the lobby was just too high. And all respect to Ego, but I think that this was probably where their run should have ended. But I respect them for trying as hard as they did to push through into that top 20. Here's our overall rankings of S2G, taking home the first place here in the league stage with 123 points. It really was as easy as 1, 2, 3 for this team. And BWNRX left behind in second place. IDA, though, do tie with them in third. But because of those 2 extra placement points, they're not able to jump up into second.
Yeah, just about holding on to that second place, which is really quite something. I'm impressed with Boars as well here in 5th place on 89 points, breaking that tie with the extra placement point over Carya, and only 1 point ahead of Regnum Carya as well, with K1 bringing up the rear on this first page with 80 points there. So 2 teams from that European bracket making their presence known on this front page.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And K1 dropping down to 8th place. Again, I think somewhat deserved considering what we saw from the second day where they did fall off a cliff a little bit, where their elimination shenanigans weren't working out. They are the lowest placement point on this first page. We head over towards our second page here with Guild in 16th place. Looking very happy. Falcons, 64. We did say that, potentially it was a pretty horrendous day for them, but overall, 13th place isn't terrible. It would keep them in for the knockout stage. Alas, this is just how the cookie crumbles, like you were saying.
Yeah, that is how it goes. And finally, we head on over, and indeed, our worst fears are confirmed. It is Galatasaray on 48 points, who sit at the bubble, with RUKH Esports in 20th place, which I don't think we would have called. They have had some decent runs, but they are still in by the skin of their teeth. Besiktas managed to leapfrog. So did BX Brothers. They sit ahead of them, 51 and 52 points, respectively.
It really was right down to the wire today, with BX Brothers and Gil both putting up a marvelous performance, I would say, towards the end of all of this, making sure that they could get into the top 20. RUKH Esports, whew, good thing they got those extra 2 points, huh, John?
Absolutely. I mean, they only needed the one, to be fair. They could have done it with a lot less. So actually, they put in some unnecessary effort. But our daily MVP is Eren, with 16 elims, 3,500 damage. During these league stages, he has been a terror, and you can see why IDA are tied for second place. Obviously, they have to lose that tie and go down into third place, but still, Eren put in a mighty shift.
He did. And Eren is obviously a phenomenal player overall. He had significant performances in the past on several separate teams, and now he's bringing that same kind of firepower over to IDA. And I bet they're glad to have him on board.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you be? The guy is a powerhouse, and joining in with the rest of the team, they have got a really formidable side. We'll be keeping an eye on them moving forwards. They will be sort of similarly respected, I think, as teams like, maybe not S2G. I feel like they may be in a league of their own right now, but I'm looking at putting them in the same bracket as BWNRX, as Regnum Carya, as Flux, in terms of the respect that I will give to their name moving forwards into this tournament.
Massively, massively so. I think there were quite a few teams here this league stage where we were taken by surprise, and it's always nice to see, especially coming through into a tournament like this, where you suddenly have teams that massively exceeded expectations across the board, and now shake things up going in towards those knockout stages. Regnum Carya is still a strong team, definitely, but the Sarah buff is there for S2G, currently with their 123 points, clear and ahead of everyone else inside this lobby. We'll see just how well they can do over in the knockout stage, moving over through into those finals.
Yeah, it has been quite tumultuous, I think it's safe to say, league stages. We've got 3 days of games. We're playing 5 matches a day moving forwards in those knockout stages. So a little bit shorter days, which, you know, might be quite nice. We'll be able to take a little bit of a breather later on. But still, it's going to be a really interesting dynamic, I think, to see how fast the lobby changes, because the maps, I think there's going to be much more swapping out of teams in terms of the lobbies that they play in. It's going to be a little bit stranger on that front. So we'll have to see just who is able to adapt fast enough to all of those chopping and changing drop spots, to all of those chopping and changing rotational paths. And that is, I think, going to be the major skill moving forward to knockout stage.
And less games overall. We only have 5 matches a day going forward, so it's going to be 50 matches total as opposed to the 18 that we had here in our league stage. So it's even more of a sprint over in that knockout stage. You don't have nearly enough time, as much time as here we had in the league stage, because throughout those 3 games,
they all still play 12 matches, because they all sit out 1 per day.
Ah, yes, of course.
So for the teams, it's the same sprint. For us, it's a little bit shorter.
Oh, okay. Well, for me, it's a short day, which means for the players, it'll be quick.
I guess. Yeah, let's go with that. Why not? I guess they're sitting around for less time. But that is going to be it for us. Make sure that you guys tune back in for the knockout stages, where we'll see these 20 teams be whittled down to 16 with 3 more days of PUBG Mobile here at the Pmsl EU. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We've had a riot so far during the league stages. We'll see you guys for the knockouts. Oh, no, not yet.
We will see you soon, but we're going to see you for a little bit longer right now.
Okay.
Whilst we... You did lie to me. Why would you do that? That's cruel.
Just
very,
my
very
little
cruel.
joke.
Yeah. But we'll be getting ready for the knockouts. We're gonna have a little bit of a day tomorrow to rest and recharge, and so can you guys at home, where you can have a bit of more of a relax. You know, maybe take the time to go over some VODs if you want to, or just go outside and touch some of that grass. It's completely up to you. But for us, we're definitely going to take a little bit of a day off here. The players are all going to be doing a lot of those analytics whilst we are taking that day off to make sure that they're very much ready going into their knockout stage. For instance, we do have the boys over on BX Brothers as well as the boys on Guild who certainly need to pull their socks up. And here is our league stage
Whoa.
MVP. It's Aaron. He's MVP of everything.
Oh my goodness me. Look at the damage this guy dished out. Before it was Zedwolf, right? On what was it, 5.2? Eren has just eclipsed him completely. That is a magnificent damage total. Playing over 12 matches, was that 500 and 500 and change damage average per map, which is absolutely nuts coming through from Eren. This guy has made an impact, to be sure. These are the teams that are qualified for the knockout stages. You can see our top 20 teams will sit there in order from S2G all the way down to BRX Esports.
Which is very cool to see, you know, all of our teams heading through in towards the knockout stage. We got to take a look at it earlier in our overall standings, but this is all of them placed side by side in order, like you said, John, which is always very pleasing to the mind.
Definitely is. I'm enjoying the presence of Boars Gaming, as I highlighted earlier, on that top line. But I think that Thunder Talk is the most interesting team for me when it comes to maybe proving themselves a little bit more into those knockout stages. I'm hoping that they can really seal the deal as a really strong team there. Carya, they fell off today, and I don't think that I'm going to be expecting as much from them as we move through this tournament. I'm hoping that Boars can keep up that pace, but it is S2G who need to keep that top spot under control if they want to be in with a chance of jumping in to the PMWC later this year.
Absolutely. For S2G, you know, it's been a long time coming. I think this little rebuild that they've got going on looks very good so far. But for how long can Sarah be loaned to you? Will they need to find a fourth player, or are they just going to hire him non-stop? Because I think at this point, you kind of have to. He's such a crazy player that someone else will pick him up if you don't at this point in time. I think Sarah, so good as a player. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Well, this time, I promise you, I'm not lying. We are going to be heading off, and we'll see you guys in a day's time. You've got a day off, but we'll see you guys back here for the knockout stages where things will get serious as we chuck 4 more teams out of the mix. We'll see you there.
Bye.